Viewway Bookstore, Publisher 67, Rue de Richelieu 67, at the sale, Bookstore Ackermann, verses in 8-bound commentary, Sakantola, The Hermit, The Night Encounter, The Parrot. The original spelling has been preserved, not standardized. Emmanuel Cosquin Popular Tales from Lorraine, compared with tales from other provinces of France and foreign countries, preceded by an essay on the origin and dissemination of European Popular Tales, second volume, illustration, Paris F. The Unlucky Hunter Up, 150 Amours, the loves and adventures of the young ons, all Ojau delights of the world, and Visa L, Ord's daughter. File Ekmam Rose Button, a tale from the 1001 Nights, translated from Arabic and published complete for the first time by G. Contes populaires de Lorraine, compares avec les contes des autres provinces de France et pays étrangers, volume 2 of 2 Cosquin. Manual note on the transcription. Errors clearly introduced by the typesetter have been corrected. A list of other corrections made is found at the end of the book. 5010 Barthelmess Siebel, Philosophical History of the Prussian Academy, from Leibniz to Schelling, particularly under Frederick the Great, 2 vols, Evolbar, instead of Altofa. Rat, in 80, but 150 Bancroft, Gian, History of the Common Action of France and America for the Independence of the United States, translated and annotated by Count Adolphe de Sercourt, accompanied by unpublished documents, 3 vol, in 8, decorated with 2 engraved portraits on steel, instead of 22, Fran, 8, Bibliotheca Scatologica, or a rational catalogue of books treating of the virtues, deeds and actions of the very noble and very ingenious Sir Locke, in reverse, Lord of the Chair, and other places. By 3 savants in us, Scatopolis from the booksellers of Antierges, Févenet 50, 1850, Evo Biard 15, French Library of the Middle Ages, published under the direction of Mr. G. Paris and P. Meyer, members of the Institute. Large 16mo impression on parchment in Elsevier characters. All works are accompanied by developed introductions and copious glossaries. Vol, I, collection of French motets from the 12th and 13th centuries, published from manuscripts with introduction and notes by Gare, Reynaud, followed by a study on music in the time of St. Louis by H. Lavoix Fils, 2 vols, 2, the same paperback, 18 vol, the Metz Psalter, text from the 14th century, critical edition published from 4 manuscripts by F. Bernadotte, vol, full text, cloth 1, same, paperback 9, vol, even V. Alexander the Great in French Literature of the Middle Ages by Paul Meyer, member of the Institute, vol, texts, vol, History of the Legend, 2 vols, cloth tutor, same paperback 18 volume in preparation, vol, V. The Metz Psalter, published by F. Bernadotte, vol, including the introduction, a critical study, grammar, and glossary, Bonstetten Baron D., Knights, Romans, and Epic Poem from Medieval Germany. Paperback, instead of 7 for 50-30, Brunet G., Literary France in the 15th century, or a reasoned catalogue of works of all kinds printed in French till the year 1500, laid paper, Elzeverian printing, 15, Du Mai Ril E, archaeological and literary miscellany, Contre, on the language of Malbergic glosses, on the origin of runes, Aristophanes and Socrates, on the origins of French versification, on Virgil the Enchanter, etc., in 8 popular tales of Lorraine, Emmanuel Cosquin, Popular Tales of Lorraine, compared with the tales of the other provinces of France, and foreign countries, and preceded by a treatise on the origin and Proto-European Folk Tales, second volume, illustration Paris, FF. A moment later, the captain and corporal arrived to take La Ramia to the police station, telling him that he would be brought before a military council the following day. Viewig, bookseller, publisher, 67, Rue de Richelieu, 67 Xex. The Ironman there was once an old soldier named La Rami, who was always drunk and chewed tobacco from morning till night. Having been reproached by his colonel one day, he drew his sword, struck him across the face, and killed him. Corporal, said La Rami, left my bag on the table in my room. Never happens to me. You know that my belongings are always in order. Would you let me go and fetch it? Go ahead if you wish, replied the corporal. La Rami took his bag, and which was filled with bread, and threw it into the street. Then he jumped out of the window himself, picked the bag, and fled. To ensure his safety, he crossed over to England. The old woman served him a potato fricassee and showed him in a corner a pile of straw on which he could sleep, since he had no bed. The next morning, as La Rameli was about to set off again, the old woman said to him, "Know one thing that can make my fortune and yours. There is a castle somewhere, and I will show you the way. Go to this castle, enter it boldly." One evening, as he was crossing a wood, he saw a miserable hut. As he was starving, he entered and found an old woman busy harvesting hemp. He asked her if she could give him something to eat and a place to stay for the night. In the first room there are gold and silver on a table. In the second, in the third, serpents. In the fourth, dragons. In the fifth, bears. In the sixth, 3 leopards. You will pass through all these rooms quickly and without fear. And above all, be sure to do as I tell you. Otherwise, bad luck will befall you. Like Rami took the path indicated by the old woman and soon arrived at the castle. When you enter the 7th room, you will see a man of iron sitting on a bronze anvil, and behind this man of iron, a lit candle. Go straight to the candle, blow it out, and put it in your pocket. You will then have to pass through a courtyard where there is a guard. The soldiers will look at you, but do not turn your eyes away from them. Keep them fixed on the ground. In the first room, he saw a pile of gold and silver on a table. In the second, lions. In the third, serpents. In the fourth, dragons. In the fifth, bears. In the sixth, 3 leopards. And finally, in the 7th, a man of iron sitting on a bronze anvil, behind which was a lit candle. Rami walked straight to the candle, blew it out, and put it in his pocket. Then he crossed a large courtyard where a guard was stationed, keeping his eyes fixed on the ground. Then Rami set off on his way to the capital of the kingdom. On his journey, he suddenly saw the old witch standing before him, who demanded the candle from him. He first said that he had lost it, then presented her with an ordinary candle. "That's not what I want," she said. "Give me quickly the one that I sent you to fetch." La Rami, seeing that she was threatening him, threw himself on her and killed her. When he was outside the castle, he remembered to light his candle. Immediately, the Iron Man, who was the servant of the candle, appeared before him and said, "Master, what do you want?" "Give me money," answered La Rami. "It's been a long time since I've wanted to make a fortune." The Iron Man gave him money in a full sack and disappeared. Upon arriving in the capital, he lodged at the hotel of the princes, where he paid 50 francs per day. As he allowed himself everything, after some time his bag was found empty, and he had to make do with 2 or 3 days' worth of expenses. The innkeeper's wife kept demanding her money from him and quarreling with him. Lorraine was in the greatest embarrassment. After having searched his bag one last time, without finding a single coin, he put his hand in his pocket, hoping to find some change. He took out the candle. "Master, I didn't know. I can only find out by using the candle." "Well then, give me some money." The Iron Man gave him even more than before. "Fool that I am," he exclaimed, "could I have forgotten about my candle?" He quickly and immediately the Iron Man appeared before him. "Master," he said, "what do you want?" "How?" cried Lorraine. "Scoundrel thief, you leave me here penniless." While Lorraine was busy counting his écus and stacking them on the table, the maid peered through the keyhole and ran to tell her mistress that he was a rich man and should not be treated like a beggar. So, when he came to pay, the hostess gave him a warm reception. A few days later, Lorraine lit his candle again. The Iron Man appeared. "Master," he said, "what do you desire?" She had to spend the night in a corner of the room, and in the morning Lorraine ordered the candle-bearer to take her back to the castle. The princess had the habit of going every morning to kiss her father. "I wish for Princess, the daughter of the King of England, to be in my room tonight." The wish was granted that night. The princess found herself in the inn's room. Lorraine spoke to her of marriage, but she wanted more than just to listen. The king, fearing a similar occurrence, went to find a fairy and asked for advice. The king was greatly surprised when he did not see her that day. 7 o'clock rang out, then 8, and she still had not arrived. Finally she did. She said, "My father, what a sad night I have spent." And she told the king what had befallen her. "We are dealing with someone stronger than me," said the fairy. "It can only suggest that you give the princess a bag of her own sound and tell her to drop it in the house where she has been transported. That way we can identify the house." Meanwhile, Lorraine had changed hotels. One day he lit the candle and said to the Iron Man, "You want the princess to come to my room tonight?" "Master," replied the Iron Man, "we have been betrayed, but I will do as you command." After completing his mission, he took all the sound that was at the baker's and spread it throughout all the houses, so that the next day no one could know where the princess had spent the night. The fairy then advised the king to give his daughter a bladder filled with blood. The princess was to pierce this bladder in the house where she would be taken. Lorraine also ordered the candle-bearer to bring the princess to him. "Master," said the man of iron, "we are betrayed, but I will do as you command." He penetrated into the king's stables, killed all the war horses and all the oxen, and spread their blood everywhere. In the morning, all the streets and all the houses were flooded with blood, so that the king could discover nothing. He went again to consult the fairy. "You should," she told him, "put guards near the princess." That evening Lorraine lit the candle. "Master," said the Iron Man, We are betrayed. There are guards near the princess. I cannot do anything against them. Lorraine wanted to go himself. The guards seized him, chained him, and threw him into a dark and damp dungeon. He was crying and lamenting by the barred window of his prison when he saw an old French soldier pass by in the street, his former comrade. He called out to him. "He," said the soldier. "Aren't you Lorraine?" "Yes, it's me. You would do me a great favor by going to fetch my lighter, my tobacco, and my candle from my inn, which you will find under my pillow." The old soldier asked permission from the guard sergeant and presented himself at Lorraine's inn. "Is this scoundrel sending you?" said the innkeeper. "Take his legs, and I never want to hear of it again." When Lorraine had what he had asked for, he struck the lighter and lit his candle. Immediately the Iron Man appeared, and the chains of Lorraine fell. "Wretched one," cried Lorraine, "can you leave me in this dungeon?" "Master," said the Iron Man, "I knew nothing about it. I can only find out by means of the candle." Well, the king marched 100 men against him. Lorraine had an army of 5 iron men. The battle was not long. All the king's men were killed, except a drummer who ran to tell the news to the king. "Get me out of here." The Iron Man got Lorraine out of his dungeon and gave him gold and silver as much as he wanted. Then Lorraine was transported to a high mountain near the capital and ordered the Iron Man to set up a battery of 200 cannon pieces there, after which he sent to declare war against the King of England. Then Lorraine demanded that the king surrender, but he answered that he did not fear him, and sent 400 men against him, who were also killed. Amidst these events, Lorraine saw a blind man and his wife pass by. This blind man had a bad violin, which he played in a pitiful manner. He then sent a messenger to tell the king to bring his daughter and marry her to Lorraine, or else the war would continue. "Goodman," said Lorraine, "you have a fine violin." "Don't laugh at my violin," replied the blind man. "It is a violin that has power over the living and the dead." "Sell it to me," said Lorraine. "I cannot," answered the blind man. "It is my means of livelihood. Though, if someone were to give you 10,000 francs, would you consent to part with it?" "Of course." Lorraine handed him the 10,000 francs and took the violin. "His soldiers," said the messenger, "are men towering at 10 feet, armed with 8-foot-long swords." The king instructed the messenger to reply that he would come to discuss with Lorraine. Indeed, he soon arrived with his daughter. "He give you 2 hours to think," said Lorraine. "If you do not agree to what I ask, I will bombard your castle and city." The king pondered for a while. At this sight the king was satisfied and agreed to the marriage. As he grew older, he retired, and Lorraine became king of England in his place. "I would be willing to make peace," he finally said, "but many brave men have been killed." "Sir," replied Lorraine, "it is easier to resurrect them." He took his violin, and with the first bow the soldiers who were lying on the ground began to move, some searching for their arms, others their legs, and others their heads. It was only then that the French king forgave him for his desertion and other misdeeds. Notes among the parent tales of the Lorraine tale, we first cite a German tale collected in the Harzai P, 122, an old soldier, discharged from service without a penny, though he had bravely served the king, arrived at a coal miner's house in the middle of a forest. The coal miner and he became friends and lived together. One day, the coal miner asked the soldier if, for their mutual happiness, he wanted to go down into a mine shaft where immense treasures were piled up and bring back a package of candles that was there. The soldier agreed. When he reached the bottom of the well, he saw in the middle of a brightly lit great hall a man of iron sitting on a throne, and beside him 3 boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The package of candles was on top of the door. The soldier took it, then filled his pockets with jewels, and was hoisted back up by the coal miner. The next day found the latter dead. He went to a big city and lived there as a great lord. But one day comes when his riches are exhausted. He orders the Iron Man to bring him during the night the princess. He has her do the work of a servant to take revenge on the king, and mistreats her. Seeing that he has not even enough to buy oil for his lamp, he takes one of his candles and lights it. Immediately the Iron Man appears. The soldier asks for a sack of gold and goes to the king's city where he'd been so ill rewarded. The king tells his daughter to mark with chalk the door of the house where she will be taken, but the Iron Man marks all the houses in the city in the same way. The king then tells the princess to hide her golden ring under the bed. The ring is found, and the soldier is condemned to be hanged. While he is in prison, he manages to have his candles brought to him. And when he stands at the gallows, he receives permission from the king as a final grace to light one. Immediately the Iron Man arrives with a club in hand and knocks out the executioner and spectators. The king cries for the soldier to cease and gives him his daughter in marriage. Several tales of this type are 2 German tales, Procol I no Leven Grimm, no, one from 16, Wendish tale from Lusatia Weckenstedt, 241, and 1 Hungarian tale, Gal P1, have a similar ending. A German tale from the Simrock collection, no. 14 is closer to our tale in the final part. When the soldier is in prison, he promises golden Louis to the warden if he brings him his candle. Once he has it in his hands, he orders Iron John, the man who appears when the candle is lit, to destroy the king's prison and castle. Then the king offers his daughter's hand in marriage to him. It has been noted that in the tales from the collections, Praho and I, the servant of the wonderful object is identical to the Iron Man of our tale. In the Mecklenburg tale from Grimm's collection already mentioned, as in our own, an old soldier in prison sees a former comrade pass by beneath his window and begs him to go fetch a small package he left behind at his inn. In the Hungarian tale, this character is a bronze king. In the tales from the collections Progahol and Grimm, and in the Hungarian tale, like in the Lorraine tale, it is an old woman, a witch, who asks the hero to go fetch the wonderful objects. The 2 giants, servants of the torch, which replaces the candle here, gather all the peas and lentils, but they are powerless before the traces of blood. He attaches first a badly closed bag of peas, then a bag of lentils, and finally a bladder full of blood beneath the princess's bed, which in this German tale is carried away with her. He hopes thus to be able to trace the path taken by the kidnappers. One will notice that in all the German tales cited, it is always into a well that one must descend. In the tale of the Practical Collection, we find almost identically the means employed by the king in our tale to discover the house where his daughter has been taken. 71, the king and his sons, also compare the guitar in the Sicilian tale No. 45 of Gonzenbach's collection. In the Mecklenburg tale, where the princess, following her father's advice, filled her pocket with peas and scattered them along the path, the little black man scatters peas in every street of the town, rendering the princess's precaution moot. A similar Albanian tale Dozon, No. The princess obeys, but the Negro marks every door in the town in the same way. The wonderful violin, which raises the dead, appears in a Flemish tale Wolf, Duchach mu Urchin Ansagen, No. 26, which we will discuss in the notes of our No. Where 11, the wondrous object is a chest from which a Negro emerges as soon as its lid is lifted, includes this episode. The king tells his daughter that the first time the Negro comes to carry her off to the unknown house, she must paint her hand of a certain color and make a mark on the door of the house. It hardly needs mentioning two of the main themes of the Lorraine tale, and the tales we have just examined are found in the famous Arab tale, The 1001 Nights, Aladdin, and The Wonderful Lamp. We still have another reprocument to make in Orient. In a tale collected from the Tartars of southern Siberia, bordering the Tobol Radloff, if P. 2275, a young merchant who has become friends with a mullah, an expert in magic, asks this mullah to bring the king's daughter to his house. The mullah creates a wooden man who every night goes to take the princess and brings her to the merchant's house. There too, the hero is sent to retrieve a magical object from a subterranean chamber which summons a genie, and later, when the Sultan breaks his promise to marry the young man to his daughter, the latter commands the genie, servant of the lamp, to bring the princess to him during the night. The king, having learned what happened to his daughter, orders her to smear her hand with wax, and when entering the house where she will be taken, to press it against the door to leave a mark. The princess follows these instructions. 3, compare the German tale of Haas, and especially the Albanian tale. Xexie chat Blanche. Once upon a time there was a young man named John. His parents were rich and did not need to work to live. 2, we remember in Ali Baba's tale of the 1001 Nights, the passage where the thief, who had marked the door with chalk for recognition, is completely disconcerted when he sees that all the neighboring houses' doors have been similarly marked. Upon seeing the mark on the door, the merchant thinks himself lost, but the mullah tells him to go put wax on every house's door. And when the king's soldiers make their rounds, it is impossible for them to tell the guilty house from the others, Truan Mullah, that is, Claude. In Muslim countries, this name is given especially to those distinguished by their knowledge and piety. One day they gave him 2,000 francs to go to a village in neighbor's party. Jean lost it at gambling. "If you want," said a companion, "he will lend you some money." He lent him 6,000 francs, and Jean lost it too. He was very sorry. On his way back home, he met a handsome gentleman. It was the devil. "What's the matter with you, my friend?" said the devil. "You look so sad." "It's the devil!" exclaimed his parents. "We must go after him and get back our money." The young man got on his horse and left immediately. "I've just lost 8,000 francs. "Here, take 20,000, said the devil. "But in a year and a day, come find me in the Black Forest." Back home, John told his parents, "I lost a lot of money gambling, but then I met a handsome gentleman who gave me 20,000 francs and told me to meet him again after a year and a day in the Black Forest. He kissed it despite its resistance. The devil is my father," she then revealed. When he had travelled 600 leagues, he asked people he met, "Is it still a long way from here to the Black Forest?" "There are still 6,000 leagues," they replied. "I won't make it there in time," said John. Finally, after 1 year and 1 day, he reached the Black Forest, where he encountered a fairy near the devil's house, who told him, "Here is a fountain with 3 feathers, bathing it the green feather, the yellow feather and the black feather. You must try to take the green feather, remove its cloak and kiss it, boy." John went close to the fountain and took the green feather. "When you are in his house, if he offers you a chair, take another. If he bids you sit at this table, sit at another. If he says, 'Here is a plate,' do not take it. If he presents you with a glass, refuse it. If he tells you to go up to the upper chamber, count the steps of the staircase until the 18th. If he shows you a bed, lie down in the one next to it. And if he asks why you are doing all this, you will answer that it is the custom of your country." The young man entered the devil's house. "Hello, sir." "Hello. Here, take a chair." "I prefer this one." "Here is a glass." "I'll take that one." "Here is a plate." I don't want it. You are being very picky. We are like that in my country. Come with me, and I'll show you where you are to sleep." As he went up the staircase, John counted the steps, 1, 2, 3, up to 18. "Why are you counting like this?" "This is the custom in my country," they said as they entered a room with 2 beds. "Lie down in this bed," the devil instructed. "All right," John replied. "I'll do it." After the devil left, John lay down in the other bed. Throughout the night, the devil continuously shook and moved the bed where he thought the young man was sleeping. The next morning, the devil entered the room again. "There you are," he asked John. "Aren't you dead?" "No," John answered. "Now," the devil continued, "you will chop my forest. Here's a cardboard axe, a wooden saw, and a rubber scythe. You need to cut the wood, tie it up, and bring it back into the king's courtyard by tonight." The young man set off for the forest, feeling quite dejected. Midday, the green pen came to bring him food. "What do you have, my friend?" he asked. "Your father commanded me to cut down all his wood, tied in bundles, and bring it to the king's courtyard by tonight." The green pen waved its wand. The wood was cut, tied, and transported to the king's courtyard. The devil, upon arrival, was greatly surprised. "Did you do as I commanded?" "Yes." "Oh! Oh!" With a wave of his wand, the castle came into being. "Did you do as I commanded?" said the devil. "Yes," replied John. "Oh! You are stronger than me. Well, then, build me a beautiful, intricately carved castle right in front of my house, with a fine spire in the middle." The green pen returned to bring food for the young man, and found him lying on the ground. "What is wrong?" she asked. "You are stronger than me." Then he closed his eyes to John and said, "Here is the green feather, the yellow feather, and the black feather. What did your father command you to do?" "He ordered me to build him a beautiful, intricately carved castle right in front of his house, with a fine spire in the middle." "Well," she said, "I'll turn into a white cat. You will kill me, you will boil my skin in water, you will dismember my bones, looking carefully how they are joined, because they will need to be put back together later. You will find within my body a beautiful arrow that you will place at the top of the castle." The young man did everything she told him. However, when he adjusted the bones, there was one on his little finger that wasn't properly realigned. That evening, the devil said to John, "You will sleep in this bed." John lay down in the other bed. During the night, a strong wind arose. The green feather said to the young man, "Do you want to flee with me?" "I do," said John. "If you lay your hand on the one that has been changed into a white cat, you shall have it as your wife." The young man laid his hand on the middle feather. It was indeed the green feather. Immediately they flew away with the wind. When they were near John's house, the green feather embraced the young man, and from his ugliness he became beautiful. "If your parents want to embrace you," she told him, "don't let them, for your beauty would fade." When John entered the house, people wanted to embrace him, but he repelled them. Only his old grandmother insisted, and instantly he became ugly again. The green feather said, "I will kiss you once more then." She kissed him, and he became beautiful once more. In the morning, when the devil went up to the room, no one was there. He set off in pursuit of the two young people. On his way, he met a stone breaker. He asked, "Have you seen a boy and girl flying with the wind?" "Ah, stones are hard." "That's not what I'm asking you. Have you seen a boy and a girl flying in the wind?" "They're very hard to break." "That's not what I'm talking about." The devil continued on his way and encountered a farmer. "Have you seen a boy and a girl flying in the wind?" "Oh, the field is difficult to plow." "Have you seen a boy and a girl flying in the wind?" "The work isn't going well today." "I'm not talking about that." The devil, growing impatient, turned back. However, many handsome gentlemen who didn't know that White Cat was Jean's wife, seeking her out for marriage. One of them offered her 100,000 francs. "Excuse me," she said to him, "I forgot to cover my fire." She went out. John arrived with a whip and gave the handsome gentleman a significant shake. A third person came and donated 60,000 francs. "Wait," she said. "I have to go out. I forgot to close the buffet door." While she was gone, her husband, having heard everything, attacked the suitor with a stick. Another man came along and offered 80,000 francs to White Cat. "I must leave," said White Cat. "I left my room door open." John hit the gallant on the door with his stick. They found themselves quite wealthy, and they had a beautiful wedding. Remarks, this story is, due to its components and the transformations and alterations that all these several elements have undergone, one of the most curious in our collection. It presents, overall, the theme Mizara. Keller refers to as the forgotten fiancé, and here is its general idea in its most frequent form: a young man, prisoner of a certain evil being, Devogre, giant, sorcerer water nymph at sea. He receives the order to execute several impossible tasks. He is aided by a young girl, usually the daughter of his master, who then flees with him, pursued by a giant devil or another, or by someone from his own kind. The two young people escape using magical means, often through transformations. Once back with his parents, the young man forgets his fiancée, usually as a result of a kiss from his mother. His nurse, or another end, his fiancée, finally finds a way to bring back his memory. This theme has already presented itself to us briefly in our 9, The Green Bird. It was studied by Mr. Kaler in 1862 in the journal Orient and Occident Vol I, pp. 103f in 1869. In his remarks on the collection of Estonian folk tales by Frere, in Kreutzwald in 1870, in his remarks on Sicilian tales 54, 55 and 10 from the Gonzenbach collection, and in 878 in the Celtic Review p. 374 CQ. We will examine successively each part of the Lorraine tale. Let us first take the introduction. In a large number of tales of this type, it is due to a promise extorted from his father, who often did not understand its implications, that the hero falls into the hands of a malevolent being. This is the case in a tale from Lower Brittany Lousel, Breton Tales, p. 39, an Irish Teredy, p. 56, 2 Scottish Tales Campbell, 2, and Celtic Review 1878, p. 3, or a sorceress Sicilian tale Lonzenbach, no Fifili 5, he is lured by a deer into a forest and taken prisoner by a certain King Westphalian tailor Grimm. No, in a Danish tale Grundtvig, IP 46, it is through his brothers, in danger of perishing at sea, that the young prince is promised to a witch. In other tales, the young man is kidnapped by a demon Hungarian talent, Galstier, no. 374a, 2 Swedish tales, Cavalius 14a and 14b, an Estonian tale, Swald 14, a Russian tale, Ralston, p. 120, a story from the Saxon country of Transylvania, Haltrich, no. 26, a story of the gypsies of Bukovine, Miklasic, no. 15, a modern Greek tale, Haun, no. 54, 1 and 13, or else Lost in a Wood, he promises a witch who has taken the form of a small dog to return if she shows him the way German tailor Lell, M. Lellenhoff, p. 395. Or he arrives at the home of a giant Sicilian tailor. Gonzenbach, no. 54. In yet another place he enters the service of a giant Norwegian tailor, Asbjørn Rensenvold, I.P. Ya 140, Weather of a Lord High Brittany, Sai Billat, I. 31. Or he will ask a giant and a giantess for the hand of one of their daughters, Catalan tailor Rundalea I.P. in a tale from the Italian Tyrol Schneller, 27, a young man, a great player, one day in the land of pagans loses everything he has against an innkeeper who is a magician, and finally plays his soul. 85, etc. A certain number of tales of this type have roughly the same introduction as the Lorraine tale. We will stop on these tales, which also have a passage corresponding to this rather strange episode of the 3, the plumes, that bathe and one of which must remove its dress. The innkeeper, having still won, gives him a year at the end of which the young man must come find him. He wants to go before the set time in order to try to redeem himself. Saint Anthony of Padua, whom he invoked before his statue, appeared to him as a monk and told him to go near a certain bridge, that he would see 3 white doves arrive in a hurry, who would shed their feathers and change into young girls. The young man was to seize the feather of the youngest one, hide it, and then return at night to show it to her when she asked for it. He followed this advice, and when the girl sought her feather, he told her he would show it to her, but on condition that she promised to help him. She replied that the magician was her father, who would give him 3 tasks, but she would assist him. We find, in addition to the lost part by the hero, 3 young girls with dove feathers or cane feathers in the Brazilian tale, a Spanish tale from Saville Biblioteca de las Tradiciones Populares Españolas, I.P. 187, a second Catalan tale, Maspons P. and 2, a tale Portuguese, Braga 32, and a Brazilian Portuguese tale, Romero 22, share many similarities with this Tyrolean tale. Saint Anthony of Padua, who in the Tyrolean tale plays the role of the fairy from the Lorraine tale, is replaced in the Spanish tale by a lord, an incarnation of the soul of a dead person to whom the hero gave burial for. In the Portuguese tale, by a poor woman towards whom the young man showed charity, and in the Brazilian tale by a hermit. In the Catalan tale, when the young man sets out to find the one against whom he has lost Satan, he successively arrives at the moon's house, the sun's house, and finally the wind's house. It is he who talks to him about feathered clothes and transports him near the pond where the devil's girls are supposed to bathe. A modern Greek tale, mentioned earlier, no. Ofifor sheds light on this episode of the 3 plumes, so obscure in the Lorraine tale of a young man destined for the devil even before his birth, sets out to find him. An infected spring of whose waters he has spoken favorably out of complacency gives him this advice. At such a place there is a lake, 3 Nereids will come to bathe there. These Nephites are the daughters of the devil, as are the 3 feathers in the Lorraine tale, and also a Basque tale of this kind, Webster. P. 120. The 3 young girls to whom the hero, according to the advice of a Tartaro ogre, steals his pigeon clothes. Hide yourself, and while they are in the water, seize their feathered clothes, which they will have left on the shore, and do not return the youngest until she has sworn to never forget you, even in death. We have already encountered these daughters of the devil in a Catalan te, in the Russian te indicated above Ralston, the prince, the Trinity, who has been promised by his father to the king of waters, meets Baba Yaga, a sort of sorceress or ogre. She tells him to take the clothes of the eldest of 12 young girls who will arrive on the shore of the sea in the form of birds. In a Milan tale, Imbriani, Novaleggia Fiorentina P, when he does so, the young girl begs him to return her clothes. She is the daughter of the king of waters, and she will come to the aid of the young man. We see in our tale, the central idea is recognizably present. Most of the elements are there, but the meaning has been lost. We no longer know what this personified feather is, from which we must strip away its disguise. Moreover, even this half-forgotten memory of the primitive theme has disappeared from tales of this type that we have left to discuss in this part of our remarks. Thus, in a 3rd Catalan tale, Rondelet Vol, I-41, after an introduction where the hero plays and loses his fortune and life in one night and receives from the winner the order to go to the castle of the sun, from which no one has ever returned. We simply see 3 young girls bathing. The hero, following the advice of a giantess, seizes the clothes, those of the youngest, and only returns them when she has shown him where the castle of the sun is. In a German tale, Prakha, I know 8, a prince spends all his money in taverns. He loses it gambling against a stranger, whose power he must submit to on such a day and at such a place. He meets an old woman who tells him that he will find a pond where 3 young girls bathe, 2 black. 1 white we recall the green pen, the yellow pen, and the black pen of our tale. It is necessary to take the clothes of the white one. 4:11, the hero must also go to the king of the sun, against whom he won a game of billiards, in the stake being the hand of one of the king's daughters. An old man shows the young man where the palace of the king of the sun is, and advises him to steal the clothes of the king's daughters while they bathe. He will only have to give them back if they agree to take him to their father. Fine. Here, as in Catalan tales, the young man seeks to win the hand of the young girl from her father. Compare an Irish tale, Folklore, Journal, 1883, IP 3/6, Scene, a Portuguese tale. Greatly altered Colho, no, he will only regain his freedom if he finds Crevol's castle within a year and a day. 14. The High Breton tale mentioned above, where the 3 young women are dressed in white, grey, and blue, and a Picard tale, Mené-Luzine, 1877, Cole. 446. Note that this Breton tale and this Picard tale are the only ones in this group where gambling is not involved. In contrast, in a German tale of the same family, Wolfram P. 286, where there is no episode of feathers or clothing being stolen, the hero is an addicted gambler who falls under the power of the green hunter Grod Nascrevel, the devil. See also another Scottish tale of a similar type Campbell, No. 2 variant, where a young man, having lost a card game against a black dog, is forced to serve it for 7 years. Around 1815, an English novelist, Mitchell, before her departure, her nanny advises her to steal the clothes of the youngest daughter of the chief while she is bathing. This episode of the young bird girls, if one can express it thus, which is missing in the vast majority of tales of the family of White Cat, actually belongs to another theme. Lewis, who had become a large landowner in Jamaica, intended to tell through his Negroes from his estates a tale related to the group we have just studied, and he recorded it in his Journal of a West India Proprietor, cited in the Folklore Journal, 1883, IP 280. In this tale, which obviously brought the Europe to Jamaica, as Spanish tales were taken to Chile and Portuguese tales to Brazil, which we have already had the opportunity to mention, the hero gambles large sums with a great chief. Having won, he is invited to go get paid at court. 248, it present towards the end a series of trials that the parents of the young woman make her husband undergo upon his arrival in their country, with her assistance. The hero refuses to return the feathered garment he has taken from the young girl, and he keeps it himself as his wife. But one day, the young woman finds a way to retrieve her garment, and she flies off to her country. After various adventures, the hero manages to join her, and they now live happily. Note that several tales of this type, for example, a tale from German Tyrolsingel, I know, 37, a sect tale from Bohemia Waldorf, P. This episode draws this theme closer to the main theme of the Lorraine tale, and it is not surprising that, having thus a common element, these two themes sometimes merged. Liebrecht, Germania, Vol. 15, etc. Compare A Story Collected from the Eskimos of Southern Greenland and Labrador Tales and Traditions of the Eskimo by Ake. Rink, 1875. No. 12. To the two European tales of this type, the bird girls that we have just mentioned, one can add, for example, German tale Simro, no. 65, Grimm, no. 193, an Italian tale Comparetti, no. 50, a Sicilian tale Gonzenbach, no. 6, a modern Greek tale Han, no. 15, a tale from the Trench of Saxon, Transylvania Haltrich, no. 5, a Czech tale from Bohemia Waldau P. 5 and 55, a Wallachian tale Schott, no. 19, a Polish tale Tupen P. Hum 40, a Finnish tale Buvois P. 81, and a Lapland tale, no. Thrills, translated by F. In the East, we shall first cite, as presenting the theme of bird maidens, an Arab tale from the 1001 Nights, the story of Djanshah. After various adventures, Djanshah, son of a sultan, arrives at the home of an old man who takes him in at his castle. Having to leave, this old man gives the young man all the keys to the castle, warning him not to open a certain door. Djanshah opens it and finds himself in a beautiful garden with a pond in its center. Soon 3 large birds, resembling doves, fly in quickly and alight on the edge of the pond, shedding their feathers and appearing as young girls taking a bath. Then they regain their feathers and fly away. Janskau, who sought in vain to persuade the youngest to stay on earth and become his wife, falls into deep sorrow. The old man, upon his return, immediately sees that the young man has opened the forbidden door, but he forgives him and even tells him what he must do to achieve his goal. When the 3 doves, who are the daughters of kings of Evgines, return to Beatty, Djanshah takes possession of the feathered clothing of the youngest and refuses to give it back to her. After he marries her, she manages to regain her dove plumage and flies away, telling her husband that if he loves her, he must go join her at the Diamond Citadel. Djanshah successively asks the king of birds, the king of animals, and the king of genii where the Diamond Citadel is, but no one has ever heard of it. Finally, a great magician told him to wait for the General Assembly of genies, animals, and birds, all of whom obeyed him. At this assembly, a bird who arrived last is the only one who knows the way to the Diamond Citadel, and he brings Janska, who is very well received by his stepfather, the king of genies, and reunites with his wife 6. Another tale from 1001 Nights, the story of Hassan of Basra, is a variant of this tale. A story collected in southern Siberia among the Tatar tribes of the Tobol Basin Radloff. If P. 321 also has, after a preliminary series of adventures similar to those of the hero of the Arabic tale, and which we need not discuss here, the guarded door, 3 birds here, 3 swans who, in order to bathe, transform into young girls, and the stolen clothes, but it stops there. It is evident that this Iberian tale is abridged, as it directly derives from 1001 Nights. Collected among Muslim Tatars, it arrived in Siberia with Islamism. The hero's very name proves this. He is called Zihanza, or according to the transcription of Misa 213 Siku, from the English translation by Jonathan Scott Pieris, sort of fairies who appear in the form of doves, lay down their feathered garments, and become beautiful young girls. Pavet de Courtil's Journal Asiatique, August 1874, p. 259, Djanshah, which is exactly the Djanshah of the Arab Tale 7, a Persian book, Bahar Danish, whose origins are Indian 8, shows T, IP. While they bathe, a young man steals their clothes, and he only agrees to return them if the youngest and most beautiful agrees to marry him. After having children, the Piri begins to adapt to human life. But her husband, being obliged to leave on a trip, trusts her to an old good woman and showing her in great secret where he hid his feathered clothes. One day, admiring the beauty of the Piri, she tells her she would find her even more beautiful if she saw her with her first clothes. The old woman gives them to her, and the Piri flies away. The last part of this tale is missing, where the husband searches for his wife and eventually finds her in a distant and mysterious land, in an Arab legend, collected in 1880 in Algiers in a Moorish cafe. A Sertiaks and H. Carnoy traditional Algeria vault. Years passed, and the noun gave birth to several children for her husband. One day, while playing, they found the dove's skin and brought it to their mother. Paris, 1884, p. 87. One day, a Taleb, a sort of Muslim ascetic, seized the dove skin of a Dinan, a kind of genie, who was bathing. He only returned it to her when she promised him what he asked. He then asked her to be his wife. She immediately donned it and went to meet the Dinans in the Liuqi Islands, tributary to China. At the beginning of this century, a Chinese envoy collected and transcribed as a historical fact the story summarized here, which has the same gap as the previous two tales. N.B. Denny's, The Folklore of China, Hong Kong, A. 1876, P. Hunforta for an unmarried farmer, Mingling, Tu Zhu, had a superb water fountain near his home. Very displeased to see his water thus disturbed, Ming Ling Su secretly took off the clothes, which were of extraordinary shape and color. The woman, having taken her bath, began screaming angrily, "Whoever this thief is who dared come here in broad daylight." One day, when he was going to draw water from it, he saw from a distance in that fountain something bright. It was a woman bathing in it, and her clothes were hanging on a nearby pine tree. The farmer conversed with her and discovered that his destiny was to marry her. He absolutely refused to return her clothes, without which she could not leave. Eventually, they got married. The woman lived with him for 10 years and gave him a son and a daughter. After this time, her destiny was fulfilled. She climbed a tree during her husband's absence, and after saying goodbye to her children, she rode on a cloud and disappeared. "Give me back my clothes." Having spotted Ming Ling Zhu, she threw herself on the ground before him. The farmer accused her of disturbing his water. She replied that, like trees, fountains had been created by the Creator for everyone's use. In Oceania, on the island of Celebes, the Bantic tribe tells a legend about the origin of its ancestors that is linked to this group of stories. Here it is, Zeitschrift Deutschen Morgenal Nindischen Gesellschaft, all, by 1852, p. 536, Compiler de Bacca, the Indian Archipelago, 1874, p. Qasim Baha does so anyway, and Outer Haji disappears amidst an awful hurricane and returns to heaven. The husband, not knowing how to care for his child, wants to join her. 90 Atra AA half, divine creature, Outer Haji descended from heaven with 7 of companions to bathe in a spring on the island. A certain Qasim Baha saw them hovering above him and took them for doves. He was quite surprised when he realized they were women. He tries to climb a rotang that goes from the earth to the sky, but in vain. The rotang is entirely covered with thorns. Fortunately, a mulot comes to his aid and gnaws all the thorns. While they bathe, he takes one of their garments, by means of which one could rise into the air. Outer Haji is forced to stay on the ground. He marries her and has a son. She recommends that he be careful not to pull out a white hair she has. So it is kept in the sky, and later he sends his son down to earth on a long chain. This son is the root of the Bantix 9, the brother of Outer Haji, who is also a sort of demigod. Wants to see if his brother-in-law is merely mortal. He tests him with 9 covered dishes, but a fly shows Kasim Bahar the dish that must not be open. Kasim Bahar can thus climb with his son on his back, and he arrives in heaven, where various animals, for some reason or other, continue to serve him. A small bird indicates Outer Haji's dwelling. A glowing worm settles on the door of her room. This legend of Celebes clearly has a trait that we have noted in some European variants of the theme of young bird girls, and which connects this theme with that, which is more specifically associated with the Lorraine tale. We are referring to the trials to which the hero is subjected. Let us first take a Burmese drama whose analysis was published in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, Vol. VI 1839, p. This trait, which was absent in the Oriental tales we analyzed before this legend, we will find in other tales or literary works, also Oriental, such as the Bird Girls. He is so struck by her wonderful beauty that he makes her his first queen, though he had recently married the daughter of the royal astrologer. The prince is soon after compelled, by order of his father the king, to lead the army against rebels. 536, the 9 princesses of the city of Silver Mountain, separated from the abode of mortals by a triple barrier. The first, a hedge of thorny reeds. Second, a torrent of melting copper. The third, a bellew or demon, gird themselves with enchanted belts that give them the power to fly through the air as swiftly as a bird, and visit a beautiful forest within the limits of South Island Earth. While they are bathing in a lake, they are surprised by a hunter who throws a magical strangling knot at the younger one, Mananhuri, and takes her to the young Prince of Pienza. The astrologer takes advantage of his absence to interpret a dream the king has had, persuading him that the only way to appease the evil spirit that threatens his power is to sacrifice the beautiful Mananhuri. The prince's mother, having learned of the danger threatening her son's beloved, goes to find her and returns her enchanted belt, which the hunter had picked up at the edge of the lake and offered to Queen Mother. The princess returns immediately to Silver Mountain, but on her way she stops at the cottage of an old hermit who has withdrawn to the edge of the forest, and after telling him her adventures, she entrusts him with a ring and some magical elixirs that enable the possessor to pass safely through the barriers of Silver Mountain. The young prince, having completed his expedition, returns to Pienza, and finding his beloved Mananhuri no longer there, he sets off immediately to search for her. Arriving at the beautiful forest, he enters alone, visits the hermit, who gives him the ring and enchanted drugs. Then he crosses the terrible barriers, and after many adventures, finally reaches the city of Silver Mountain. 10, he makes his presence known in Mananhuri by dropping a ring onto a vase of water. which one of the palace servants will carry to the princess's bath. News of his arrival reaches the king, Manahari's father, who is very angry that a mortal would dare enter his country and make claims to his daughter. He orders him to undergo various trials. The prince must first tame wild horses and elephants. He does so. Then the king promises to give him his daughter if he can shoot an arrow with one of the palace bows ends. The prince does this with remarkable ease and skill. The king demands a final trial. The prince must identify Manahari's little finger among those of her sister princesses, presented to him through a screen. The Burmese, having received from India, along with Buddhism, the greater part of their literature, one could anticipate that the entire plot of this drama must have been modeled on some Indian narrative. Thanks to the King of the Gnats, who gives him the necessary indications, the prince succeeds once again in this trial, and nothing now stands in the way of his reunion with the beautiful Manahari. The identity extends even to the name of the heroine in Manohar in the Tibetan narrative. Manahari in the Burmese drama certain prove borrowing from a common source, which can only be Indian. This is indeed demonstrated by the fact that we find in the Tibetan book, the Kuzhor, origin is Indian and Buddhist, a nearly identical story in substance to the Burmese drama Memoirs of the St. Petersburg Academy, Vol. 6, 1873. Peak Siv Sik, Honor collected on the island of Madagascar, a tale of a similar nature, featuring also the tasks that the hero must accomplish. In this Malagasy tale, Folklore Journal, 1883, I.P. 202, a young man called Andrianoro hears about 3 wonderfully beautiful sisters who from time to time descend from heaven to bathe in a certain lake. Thanks to the advice of a seer, he manages to capture the youngest one, and she agrees to marry him. Andrianoro wants to accompany her. She tries to dissuade him because of the dangers he will face and the trials he will endure, but he persists. Then comes an episode where the young woman, during her husband's absence, is killed by his parents, only to be found alive upon his return. She then tells Andrianoro that she will go see her father and mother. Before setting off, Andrianoro gathers all the animals and birds and kills oxen to feast them, after which he tells them his plan, and they promise to come to his aid. All this episode appears to be a departure from the narrative where, in the Burmese drama and the Indian Tashmil mentioned above in a footnote, the young woman, threatened with great danger, recovers her bird form and flies towards her father's land. When he arrives in the sky, the father of his wife imposes various tasks, cutting down a massive tree, removing a great number of objects that have been thrown in a lake filled with crocodiles. Recognizing his wife's mother amidst her daughters, who all resemble her, Andrianoro completes these tasks thanks to the help of grateful animals. It is to be noted that this feature of animal recognition is absent in the Burmese drama and the legend of the Celebes Islands. Hence the intervention of the fly or gnat is not explained. In this drama and legend, nor is there mention of aid from the hero's wife. This distinctive detail has been preserved in a popular tale of this type, collected in India among the Santals, and which, in other respects, has been altered. Indian Antiquary, 1875, p. 10. It concerns a shepherd named Toria who grazed his goats on the edge of a river. Now, the sun, girls used to descend every day from heaven along a spider's web to bathe in this river. One day, seeing Toria, they invited him to bathe with them, and then they returned to heaven. Toria, having thus made acquaintance with the sun girls, falls in love with one of them after some time, and to win her favor he devises a ruse. One day, while bathing with them, he suggests playing a game of who can stay underwater the longest, and as the sun girls dive down, he emerges from the river, takes his beloved Tsar upper garment, and flees. Toria's wife suggests a magical way for him to complete this task. The young girl follows him to his home. Toria returns her Tsar and dares not ask for her hand in marriage, but she, seeing her sisters depart, tells Toria that she will stay with him and be his wife. Then the king sows seed from the senevi plant over a great plain, and when everything is ripe, he commands Toria to harvest the seed and pile it up. If he does not do so in one day, he will die. Unfortunately for Toria, a beggar who had been hosted in his house praises the beauty of the sun girl to the king, and the king, having seen her, seeks a way to rid himself of the husband, to make the woman his queen. He sends for Toria and orders him to dig and fill with water in one night a large pond, whose banks are to be planted with trees. Otherwise, he will be put to death. The sun's daughter calls her doves, and in an hour the work is finished. There follows an episode that we have analyzed in the notes of our No. Tenrene and his Lord I, P, or 118, and a final part that is extremely bizarre and does not relate to the theme we are examining. It is unnecessary to point out in this Indian tale the alterations that the theme of young bird girls has undergone, the gaps it contains, and the particular manner in which the passage relating to the tasks imposed on the hero is introduced. Another popular Indian tale collected in Bengal, and which we have given a summary concerning our No. 19, The Little Hunchback IP 219, episodically contains a part of the theme of young bird girls, Indian Antiquary, 1875 p. Sivadas follows the instructions. The ascetic and the apsaras agree, if he returns their garments, to let him choose among them as his wife whoever he wishes 11. A tale of the Caucasian Avars Chiefna. No. One which we have also had to relate to our tale, The Little Hunchback, IP 2E17, has a similar episode. These are the three daughters of the king of the sea, who each day at noon come in the form of doves to bathe in the sea. The hero seizes the feathers of the youngest, and she is forced to remain on land. We will return to this episode from the Avar tale and to the adventures that follow it in the notes for our No. 73. The Golden-Haired Beauty. In a Samoyedic tale published by M., 57th century, setting out in search of the Apsara celestial dancer that his father saw in a dream, Prince Siva, Das consults an ascetic who tells him, in the forest there is a pool. On the night of the full moon, 5 Apsaras will come to bathe there. They will alight from their enchanted chariot and leave their garments on the edge of the pool. While they are in the water, you shall take their garments and remain hidden. And he tells him the sign by which he will recognize the Apsara Tilotama, of whom the king had dreamed. And Schiefner, in Ethnological Lectures on the Old Asian Peoples by Alexander Castron, St. Petersburg, 1857 p. 172, an old woman tells a young man to go to a lake nestled in a dark forest. There he will see 7 young girls bathing. Their clothes will be left on the shore of the lake. He must take one of their garments and hide it. The young man follows this advice. That the girl whose clothes he took pleads with him to return them. "No," he replies, "for if I return them to you, you will fly back to the sky." This reflection clearly shows these garments are in reality feathers. Yet eventually he returns them, and she becomes his wife. European medieval literature also presents this same theme, albeit in an incomplete form. For instance, according to Mr. Liebrecht, Zeitschrift für Wörglichen Sprachforschung, Vol. Xvie p. 59 in Frederick of Swabia's German poem. The hero who, through his fault, saw Princess Angelburg slip away from him, later finds an opportunity to steal her dove's clothing while she bathes, and he only returns it to her after she promises to marry him. In the Nibelungen Adventure 25, Hagen takes the clothes of 2 nymphs as they bathe, and he agrees to return them only if they reveal the future. Finally, in the Scandinavian Edda, the Eddas, translation by Missar du Pugatined, 1865 p. 275, 3 brothers, sons of a king, while hunting encounter 3 women spinning flax. Beside them were their swan shapes. These women were Valkyries. Let us now pause and consider the trials imposed on the hero. This trait, which we have encountered in the Burmese drama, the Tibetan narrative, the Bengali folk tale, and the Malagasy story are all linked to the theme of young bird girls. We will find in an Indian tale akin to White Cat. Here is a summary of this tale, which forms part of the great collection compiled by Somadev of Kashmir in the 12th century c. Kath, Saris, Gara, Ocean of Stories, CCA. Tawney's English translation, Vol. IP 355, or the analysis in the Proceedings of the Leipzig Academy, 1861, pp. The 3 brothers take them home. They spend 7 winters together. Then the women flew off to seek battles, and did not return to help. What we have just said about the young girls with feathers, a study of the complete forms of this theme will, we believe, show that, as we have stated, the episode of the 3 feathers bathing, the mysterious young girls, and their feathered garments did not originally belong to the main theme of the Lorraine tale and similar stories, but to a distinct theme of which it constitutes the main element, and one to which all the subsequent adventures are necessarily linked, for indeed, here we saw that the feathered garments are not simply removed from the young girl without any further mention of them. She takes them back, and her husband must go to retrieve her in the country where she flew off. 225 secret. One day, the young Prince Didu Ringabuya arrives at the castle of a Arakshasa ogre situated in the midst of a forest. This Arakshasa, named Agnes Ika, has a daughter named Aropasik. The 2 young people fall in love with each other, and the daughter of the Rakshasa tells her father that she will die if he does not give her to the prince as a wife. Agnesika agrees to the marriage, but on the condition that beforehand the prince will carry out all her orders. The first task for the prince is to recognize his beloved among her 100 sisters, who all look exactly alike, and place the betrothal crown on her forehead. Rupakik had anticipated this test, and the prince knows in advance that she will wear a pearl cord around her forehead. My father, she told him, who won't notice, as he belongs to the demon race, he has little intellect. After successfully passing the first trial, Singaboya receives the order to plough enough land to sow 100 bushels of sesame. Ploughing and sowing must be completed by nightfall. Thanks to Aru Pasai Ish and her magical power, everything is accomplished by night. Then the Rakshasa demands that Ziuringabuya gather into a pile all the seeds he has just sown in an instant. Arupasa summons countless ants, and the seeds are quickly gathered. Finally, the prince must go to invite to the wedding the brother of the Rakshasa, another Rakshasa named Dekumasaika. His fiancée gives him a very fast horse and various magical objects, and she tells him to flee at full speed once his invitation is made. Follows the episode of the pursuit and the magical objects, which we studied regarding a passage from our No. 12, the prince and his horse, P. 152 Sekyu. The Rakshasa Agnika, greatly surprised to see the young man escaped from such great danger, thinks he must be a god and gives him his daughter. After some time, the prince desires to return to his country, but his wife advises him to leave secretly from the castle of the Rakshasa. So the next day, the two young people flee on their good horse. Soon Agnesika, furious, sets out to pursue them. When he is near them, Rupashika makes her husband and the horse invisible and transforms herself into a peasant. She takes an axe from a lumberjack and begins to split wood. Agnesika asks the supposed lumberjack if he has not seen the fugitives. "What, we have seen no one," replies Rupashika. "Our eyes are filled with tears because of the death of the prince of the Rakshasas. Agnesika, who is dead today? We are cutting wood for his pyre." "Ah, poor wretch," thinks Agnesika, "so I am dead. Now what does it matter to me about my daughter? I return home and ask my people how this happened." He returns home, but his people, telling him that he is still alive, he resumes his pursuit. Here the Rakshasa is again thrown into disarray. He quickly returns to his castle, where his people manage to convince him that he is perfectly healthy. But he gives up pursuing the young people, and they happily arrive in the land of Singaboya. Then his daughter transforms into a messenger, holding a letter in her hand, and when the Rakshasa asks about the fugitives, the messenger tells him that he has other things on his mind. The prince of the Rakshasas, Agnesika, has just been fatally wounded in battle, and he sends him urgently to call his brother to him, so that he may pass on his kingdom. The 113, where the hero is ordered to clear a great forest and has only an axe, a wedge, and a glass hatchet as tools. In another German tale, Grimm, No, reserving some details of this curious Indian tale for another time, we will say a word about each of the various tasks imposed on the young man in our story. The first one corresponds exactly to a Westphalian tale of the same type, Grimm, No, 193, where our theme blends very closely with that of the little girls in birds' clothes. The young man has only a lead axe and iron wedges, and he must, like in our tale, tie all the wood into bundles. Similarly, in the Breton tale, where the tools given to the servant are a lead axe and a paper saw. In one of the Catalan tales mentioned above, Rondelea I.P. See also the Pickard tale mentioned above, Many Luzin, 1877, Col. 446. A similar Breton to Lousel, 5th Report. p. 26, a German tale Emmenbu Lanhoff, p. 395, the modern Greek tale, also mentioned Han, 54, and a tale from the German Tyrol of the type of young bird girl Zingle, I know, 37. In the East, in an Indian tale from Calter-Miss Stokes, p. 162, already cited regarding our no, three-eyed, p. 85 in the Basque tale. In the Transylvanian tale, the prince must not only clear a great forest, but in the first two tales sow wheat and harvest it. In the last, tie it up and plant a vine that already bears grapes instead. 48. One of the trials imposed on the prince who seeks the hand of Princess Labam is to split a massive tree trunk in two with a bronze axe. The Indian prince is aided by Princess Labam, as John is aided by White Cat. In the Westphalian tale, one of the tasks, like in our tale, is to build a castle. Compare Grimm. No, those are 86, but it does not mention the singular middle that must be used to get the beautiful arrow. This strange passage appears in various forms in several other tales of this type. Thus, in the Italian Tyrol tale, no. 27 from Schneller's collection, the enchantress ordering the young man to remove a rock in the middle of a lake. Her daughter tells the young man what he will to do. He will take a sword and a bucket, cut off the head of the young girl and let her blood flow into the bucket. But he must be careful that it does not fall to the ground. 3 drops fall, the young girl disappears, but soon after she returns and tells the young man that through his inattention he had made the task almost impossible. But finally she succeeded. Compare the Portuguese tale from the Coho collection. In this Tyrolean tale, as in ours, this incident does not lead to any consequences for the rest of the story. It is not the same with the tales we are about to discuss. In one of the Catalan tales, already mentioned Rondalia p. 41, the hero must retrieve a ring from the bottom of the sea. His beloved tells him to cut it into pieces, taking care not to drop any on the ground, and throw them all into the sea. Despite all the hero's caution, a drop of blood falls to the ground. Nevertheless, the young girl retrieves the ring. Then his father told the young man that he would have to recognize his fiancée among his 2 sisters. They would all 3 be placed behind a partition and pass through a hole with their right hand little finger, which is, as we can see, quite dramatic in a Burmese context. In 85, the Spanish tale of Seville and the Basque tale are, for this passage, more or less identical. This tale, the Pickard tale, presents this episode in a different way. Since the drop of blood had fallen to the ground, one phalange was missing from the young girl's little finger, so the hero had no trouble recognizing her. The other Catalan tale of Rondalia, IP, the devil having ordered the young man to go seek a nest at the top of a high marble tower, the devil's daughter told her friend to cut him into pieces, which would be cooked in a cauldron. With his bones, he would make a ladder and climb up the tower. When the young man puts the bones back in place, he forgets those his little toe. This allows him to recognize his fiancée when the devil tells him to choose among his 3 daughters, lying one next to the other in the dark night. Compare the tale from Brittany. In Scottish tale. No. 2 from Campbell's collection. The giant's daughter makes a ladder for the prince with her own fingers so he can find a nest. And since she lost her little finger, the prince is able to distinguish her from her two sisters. Compare the second Scottish tale. The Milanese tale mentioned above also includes this episode, but in an incomplete form. There is therefore a gap at this point in our story, which is very easy to fill. The young man, with his eyes bandaged, recognizes the green feather by taking her hand at the bone that he clumsily handed to her. The old man who teaches the young man in how he must behave in the presence of the Sun King tells him the latter will look at his eyes when it comes to choosing one of his daughters. He must take each of their hands, and the one whose finger is cut off will be the most beautiful. In various other stories, the hero must also recognize his fiancée, but the circumstances are different. The transformation of Green Pen into a white cat resembles far off the passage from the Swedish tale, The Prince and Masseria. No, the 14 from the Cavalius collection, where Masseria tells the prince, who must recognize her amidst his sisters metamorphosed into animals, that she will be changed into a small cat. As for the advice given to John by Green Pen, not to accept the chair offered by the devil, we believe, to understand it, we must compare it with a stroke from another Swedish tale of a similar nature, Cavalius, for TB. And in the Picard tale, the devil's daughter warns the young man not to eat meat or drink wine in the devil's house, otherwise he would be poisoned. In an episode where the hero is sent by the siren to a witch, his sister, under the pretext of bringing wedding gifts, compare the Indian tale of Samadeva. He refrains, according to the advice of his fiancée, from sitting on various chairs offered to him, for if one sits on this or that chair, they are exposed to this or that danger. The Swedish tale also contains the advice of not eating anything under pain of death. We are not yet at the end of the alterations our tale presents. In the passage where the devil sets out to pursue the two young people, the initial idea is still quite obscured. 9, the green bird. Thus, in the German tale from the Wolfen collection, P, in the primitive theme, it are not foreign characters hitherto unknown to the actioner stone breaker, a ploughman who, for no apparent reason, answer the devil askew, and bring him to renounce his pursuit. It is one of the two young men after that, thanks to the magical power of the devil's daughter. They have taken various forms, as we saw in our No. 293, the devil's daughter changes herself into a rock and transforms the young man into a stone breaker who feigns being deaf and talks about his work and misery in response to all questions put to him. In the Italian Tyrol tale Schneller, No. 27, the enchantress's daughter changes her husband into a garden and takes the form of an old gardener who answers, "Buy some fine lettuce at Sevek," and follow these transformations. Lake and the fisherman offering his catch, church and priest asking the enchantress to serve him his mass. See also Tuscan tale Revista di Letteratura Popolare Vol. I Fas. I Rome, 1878, p. 83, Sicilian Tales in 54, and 55 from the Gonzenbach collection, N15 from the Pitra collection, the Picard tale published in Mene Luzin, the High Brittany tale at Serra. The Indian tale of Somadeva presents this same idea in a particular form, 13. Other tales of this type Russian tale, Estonian tale, have, like our green bird, transformations, but not responses that are askew. Finally, in several, for example, Scottish tale, Norwegian tale, Danish, Seville Spanish tale, one of the Catalan tales from Rondelet, P41, the Gypsy Tale, the Portuguese Tale, no. 6 in the Braga collection, the Tale of the Negroes from Jamaica, instead of transformations, presents the episode of magical objects that pose obstacles to the pursuit, an episode we mentioned just now, as we recalled regarding our no. 12, the Prince and his Horse, and which we have just encountered, framed differently in the Indian tale of Somadeva, the Elian tale from the Abruzzi, and another from the Catalan tales, Rondelet. P85 present successively the episode of transformations and that of magical objects. Towards the end of White Cat, the defense made by the green feather to Jean from being embraced by his parents under threat of losing his beauty leads to an episode that seems rather superfluous. It is that, again, the original premise is altered. In these tales of this type, where it has been faithfully preserved, when the young man goes to see his parents again, his fiancée begs him not to be kissed by anyone, otherwise he will forget her and abandon her. If his mother or another woman kisses him without his knowledge, things indeed turn out as the young girl predicted, and the young man is on the verge of marrying someone else, when the true fiancé finds a way to put an end to this forgetting, often by making 2 enchanted birds appear before him, whose conversation revives his memories. The true form can be found, for example, in Swedish story 14b from the Cavaliers collection. 3 lords make dishonorable proposals to Singora, the forgotten fiancée, who has taken refuge with poor people. See, among the stories mentioned above, the Breton story, the Scottish story, the German stories from the Ambulenhof and Wolf collections, the Basque story, the Spanish story from Seville, the Italian Tyrolean story, the Tuscan story, the Italian story from the Abruzzes, Sicilian stories 14 and 54 from the Gonzenbach collection, the modern Greek story 54 from the Hahn collection, and additionally 2 other Greek stories B. Schmidt 5 and 12, 2 Italian stories from Romebusk P. 8, a Sicilian story Pitra 13. Also compare the Portuguese story 6 from the Braga collection. The end of our story is still disfigured. She lets them come one after the other each night, and tells the first that she forgot to close her window, the second that her door stayed open, and the third that her calf is not locked in. This episode appears in subsequent tales of this type, a Sicilian tale, note 55, from Gonzenbach's collection, a Norwegian tale, 2 Icelandic tales, and Scottish tale, and German tales. 395 from the MW Lelenhof collection known. They offer to go and close the window, the door, and lock up the calf respectively, but due to Singora's magical words, they remain fixed, one at the door, another at the window, and the last with the calf, spending the most unpleasant night. 8 from the Kurtz collection, the Italian Tyrol tale, the Tuscan tale, the Spanish Seville tale, Portuguese tales, no 4 from the Consigliere, Pedroso collection, and no. 6 from the Braga collection, the Basque tale, the Lower Brittany tale, and the Picard tale. In these last 4 it is altered, especially in the Picard tale, where it is nearly unrecognizable. Compare also an Irish tale, Kennedy I, P63, a German tale summarized by Wilhelm Grimvold, I, P330, and also I bid, P154, another German tale, a variant of known. In the second, merely the forgetting and the adventure of the 3 mystified lords. 88 from the Grimm collection. In a High Brittany tale, Cessay, Billa, No. 16. This episode forms almost the entire tale by itself. In the 17th century, Basil included 2 tales of this type in his Pentamrone No. and 29. In the first is the episode of tasks, among which is to split and saw a huge pile of wood, and also the episode, the forgotten Fianti, and the dove reproaching this forgetfulness to the prince. As in the stories mentioned above, they flee together and escape pursuit of Medea's father. Later, many years later, it is true, and quite happily, Jason abandons his saviour, Apollodorus, Bibliotheca I-923 sake. Notes. For this trait of the Grateful Dead, see our remarks on No. 19, The Little Hunchback, IP 214. 5. It is not without interest to note that, in the Spanish tale from Seville, mentioned above, the character who won the hero's soul at the game is the Marquis of the Sun. This trait establishes a special connection between the Milanese tale, the third Catalan tale, and the Spanish tale. It naturally seems indicated to relate our tale to the general idea of the Greek myth of Jason and Medea, which indeed appears to be a popular story. Jason, in order to obtain the golden fleece, must accomplish several tasks. Medea, daughter of him who imposed them, comes to his aid by magical means. 6a, modern Greek tale from Epirus Han, No. 15, mentioned earlier among tales related to the theme of bird girls' presence for the entire story, the most striking resemblance to this Arabic tale. See also a Sicilian tale, Gonzenbach. No. 6, for the trait of the bird arriving last, compare our No. 3, The King of England and His Page, and the remarks on this tale IP 48. She descends from heaven to be his wife. Later, offended by a remark her husband makes about their newborn daughter, she takes the child and flies away with her. The first part of the Siberian tale, which is not present in the Janishas story, and which, to be precise, forms a distinct tale, is also an echo of 1001 Nights, as it is nothing but an episode from Sindbad the Sailor's Travels, the episode of The Old Man of the Sea. 8c the Benfey Pants Catentravol, IP 263. 9. The following tale, which was collected in New Zealand, appears to us as a distorted version of this legend. A young celestial girl heard the praises of the great chief Tawaki's value and beauty. 61. 10 is curious to note that in the Bohemian tale, a similar type indicated above, Waldau Pierre 2d48, it is the golden mountain must the hero to join his wife. In a Tyrolean tale, Zingrel, Iron 37, it is the glass mountain. Tawaki climbs a plant that reaches up to the sky. Upon arriving there, he is treated with scorn by his wife's parents, but eventually she recognizes him, and he becomes a God Zeitschrift für Vergleichende Sprachforschung, Vol. 2p. 264, the Apsaroviaceae and her companions bathe in a lake in the form of reeds, and they become visible to King Puravas, that is, they show themselves to him in their true form. Or 12, the following legend from the Shetland and Orkney Islands, Kennedy, I.P. In an Indian tale from Kashmir, Steel and Temple, P27, it is the Emerald Mountain. 11, in a book from India, the Atapatha Brahmana, cited by him, Benfi Panskatantra Vol, I.P. The 2 women, having noticed his presence, ran towards the place where the skins were. One seized the one that was left, enveloped herself in it in an instant, and disappeared into the sea. The other begged the fisherman to give her hers back, but he refused and married the woman. 122 presents a curious form of this theme. One day a fisherman sees two beautiful women playing on the shore of the sea. Not far from him are two sealskins on the ground. He takes one to examine it. A few years later, when she already had two children, the woman found her sealskin and fled with one of her kind. 13, Tuscan Tale V, Imbriani. La Novellaggia Fiorentina P. 403 offers, in a similar passage, the same alteration as our tale. Cf. A modern Greek tale, how no, 401 vol. 1 P. 248. Xexai, the forest house. Once upon a time, there was a soldier named Lorraine. One day, he told his captain that he wanted to go speak to the king. The captain granted him a few days' leave, and Lorraine set off. He had already travelled about 40 leagues when he turned back. "There you are back from your journey," said the captain. "No," replied Lorraine. "I just forgot my bread ration and 2 coins that were owed to me." "Instead of 2 coins," said the captain, "I'll give you 2 pence. Lorraine put the 2 pence in his pocket, the bread in his bag, and resumed his journey to Paris. As he crossed a great forest, he met a hunter. "Good day," he said. "Where are you going?" "To such a place." "Me too. Would you like to travel with me?" "Certainly," replied the hunter. Night caught them in the middle of the forest. They eventually found a secluded house, where they asked for shelter. An old woman who lived in that house with a little girl told them to come in and gave them supper. The old woman told them that there was a very rich man there, and they could make a good score. But when they tried to force the door, they couldn't. While they were eating, the child approached Lorraine and told him to be on his guard, because this house was a hideout for thieves. After dinner, the hunter, who hadn't heard anything, paid quietly for his share and showed the gold and silver he had in his purse. Then the old woman made them go up to a high room. The hunter lay down and soon fell asleep. But Lorraine, who was warned, pushed a wardrobe against the door to barricade it. In the middle of the night, the thieves arrived. They then put up a ladder against the window of the room, and Lorraine, who was on the lookout, heard one of them asking in the darkness, "Is everything ready?" Yes, said Lorraine. When Lorraine had finished, he wanted to count the severed heads, but as it was dark, he thought there were 9. The thief climbed the ladder, and as he stuck his head into the room, Lorraine cut it off with a sword. A second thief then came and met the same fate, then a third, and so on until 8 of them were killed. "Good," he said. "I've killed my companion along with the others." However, he searched everywhere and eventually found the hunter under the bed, where he was curled up, dead rather than alive. Arriving in Paris, he entered a beautiful cafe to refresh himself. When he wanted to pay, they told him he owed nothing. The next morning, Lorraine threw the wicked old woman into a great fire and made a nice present to the little girl. The house was full of gold and silver, but he didn't become any richer. The hunter had taken everything. Lorraine said goodbye and continued his journey. This is going well, Lorraine thought. Let it always be so. He went to stay at the hotel of the princes, and again he had nothing to pay. That's good. It's as much gained. He then went further into another coup, and after he had thoroughly enjoyed himself, they told him again that he owed nothing. "Wait, cried La Ramee. "I'll kill you." The hunter dodged, but a few moments later he returned dressed as a prince. While he was reflecting on his adventure, he thought about the hunter who had taken all the money in the forest house. He said, "If I meet that scoundrel, I'll show him." At that very moment, a door opened and the hunter appeared before him. First compare it with the German tale in Wolf's collection, Deutsche Heroism, Rection 65. A deserter who meets a hunter in a forest and ends up in a bandit's den manages, along with his companion, to pose as thieves from another gang and kills the bandits by surprise. "Sir," said La Ramee, "I ask your pardon. I didn't know who you were." The king replied, "You saved my life. In return, I give you my sister in marriage." La Ramee did not hesitate, and the wedding took place that very day. Notes, this short story is found in Germany and Venice. His companion hid during the fight, which the soldier ridicules for his cowardice. Arriving alone in the capital city, he is surprised to see all the factions turn their weapons against him. The king, to whom he goes to ask for service, receives him warmly and recognizes him as the forest hunter. The soldier is filled with excuses. Eventually, he is appointed colonel in the king's guard and becomes a field marshal soon after. 7. Beppo Pepeta, a soldier of the king on his leave to Scotland to visit his parents, encounters on a mountain the king, who is hiking. Suspecting him to be a notable figure, Beppo offers to accompany him. The Grimm collection contains a story of a similar nature, No 1199. Also compare a third German tale, No 10 from the Simrock collection. In the Italian tale from Veneta, Witter and Wolf, No. They enter together a poorly kept inn, where the host warns them that bandits are expected in the evening. Beppo eats the bandits' dinner. Then both companions are led to an upper room. The bandits arrive. Beppo, who had been on the lookout, kills one of the men sent for reconnaissance, then another, a third and a fourth. 3. Bandits remain who present themselves in turn. In the audience chamber, he finds the lord, an old acquaintance. "What are you doing here?" he asks. "I am called before the king," replies Beppo. "So am I," says the lord. Beppo breaks the head of one with a single gunshot and knocks the other two to the ground with a sword blow. The king parts amicably from Beppo, who returns to his family and later rejoins his regiment. Scarcely back from the barracks, he is sent to the king. "I'll tell the wolf to come and eat you. Wolf, go eat. Putin won't go back until he's as full as me. He didn't do anything to me. I won't do anything to him." "Well, I have a witness, a lord who should be downstairs in the palace." "That's not true," says the king. "He is before you." The king generously rewards Beppo. Exixiv, Potten, Powden, Poutot. It was Potten and Poutot who made the clean sweep. So they said, "Let's go pick strawberries." There they went to pick strawberries. Poutot was much faster at gathering than Potten. As he was full, he said, "Shall we go back?" "No, I won't go back until I'm as full as you are." "Well then," the lord retires, and soon Beppo is introduced to the king, who receives him with great pomp, wearing his crown and royal mantle, and interrogates him about the brigands' affair. He asks, among other things, if he has any witnesses. "Yes, your majesty," answers Beppo, who does not recognize him. "I'll tell the little dog to come and bark at you. Come here." Oh, come here. Hey. Stop whining, the cat isn't meowing for Putin. Putin hasn't returned until he's full of me. I'm not angry, I don't want to do anything. Well then, I'll just hit you with this stick. The stick hits the kitten. The kitten stops meowing at the cat. The cat isn't Putin. Putin hadn't returned until he was full of himself. I'm not angry. I don't want to do anything. Well then, I'll burn you down with these leaves. The leaf burns, the stick didn't hit the kitten. The kitten stopped meowing at the cat. The cat isn't Putin. Putin hadn't returned until he was full of himself. I'm not angry. I don't want to do anything. Well then, I'll take you down to the river. River. Go and make the leaf. The leaf has not burned the stick. The stick has not beaten the small bird. The small bird has not wailed for the lion. The lion has not devoured. Putin does not want to return until he is as full as me. He hasn't done anything to me. I don't want to do anything to him. Well, I'm going to tell the stick to come and beat you. Stick, go and beat the little dog. The little dog doesn't want to bark at the wolf. The wolf doesn't want to eat Putin. Putin does not want to return until he is as full as me. He hasn't done anything to me. I don't want to do anything to him. Well, I'm going to tell the fire to come and burn you. Fire, go and burn the stick. The stick doesn't want to beat the little dog. The little dog doesn't want to bark at the wolf. The wolf doesn't want to eat Putin. Putin does not want to return until he is as full as me. He hasn't done anything to me. I don't want to do anything to him. Well, I am going to tell the river to come and put out the fire. I'm not angry. I don't want to do anything. Well then, I'm going to go and tie you up so you can't come mudding. River, go put out the fire. The fire doesn't want to burn the stick. The stick doesn't want to hit the little dog. The little dog doesn't want to bark at the wolf. The wolf doesn't want to eat Putin. Putin has never come back unless he was full of me. She's not angry. I don't want to do anything. Well then, I'm going to go and turn you up so you can't come tied. Tea, go and get muddy in the river. The river doesn't have the power to put out the fire. The fire doesn't burn the stick. The stick doesn't hit the little dog. The little dog doesn't bark at the wolf. The wolf doesn't eat Putin. Putin has never come back unless he was full of me. He did nothing to me. I won't do anything to him. Well, the butcher tied the bull drank from the river watered, the leaf burned the stick beat the little dog didn't bark at the wolf didn't eat Putin, and Putin only wanted to return when he was as full as me. Well, comments, A Swiss Tale from Grua, Romania, 1875, p. 232, features similar characters to our story and starts off in a way that's almost identical, but it soon diverges much more than some other stories whose introductions are different. I'm going to tell the cow to come drink from the river. The river doesn't want to put out the fire. The fire doesn't want to burn the stick. The stick doesn't want to beat the little dog. The little dog won't bark at the wolf. The wolf won't eat Putin, and Putin only wants to return when he's as full as me. She hasn't done anything to me. I want to do nothing to her. Here is the translation of the provided text, French to English. Pilan and Polina went for raspberries. They watched which one would fill up the fastest. I'll go tell the butcher to come and kill you. Butcher. Go kill the cow. The cow doesn't want to drink the river. The river doesn't want to put out the fire. The fire doesn't want to burn the stick. The stick doesn't want to hit the little dog. The little dog doesn't want to bark at the wolf. The wolf doesn't want to eat Putin. Putin won't come back until he's as full as me. The butcher killed the cow. The cow drank the river put out the fire burned the stick. The stick hit the little dog barked at the wolf ate Putin, and everything was finished. Notes 14, much more clever. A tale from northern Germany. Kann Anscha Schwartz? No. Peluna filled up before Pilon. Pilon couldn't go home. Then they went to look for a cart to take Pilon. The cart wouldn't take him. The horse didn't want to pull the cart, nor the post beat the horse, nor the fire burn the post, nor the water put out the fire, nor the mouse drink the water, nor the cat eat the mouse, nor the dog eat the cat. But the wolf wanted to eat the dog, and then all the other characters agreed to do what was asked of them. Then the woman says to the dog to bite him. Subsequently enter into action the staff, the fire, the water, the ox, the butcher. This is, as we see, the same series as our tale, minus the wolf, which is first in Montier's tale. 16 diverges from our tale in the introduction, but converges with it for the restful hour. A woman has a small dog and an hippo. She wants to go to the fair and tells the hippo to stay at home. He doesn't want to. Other tales, most of which do not also have the wolf, add a final link to the judge who is willing to hang or beat the butcher. See a Parisian song cited by Mayor Gaston Paris, Romania, 1872, P2 Tutti, and a Hungarian tale from the Galstier collection. No, 20. In other places, instead of the judge, it is the hangman Alsatian tale, Elsasisches Volksbüchlein by Og, Stackber, First ed. Strasbourg, 1842, p93, Swabian tale from the Mayer collection. No, 82. Saxe Meiningen tale cited by Mr. Akela, Germaniavol, v. 1860, p. This series of characters is linked to another preliminary series. A monkey dropped a grenade seed at the foot of olive tree. Soon after, a grenadier grows there. 466, or the soldier Venetian tale of Benoni, Tradizione p72, or even the devil variant of Swabian tale. Op, sit. P37, an Avosgian song, cited by M.G. Parislock, sit. Or finally Death, a Burgundian song, Romania 1872 p. 219, in a Portuguese tale coho known. The monkey then goes to find the owner of the olive tree and tells him, prune it to allow the grenadier to grow. In a whole group of tales, after the ox, there follows a different series of characters. Thus, in a Sicilian tale, Pitra. No, there 131. A little girl, Petita, not wanting to go sweep the house, her mother calls successively the wolf, the dog, the pitchfork, fire, water, the cow, then the rope, to strangle the cow, the mouse, to gnaw at the rope, and finally the cat, to eat the mouse. A Proven Altel Review des Langs Romains Vol. Iv 1873, p. 114, continues this same series to the end and abruptly stops. A Languedocian tale from H.A. Roltibid. P. On his refusal, the monkey goes to find the judge refusing to oblige the man to uproot his olive tree. The monkey goes to find the king to make the judge act. Then the queen, so that she gets into a spat with the king. Then the rat, so that it goes to gnaw at the queen's skirts. Then the cat, so that it eats the rat. the dog so that it bites the cat. The stick, fire, water, the ox, the butcher, and finally death, as in the Burgundian song mentioned above, 15. One Tool Lilith has the complete series, but it inserts rather strangely between the dog and the stick. The chicken that wants to bite the dog and the fox that wants to eat the chicken. In a German tale, M. Lenhoff, no. 31 successively addresses the dog, the stick, fire, water, the ox, the link, the mouse, and finally the cat. Similarly, in a Flemish tale and in a tale from northern Frisia, cited by Mr. K. Learlock, Sit. P. 466, Tuscan Tale V. Imbriani, La Novellaggia Fiorentina, no. 40, A Tale from the Neapolitan Region V. Imbriani, Conti Pamiglianesi, T2, and a Furci Tale, no. 6 of the Flemish tales translated by Mr. F. Liebrecht, in the Review Germania, year 1868, begins his series only with a stick, but continues it exactly as the previous ones. To this group of tales, add an English tale from the Halliwell collection, analysed by Mr. Guy Parislock, Sit. P. 2231 here, the rope intervenes to hang the butcher and not to tie or strangle the cow. The same in 2 German tales cited by Mr. K. Learlock, Sit. P. 465. Compare a Norwegian tale from the Asgeda Rensen collection tales of the Fjeld. P. In the last tale and in the English tale, the cat agrees to eat the mouse only if given milk, and in the English tale, the cow gives her milk only if the old woman brings her a bundle of straw. This ending as Mithri G. 2T38 true, to get a goat into the house, they put in motion the fox, the wolf, the bear, the fin to pull the bear, the pine to fall on the fin, fire, water, the yoke, the axe, the blacksmith, the rope, the mouse, and the cat. Paris has rightly noted, is borrowed from a tale belonging to a similar genre of popular poetry that we studied in our issue No. 29, The Little Hen and the Sleepy Head. A Russian tale, Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, Vol. I. P. A detail to conclude this review of European tales of this type currently alive. According to Miss Van Leer and Mr. Liebrecht, a tale also family exists among modern Greeks. Mr. K. Learlock, Sit. P. 4067 refers to Sanders, Volksleben der Neugriechen Mannheim, 1844, p. 56 and 94, and Miss Liebrecht to Paso, Romanic Songs, Nos, 273-276. 405 offers a particular version of the tale we are discussing. The goat refuses to return from the forest, so the billy goat sends after her the wolf, then the bear after the wolf, men after the bear, an oak after the men, an axe after the oak, a whetstone after the axe, fire after the whetstone, water after the fire, and finally a storm after the water. In the Alsatian tale mentioned above, we have found the formula of the Lorraine tale. He has done me nothing. I want to do him nothing. In a book from the first half of the last century, the new Vermeades Berg Leiderbichelin, a type of song was inserted where our theme reappears, Germania, Vol. V. 1860, p. 463. The farmer sends Jegukel to cut the barley. Jegukel does not want to cut the barley. He would rather stay at home. The farmer sends his valet to fetch Jebukel. Then the dog bites the valet. Suit the series club, fire, water, ox, butcher, devil, witch to chase the devil, executioner to burn the witch, and finally doctor to kill the executioner. Missa Antonio Machado Y. Alves, in a work that we have cited above, recalls a passage from Don Quixote, in which Cervantes obviously alludes to a tale of this kind, and as is customary to say, cat to rat, rat to rope, rope to stick, the mule beat Sancho, the servant girl him, the innkeeper, the servant girl, Don Quixote, Part I, Chapter 16. There is a curious connection which has already been made several times, notably by Mr. Gaston Paris in Romania 1872, p. 222. Paris has given, according to M. Darmister, a translation of this song based on the Hebrew text. Here it is. A kid that my father bought for 2s, a Talmudic coin of little value. A kid, and came the cat and ate the kid that my father bought for 2 zuz. A kid, and came the dog and the cat that ate the kid that my father, etc. The stories and songs belonging to the theme we study have a great connection with a Hebrew song that, among Jews from various countries, is recited or sung the second night of Passover before retiring, and appears in certain manuscripts, rather recent ones, in D16 of the Sefer Haggadah, a sort of ritual containing the hymns and narratives that Jews read and sing as a family during the Passover festival. And came the stick and beat the dog that bit, Sarah. And fire came and burned the stick that struck, etc. And water came and quenched the fire that burned, etc. And a cow came and drank the water that quenched Sarah. And the butcher came and killed the cow that drank, etc. And the angel of death came and killed the butcher who killed, etc. A kid. The pictorial magazine published as early as 1843 in an article on Jewish manners in Lombardy Vol. Xi P. And the Holy One, blessed be He, came, and the angel of death who killed the butcher, who killed the cow that drank the water, quenched the fire that burned the stick that struck the dog that bit the cat that ate the kid my father bought for 2 zuz. 267, a translation of a version of this song collected among the Jews of Ferrara, which it appears was recited in the Ferraran dialect in Jewish communities throughout Lombardy, Pantievan. The Jewish song with its sequence cat, dog, stick, fire, water, cow, butcher, angel of death and saint, is clearly linked to the tales we have examined, and more precisely to the first group of these tales, which includes the Lorraine tale. But does it derive from them, or do these tales themselves come from the Jewish song, as Mr. G. Papanti, for instance, affirmed in 1877 in his popular Novellas of Livorno? We dare to assert, with Mr. Gaston Paris, that this last hypothesis is not tenable. Mr. G. It would seem that this alteration is very ancient, and it would be quite surprising if no French version of the original form had been preserved. 18. Paris notes that the Hebrew form does not mention the resistance put up by each of the characters in this little drama. Moreover, he adds, this resistance is the true subject of the piece, and it is unlikely that it was added later to a translation of the Jewish song. Liebrecht, from an English book by Mr. H. Bleek, a tailor complains to the monkey that a mouse is eating his clothes. But before presenting it, a few words about a Cabal tale and a story collected in southern Africa among the Hottentots. In the Hottentot tale, see in the Zeitschrift via Lockhurst Psychology and Ansprechwissenschaft, Vol V, 1868, p. 63, the analysis given by Mr. F. The monkey sends the cat to bite the mouse. Then the dog bites the cat. The stick beats the dog. The fire burns the stick. Water extinguishes the fire. The elephant drinks the water. And finally, the ant stings the elephant, who decides to drink the water, etc. On the contrary, it is quite understandable that a Jew, having heard this unique song, might have discerned an allegorical meaning and adapted it by removing the unnecessary detail in his opinion of the resistance of the various beings depicted to express symbolically the destinies of his nation. In any case, it's not just in Europe that such tales have been collected. Their existence has been noted at the very source from which so many stories of all kinds have spread throughout the world. We have an Indian example. The tale, or rather the Cabal song J, Rivi Ri, P137 is structured as follows. Come, little child, you will have dinner, I will not dine. Come, stick, hit the child, I will not hit him. Come, fire, burn the stick, I will not burn it. Come, water, put out the fire, I will not do that. Come, cow, drink the water, I will not drink it. Come, knife, slaughter the cow, I won't slaughter it. Come, blacksmith, you'll break the knife, I won't break it. Come, belt, you'll bind the blacksmith, I won't bind him. Come, rat, you'll gnaw the belt, I won't gnaw it. Come, cat, you'll eat the rat. Bring it here. Why should you eat me? Said the rat then, bring the belt, I'll gnaw it. Why should I gnaw you? Said the belt. Bring the blacksmith, I'll bind him. Why hit me? Said the child with a stick. Bring my dinner, I'll eat it. Here is now the Indian tale, borrowed from the Bombay Gazette by the Calcutta Review Vol, lay 1870 p. Go take a walk, says the carpenter. Is it sensible to think that I will cut the crank of the hand mill for a p? Then the little bird went to find the king and said, King, king. The little bird went to find the carpenter and said, Carpenter, carpenter, come cut the crank of the hand mill. My pea is stuck in the hand mill's crank. What shall I eat? What shall I drink? And what shall I wear in a foreign land? Rebuke the carpenter. The carpenter refuses to cut the crank of the hand mill itself. Go take a walk, says the king. Do you think I will rebuke the carpenter for a pea? Then the little bird went to find the queen. Queen, queen, Olanders and Sixtra. There was once a little bird who, passing through the woods, picked up a pea and brought the hanger to crack. But misfortune had it that half of the pea got stuck in the slot of the hand mill's handle, and the barbinger couldn't extract it. Speak to the king. The king does not want to rebuke the carpenter, etc. So the cat goes to eat the mouse, and the mouse goes to gnaw the barn to embrace the elephant, and so on until the carpenter. And the carpenter removed the pea. The little bird took it and went away well satisfied. Another Indian tale collected in Punjab Steel and Temple, pp. 209 and 334, has the same series of characters with a similar introduction. Go take a walk, says the queen. Do you think I am going to speak to the king for a pea? The little bird then goes in turn to find the snake, to sting the queen, the stick to beat the snake, fire to burn the stick, the sea to extinguish the fire, the elephant to drink the sea, the banra kind of vine to embrace the elephant, the mouse to gnaw the barn, the cat to eat the mouse. Here it is a seed that gets lodged in the crack of a tree 2-1. These two Indian tales are linked, as we see, to the second group that we have mentioned above, a group that distinguishes itself throughout its conclusion from the one akin to the Jewish song. Further proof that it is not in this Jewish song that we should seek the origin of the theme we are studying. Moreover, the idea of this theme is entirely Indian. La Fontaine, Fables Book X, 722. This is so true that in A Provenal Tale, Romania Vol. I, P and 8, the series of characters from the Panchatantra is juxtaposed with that of our theme. It is that of the well-known tale from the Panchatantra, where the sun sends the Brahman back to the cloud, which is stronger than him, the cloud to the wind to the mountain, and the mountain to the rat. Panchatantra trans. The Benfi Vol. I, P264. Cf. The ice of a river having cut off the ant's leg, the fly, companion to it, first interrogates the ice, the sun, the cloud, the wind, the wall, the rat, and then the cat, the dog, the stick, the fire, the water, the cow, the man, and death. Compare the Portuguese tale No. 2 in the Coho collection. Additionally, in a Swahili tale from Zanzibar Island Steer, pp. 297c, we find almost exactly these same series of characters from the Proven, all in Portuguese tales. Here is the Swahili tale. There was a schoolmaster named Goso who taught children to read under a calabash tree. One day a gazelle, having climbed the tree 23, dropped a calabash that struck Goso and killed him. When the wind knows what it is about, it tells them, "If I were the master, would I be stopped by a wall of earth?" The wall in turn tells the students, "If I were the master, would I be pierced by the rat?" After burying their master, the pupils declared that they would seek out to kill whoever had dropped the calabash. They first tell themselves that it must be the south wind. So they take it and beat it. "And me," says the rat, "would I be eaten by the cat?" The cat says it is bound by the rope, cut by the knife burned by fire extinguished by water drunk by the cow pierced by a certain insect, finally the insect eaten by the gazelle. 6029 has an introduction similar to the Portuguese tale. A little girl buys roasted peas while she eats them at a window overlooking the king's garden. The last pea falls near a pear tree. The gazelle, questioned by the students, gives no answer. They then take it and kill it. Notes 15A, Spanish tale, published Pio Mistonio Mercado Y. Alves in the Review La Enciclopedia Civil, issue of October 30, 1880p. Unable to find it, she asks the gardener to uproot the pear tree so she can look for her pea. When he refuses, she tells the dog to bite it, then the bull to gore the dog, the lion to kill the bull, the king to have the lion killed, and finally the queen to get angry at the king. 16. These manuscripts date no further back than the late 16th century. The queen agrees, and then to restore peace, the king sends men to kill the lion, etc. This series, not without analogy to the preliminary series of the Portuguese tale, appears, as far as we know, only in this Spanish manuscript. 17. We find it interesting to reproduce here a Provençal version mixed with Hebrew of this same song, which is traditionally passed down among the Jews of the France Hebrew Provençal songs of the Comptedin Jews, collected and transcribed by E. Sabatia. And Emes, 1874, P. 7 for a goat that my father bought for 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins. Hadgedia! A kid! The cat that ate the goat that my father bought for 1 silver coin, 2 silver coins. Hadgedia! the dog that killed the cat that ate the goat, etc. The hen that pecked the dog that killed the cat, etc. The fire that burned the hen that pecked the dog, etc. The water that quenched the fire that burned the hen, etc. The bird that drank the water that quenched the fire, etc. Obviously, in the primitive form, they called the wolf against the goat, then the dog against the wolf, and so on. Indeed. But there is certainly a variation here, as shown by the introduction, where it says to tell the goat to leave field of millet that it's eating. The butcher who killed the bird that drank the water, etc. And then came the angel of death, Malach Hamatheth, who had desired the sacrifice that had been offered. And next came the Holy One, blessed be he, who desired the angel of death, who had desired the sacrifice that the goat had been offered might live, and that the fire should not consume it, and that the cat which had eaten the mouse might live, and that the donkey which had bought it 2 coins might live. Besides, and this is decisive, the ending of these 2 tales, with the series link mouse, cat, precisely attaches them to the group of tales that furthest from the Jewish song, and which we will show a form of in the East shortly. 19, the introduction of this Indian tale is found more or less in the Spanish tale mentioned above, where the little girl wants to have a tree cut down to look for a pea that fell nearby. 20 here, as in the Portuguese tale summarized above, there is a preliminary series of characters prior to the regular series, or at least one of the 2 regular series. And curiously, this preliminary series in the Portuguese tale, judge, king, who must make the judge act queen, who must get angry at the king, rat, who must gnaw at the queen's skirts, cat, dog, then stick as a lot in common with that of the Indian tale. Adding to this, the introduction of the Portuguese tale is analogous to that of the Spanish tale, and consequently to that of 21, the Indian tale, in a tale from Ceylon Island Orientalist, 1885, p. 26, after an introduction similar to Indian tales, the series of characters presented on stage is entirely different. A bird laid 2 eggs between 2 large stones. As the stones moved closer together, it could no longer reach its nest. Benfi Panskatntra, a p. Then he calls for help from a mason, the latter refusing to come. The bird tells a wild boar to go into the mason's field and eat all the grain, then a hunter to shoot the wild boar, an elephant to kill the hunter, a catus, a kind of small lizard, to enter through the elephant's trunk up to its brain, a jungle hen to eat the catus, a jackal to eat the hen. The jackal begins pursuing the hen. At Surah 22, a passage from the Quran, which we find in the Painted Storehouse Vol, 46,878-33, seems to be a full echo of this Indian fable. Here is the passage which can be added to the comparisons made by Mr. De 3 and 73, say, at true, one God had created the earth. It wobbled from side to side until God placed mountains to hold it firm. Then the angels asked God, Drew, O God, is there in your creation anything stronger than the mountains? And God answered, iron is stronger than mountains, for it splits them asunder. And our supreme supporters, there anything in your creation stronger than the wind? Is there anything in your creation stronger than iron? Yes, fire is stronger than iron, for it melts it. Is there anything stronger than fire? Yes, water, for it extinguishes it. Is there anything stronger than water? Yes, wind, for it raises it up. Yes, a good man who practices charity, if he gives from his right hand without his left knowing, he overcomes all things. To a tree, was a gazelle actually mentioned in the original text? Or is there perhaps an error in translation? XXV married de la charme du boys. Once upon a time, there was a woman who had 2 daughters. The eldest served in a house in the neighboring town. The youngest lived with her mother in a thatched cottage isolated in the middle of the forest. One day, when the latter, known as Marie de la charme du boys, was alone, busy spinning, she heard a knock at the door. She opened and saw enter a handsome young man dressed as a hunter, who asked her for something to drink, saying he was the king of the land. So struck by the beauty of the maiden that a few days later he returned to the cottage to ask for her hand in marriage. The mother, who loved only her eldest daughter, would have been happy to marry her off to the king. Nevertheless, she did not dare oppose the younger daughter's marriage, and the wedding took place with great ceremony. Some time later, the king was obliged to leave for war. During his absence, the queen's mother came to the castle with her other daughter. The latter, jealous of her sister's happiness and hating her mortally, sought to take advantage of the opportunity to avenge herself. She threw herself one day upon the queen, first tore her eyes out, then her teeth, finally cut off her hands and feet, and carried her into a forest where she was abandoned. As she resembled her sister, she passed for the queen. However, the poor queen awaited only death. Who wants to buy my spinning wheel? The false queen emerged noisily and said to the little boy, "How much do you sell your spinning wheel for?" "I sell it for 2 eyes," he replied. She went to ask her mother for advice. Suddenly an old man found himself near her and said, "Madam, who has left you in this forest?" The queen having told him what had befallen her, "You may," said the old man. "Make 3 wishes, they shall be granted to you." "Ah," replied the queen, "I would like to have my eyes, my teeth, my hands, and if I were allowed one more wish, my feet as well." The old man told a little boy who was with him, "Take this golden spinning wheel and go sell it at the castle for 2 eyes. The little boy took the spinning wheel and went cry out before the castle. "Spinning wheel, you put your sister's eyes in a box." The old woman said, "Just give them to that child." The little boy took the eyes and brought them back to the old man. As soon as he placed them back, the queen regained her sight. "Now," she said, "he would like to have my teeth back." The old man gave the little boy a golden bobbin and told him, "Go to the castle and sell this bobbin for teeth." The child took the bobbin and went crying outside the castle. "Bobbin, bobbin, to spin. Who will buy my bobbin?" Thought the false queen. That bobbin would go well with the golden spinning wheel. She came down from her room and said to the little boy, "How much do you sell your bobbin for?" "I sell it for teeth," he answered. "Go to the castle," he told him, "and sell this bobbin for 2 hands." The false queen bought the bobbin for her sister's 2 hands. All that was missing from the queen was her feet. She returned to her mother. "You have your sister's teeth," said the old woman. "Give them to this child." The little boy brought back the teeth, and the old man gave them to the queen, so that they disappeared. Then he gave a gold bobbin to the child. "One cannot weave without a pin and a hook," said the old man to the child. "Go sell these gold pins and hooks for 2 feet." The false queen, delighted to have acquired all these beautiful things at such a good price, ran to fetch her sister's feet, which the child brought back. On seeing the false queen, he thought it was his wife. He found her changed, but supposed it was because she had been troubled by not seeing him for a long time. The queen did not know how to express her gratitude to the old man. He led her behind the castle garden, told her not to show herself again, and disappeared. That same day, the king returned from war. She showed him the golden spinning wheel, the distaff, and all that she had bought. Then they went down to the garden together. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. It was the old beggar. The false queen wanted to chase him away, but the king welcomed him warmly and asked if he hadn't seen anything on his travels worth telling. "Sire," said the beggar, "not long ago I met in a forest a lady who had had her eyes and teeth pulled out, her feet and hands cut off. It was her sister who had treated her like that. He brought her back to the castle. Then he ordered the mother and sister of the queen to be chained and thrown to the beasts." Remarks, our tale bears the most striking resemblance to a Czech tale from Bohemia Wenzig, P5. The only real difference is in the ending, where it is the golden spinning wheel set in motion by the false princess in the prince's presence that speaks and reveals the crime. "I sent this wicked sister, little boy, who sold her a golden spinning wheel to get her eyes back, a golden distaff for her teeth, a golden bobbin for her hands, a golden pin, and a gold mop for her feet. If you wish to know more, sir, there, at the end of the garden, you will find a woman who will tell you the rest." The king followed the beggar and was greatly surprised and pleased on recognizing his wife. Let us add that in this Czech tale, since the princess's teeth were not pulled out, the little boy goes to sell at the castle only 3 items: a golden spinning wheel, a golden loom, and a golden ball of yarn. The same theme is treated in various other tales, each with its own unique twist. In a Sicilian tale, Pitra, 62, a young girl is to marry a king. Her aunt, who offered to guide her to the land of the suitor, substitutes her own daughter and abandons her in a cave after plucking out her eyes. An old man passing by hears her cries. She sends him under the king's balcony with 2 baskets full of beautiful roses that fall from hips, and he speaks, when telling him to cry that he sells them for eyes. Thus she regains her eyes, recovers her sight, and eventually gets recognized by her betrothed king. In an Italian tale from Montferrat Camperetti, note 25, a young girl received various gifts from a grateful serpent, and a king wishes to marry her. The girl's sisters, jealous of her happiness, cut off her hands and tear out her eyes, and one of them poses as her fiancée before the king. The girl is taken in by some brave people. One day, in the middle of winter, a serpent comes to tell her that the queen, who is pregnant, craves figs. The young woman is collected by an old man. Based on the serpent's guidance, the girl tells the man she stays with where he can find them and sends him to sell them at the palace for eyes, then another day, peaches for hands. She eventually recognizes the prince. In Italy as well, we find a Tuscan tale of the same sort, Gubernatis, Noveline DS. No, Stefano 13. Here it is in its essential details. The stepmother of a young queen hates her daughter in law to death. While the king is away, she orders 2 of her servants take the queen into a wood and kill her. From his tears, the servants are content to tear out his eyes and bring them to the queen mother as proof of the execution of his orders. 1 and 14, the eyes are the true fiancée of a king, daughter of a coal miner, are torn out by a young girl envious of her happiness. Diornois the Blue Bird, and in other tales of this kind, Grimm. No, 8 Seer, permission to spend the night in the chamber next to that of the king, and thus reveals herself to her husband in a Catalan tale Rondelet for IP. Having received from a serpent 3 wonderful objects, she is led veiled before her husband's palace and sells the first object for an eye, then the second also for an eye, for the price of the third object. She asks, as in Mrs. It is still a grateful serpent that comes to its aid. It gives its benefactor a beautiful apple that she will have to go sell to the new queen for the eyes of a Christian. The false queen deceives her and gives her cat's eyes, but later, in exchange for a peer that also comes from the serpent, the true queen regains her eyes. The queen, to have a drink, first plucks out one eye, then the other. Then the nurse abandons her and passes off her own daughter as the queen. The latter is taken in by a kind old woman. Comparing a tale collected among Spanish Chileans, Biblioteca de las Tradiciones Populares Españolas, vol. I.P. 137, in a modern Greek tale from Epirus Han, no, 28, a young queen sets out, accompanied by her nurse and her sister-in-law, to celebrate her wedding in the land of her fiancé. Dying of thirst during the journey, her nurse having only given her extremely salty pastries throughout the whole time, she begs her nurse for a drink. Well, what that wicked woman told her, that in this country water is so expensive that each sip costs an eye. Meanwhile, the true queen had this gift of roses escape from her mouth every time she smiled. She sends the maid to the palace to sell these roses for eyes. Here, due to an obvious alteration, the dog's eyes given to her restore her sight. Another Russian tale analyzed by Miss de Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, I.P. 2008. The servant of a Tsar's fiancée puts her mistress to sleep and tears out her eyes. Then she takes her place and marries the Tsar. The young girl is taken in by an old shepherd. During the night she makes, though blind, a Tsar's crown and sends the old man to the palace to sell it for an eye. The next day she covers her second eye in the same way. One can finally relate these various accounts to a passage from Romanian tale from Transylvania in Osland magazine, 1856, p. 2122. Due to his mother's betrayal, the hero Franzi, Wordy, was killed and chopped into 1,000 pieces by a dragon. The Holy Mother Sunday, protector of Franzi, gathers all these fragments and raises him from the dead, but he is missing his eyes, which the dragon kept. The Holy Mother Sunday takes a violin, disguises herself as a musician, and goes to the dragon's castle. 24. Among the Kabyle, a tale was collected that, despite numerous alterations, resembles the tales analyzed above, and in particular the modern Greek tale. In this Kabyle tale, J. Riviri, P. Give her one of my son's eyes, says the mother of Franzi to the dragon. A second rope breaks, and the Holy Mother Sunday obtains the second eye in the same way. Compare the end of a modern Greek tale of a similar type to this Romanian tale Han. No. Just then, the dragon is celebrating his wedding with Franz's mother. He calls the supposed musician to entertain them. As soon as the Holy Mother Sunday starts playing, a string on her violin breaks. She says that she can mend this rope only with human eyes. 51. A young girl who possesses various gifts, among other things much like the heroine of the Greek tale and that of Sicilian tale, no. 62. In Petra's of collection, The Gift, sowing flowers under her feet, is preparing to set off for the land of her fiancé. At the moment of departure, her stepmother gives her a small loaf in which she has put a lot of salt, just as in the Greek tale. When then the young girl eats, she asks for something to drink. "Let me tear out one of your eyes," says the stepdaughter, "and I'll give you something to drink." She lets herself have both eyes torn out, and her stepmother takes her daughter in place of the blind person. But the fraud is soon recognized, as the false bride has none of the gifts of the real one. Fairies restore his sight. Shakespeare in Pierre, once upon a time there was a poor woman who had 2 sons, Jane and Pierre. Pierre, seeing his mother in misery, went to serve a farmer. "How much do you ask?" said the farmer. 100 elkas, replied Pierre. Crows restore her sight, and later, after a series of rather confused adventures, she is recognized for what she truly is. Notes. 24. In a very different Sicilian tale, Petra, Nuosagion and 6, 2 evil sisters, jealous of their youngest sister's beauty, put a lot of salt in a dish they make her eat, and the young girl, dying of thirst, is forced to have her eyes torn out to get something to drink. "You will have them, but here are my conditions. At the first disagreement, whoever gets angry will have their kidneys broken." "Master, I never get angry." Hardly 8 days had passed when Pierre had a disagreement with his master. He got angry, and the farmer broke his kidneys. He went back to his mother and told his brother Jean what happened. Jean was shown the farmer's house and offered to serve him, without mentioning that he was Pierre's brother. John sold the cart and the 4 horses and brought the money to his brother. "How much do you want?" "Master, you will give me 100 acres. "You will have them, but here are my conditions. At the first disagreement, whoever gets angry will have their kidneys broken." "Master, I never get angry." The next day, the master sent John to the market with a cart loaded with grain pulled by 4 horses. When he returned to his master's house, the master asked him, "What did you do with the cart and the horses?" "Master," answered John, "I sold them to a man I met on the road." "And the money?" "I brought it to my brother whom you have broken his back." "Do you want to ruin me?" "Master, are you angry?" "I'm not angry for such a small thing. You know that whoever gets angry will have his back broken." "Oh, I'm not at all angry." The following day, the master told his wife, "I'm going to send John to fetch the biggest oak tree in the forest. He won't be able to bring it back. And when I accuse him, he'll get upset." John set off with a cart pulled by 4 horses, sold the entire team just as before, and then returned home. He said to the farmer, "Where is the cart?" "The cart? I left it in the forest. I couldn't get it out." "Oh, you'll ruin us, won't you?" You'll ruin us." The woman cried even louder, "You'll ruin us." Master said, "John, are you angry?" "I'm not angry for such a small thing. You know that whoever gets angry will have broken legs." "Oh, I'm not angry at all." On another day, while John was threshing in the barn, the farmer and his wife went to lunch without calling him. John didn't pretend to notice. He went to sell the wheat he had threshed, had a good lunch at the inn, and returned home. "John," said the master, "what did you do with the grain?" "You didn't call me for lunch. I went to sell the grain and had lunch with the money." "You'll ruin us, John. You'll ruin us." "Master, are you angry?" "I'm not angry for such a small thing. You know that whoever gets angry will have broken legs." "Oh." "I'm not at all angry. The farmer's wife said to her husband, 'Let's send Jean to take the little pigs out to graze. The ogre will eat him, and we'll be rid of him.' So Jean went with the herd, and when he reached the ogre's house, he went inside. He held a sparrow in his hand. 'Wouldn't you go as high as this little bird?' he asked, pointing at the ogre. 'No,' said the ogre. 'I'm hungry,' Jean replied. 'What shall we have for lunch? How about porridge?' Suggested Jean. They made some porridge and sat down to eat. Jean, who had tied a large pouch around his stomach, stuffed most of his porridge into it while the ogre ate everything. Once Jean's pouch was full, he cut it open with a knife, spilling all the porridge, and then he started eating again. "Ooh," said the ogre, "I wish I could relieve myself like you. So, stomach must open too." Jean didn't need to be told twice, and he cut into the ogre's stomach so well that the ogre died. After that, Jean returned to his pigs, cut off their tails one by one, went to sell them, then stuck the tails in a swampy puddle and came back to his master. "Where are the pigs?" asked the master. "They fell into a bog," replied Jean. In the evening, 2 or 3 were missing, which he had sold. "Well, we have to get them out." "Master, there's no way to enter." The master still went to check, but when he tried to pull one of the pigs by its tail, the tail remained in his hand, and he fell into the muck. "You'll ruin us, Jean, you will." "Master, are you angry?" "I'm not angry for something so small. You know that whoever gets angry will break their spine." "Ow!" "I'm not at all angry." The woman said to her husband, "We should send Jean to lead the geese to the pasture." Jean left with the geese. "John," said the farmer, "there are some missing geese." "Master, I am not to blame. It was a beast that ate them." "You will ruin us, John. You will." "Master, I am not angry for such a small thing." "Oh, you know who gets angry will have his kidneys broken." "Oh, I am not at all angry." The next day the woman said, "What a strange servant. He will ruin us. I will hide in a bush to see what he does with the geese." John had heard her say this before leaving for the pasture. He told the farmer, "Master, I am taking your gun. If the beast comes, I will kill it." When he saw the woman in the bush, he shot at her and killed her. In the evening, he brought the geese home. "Master," he said, "count them. Not one is missing. I killed the beast that was eating them." "Ha! Poor wretch. You have killed my wife, I nothing. Nevertheless, I killed a big beast. But are you angry?" "Certainly." "I am angry." Thereupon Jean broke his back. Then he went home, and so did I. notes the main theme of this tale. The agreement between master and servant appears in various forms intellected in Brittany FTM. Luzol, 5th report, p. 29, and Mary Luzin, 1877. Cole. 465 Piticano, p. 316, Basque Country Webster, p. 6 and p. 11, Spain Biblioteca de las Tradiciones Populares Españolas, vol. Iv. p. 139, Corsica Ortoli, p. 203, various parts of Italy Jarboch for Romanish and English literature, vol. v. p. 246, and Prognator, vol. Ix Sin Part, 1876, p. 74 Royal Hibernian Tales, p. 51 in Scotland, Campbell, no 45, and according to Mr. R. Hullemenia Luzin, Lock, Sit, call 473 in Denmark and Norway, 246 German Tyrol Zingel, IP 223 Germany Pro Girl, 16 in Lithuania Schleicher, p. 45 among the Slavs in Moravia Wenzig, p. 5 in Wallachia Schott, 2329 among the Greeks of Epirus Han, also 11 and 34 p. 2222 in Ireland Kennedy IP. In nearly all these tales, the condition to be observed by both parties is, as in our tale, not to get angry. In some Scottish tale, first Basque tale, second Greek tale, they must not show a regret about the promise. Finally, in the second Basque tale, it is simply said that the servant promises to do whatever his master orders. As for the punishment of whoever fails to adhere to the convention, it is in the vast majority of tales to have one or more stripes removed from their back, a red skin ribbon from the top of the head to the heels, as one Breton tale puts it. In all other European tales, there are 3 brothers. We have encountered 2 in only the first Breton tale. In the first of the 2 Italian tales, they must be skinned alive. In the Moravia tale, they must lose their nose. In the Picard tale, an ear. In the Corsican, Tyrolean and German tales, both ears. Let us add that in several of these tales, Scottish tale, second Breton tale, Tyrolean, Wallachian, Greek, second tale, the hero does not have, as ours does, a brother who has previously failed in the enterprise. Among the pranks that John plays to his master to anger him, the story of pigtails stuck in the marshland appears in the second Breton, the Picard tale, the Corsican tale, both Basque tales, the German tale from the Propos collection, where it's about cow tails, and according to Missa Kelejab Forum and Ingel, the V, P251, in a Norwegian tale. It is found in several tales that do not have the same setting as ours, and which simply consider adventures by thieves or clever scoundrels, for example, in a Piedmontese tale Gubernatis, zoological mythology, IP 234, a Sicilian tale Gonzenbach, 37p. In the tale German version has it that the thief plants a cow's tail in the bog. The Russian version features a horse's tail. 254, Portuguese tale Braga. 77, Icelandic tale Arneson, P. 552, a German tale Prugerhol, I 49, and a Russian tale Gubernatis, Locke. Sit. The Moravian Slavic tale, like the Lorraine tale, includes an episode where the servant, seeing his masters having lunch without calling him, goes to sell a sack of grain he had just threshed and makes a fine lunch with the money. In the Tyrolean tale, after his master tells him to go work instead of have dinner, the servant sells 2 cows and goes to dine at the inn. The episode of the ogre only appears in 5 of the tales mentioned above, the Scottish tale, the first Italian tale, both Basque tales, and the Spanish tale. In the Picard tale, where the Lord tells Jean the Cunning that he will not be offered, Jean Glunch choose to sell all his master's cattle and pigs, so he has enough for a good meal. The sparrow that John shows to the ogre is obviously a dim memory of the bird. The cobbler throws in the air as if it were a stone to give the thieves an idea of his strength. In this version, the ogre is replaced by a bear. In reality, it's a completely independent theme that is interjected into the main one. We have already encountered this theme in tale N25 of our collection, The Cobbler and the Thieves. Besides, this episode appears in a much more complete and better preserved form in the Italian tale, in the first Basque tale, and in the Spanish tale. We find there almost all the features that are present in tales of the type of our Cobbler and the Thieves. In the Scottish tale, instead of being interjected into the main theme, this episode is simply juxtaposed to it. After having successfully angered his master and had a strip of skin cut from his back, the hero enters the service of a giant Itzebra. In the Spanish tale, this episode is followed by another in which the bear and Pedro challenge each other to a race. The episode in question features in this later tale a trait that completely aligns it with the Lorraine tailor. Macbeth, Rusgage, and his master, the giant, challenge each other to see who can eat the most. Rusgage secures a leather bag on his chest where he crams most of what he has to eat, and finally tears open the bag, saying that such a bulging belly prevents him from bending down. The giant wants to imitate him and dies. Pedro, who is ahead of the bear, passes by some laundry women. He begs them to lend him a knife. He cuts open the bag hidden under his shirt, and all the stew spills out. Then he continues running. Compare Sicilian tale No. Our arrival near the laundry women, we ask if they have seen a man pass by. Yes. And he cut his belly open with the knife we lent him, says one of them. Lend it to me too, says the bear. I will run faster. And it kills itself. 83 in Pitra's collection. In the first of the two Basque tales mentioned above, the hero, escaping from the Tartaro ogre phase, cutting his belly open and throws down the innards of a pig which he had hidden to make the ogre believe that this is how one becomes more agile. The same thing happens in a tale from German Tyrol Zingel, IP Wandereleven, and in a Portuguese tale Brugger No 77. We note that this trait also appears in another Muntier's tale, a variant of our No 1. The three companions have attached pockets to their stomachs and stuff them with the grimaces. The ogre, believing they are swallowing everything, does not want to be outdone and eats until he dies. Several tales of this type, like our No. In this variant, Jean Sans, Pierre, Jean Dealhouse, and Tord, she ain arrive an ogre's home while he is away. When the ogre returns, the three companions, without flinching, tell him they are hungry. The ogre's wife prepares some grimaces 25, and they sit down to eat. 25, the shoemaker and the thieves feature a similar scene. Thus, in a Swedish tale Cavallius P7, in a Norwegian tale Asbjørn Rensen, I know, 260 fun Jack, having breakfast with the giant, ties under his clothes a large leather bag and throws into it unseen all the pudding served to him. Then he tells the giant he will show him a trick. 6. It is absolutely the trait of Jean and Pierre, deceived by the same trick. The giant also wants to relieve himself by opening his stomach, and he kills himself. Compare a Swiss tale Sutermeister. No. 41. A Sicilian tale Gonzenbach. No. 41. And also a Gascon tale from the CA Knack. Moncott Collection P. 90. Let us also note a passage from an English popular book of the last century, Jack the Giant Killer, already cited in the remarks of our No. 25I. With one stroke of a knife, he cuts the leather bag open, and all the pudding falls to the ground. The giant believes himself obligated to do as Jack, and kills himself. The final episode of our tale of that, of the woman killed, has undergone alteration. In other tales where it exists, it presents itself thus. The year of the servant must end at the first song of the cuckoo. To get rid of him faster, the master's wife climbs a tree and imitates the cuckoo. The servant shoots at the supposed bird and kills it. See, among the tales mentioned above, the first Breton tale, the Corsican tale, the Spanish tale, the Tyrolean tale, the German tale, the Moravian Slavic tale, the second Greek, the second Irish tale, and according to Mr. Keha, the Danish tale and the Norwegian tale. Finally, one should add a passage from a Sicilian tale of another type, which we have had the opportunity to cite regarding the episode of Pig's Tales Gonzenbach, note 37, P254. In the East, we first encounter this episode of tales in a tale collected by Mr. Radloff Vol. If P. When the farmer runs over, the trickster tells him that the ox suddenly sank into the earth, and that while trying to hold it back, its tail remained in his hand 26. Overall, one can compare our tale and its European counterparts to a story collected from the Afghans of Banu Thorban. P. While the farmer goes to get something to eat, he detaches the oxen, cuts off their tails, and has a helper take them away. Then he buries the tail in the ground, and when he sees the farmer returning, he pulls it out with all his might, causing him to fall backward. 9. 282, among the tribes Siberian Tatars living along the Tobol River, tribes where stories came from the south with Islamism, as we have shown in the remarks of our No. 32, White Cat Eye, P7 tree. A trickster offers to drive a farmer's plough. From the very first day, the servant cannot complete his task, and the master cuts off his nose. He returns home and tells his brother about his misadventure, who then enters the service of the same master under the same conditions. This second servant, upon arriving at the fields, scatters all the grain on the ground, kills one of the oxen, and breaks the plough. And when he returns home, he tells the master that he has fulfilled his duties. He does the same thing the next day. We will reproduce the condensed version as given by the English author. A young man who is somewhat simple enters the service of a master under the following conditions. The master must provide him with a plough and a pair of oxen, and the servant must sow a basket of grain every day and go to fetch a basket of firewood and the family's food. Whoever fails to keep their promise shall lose their nose. On the third day, the master cannot provide him with grain, a plough, or oxen, and he loses his nose. As far as one can judge from this abridged version, the Afghan tale has been considerably altered. A better form of this theme has been collected in Central Asia among the Sarikoli Tribes Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, Vol. 45, 1876, p. He tasks him with cleaning out the stable of his donkey. But, he adds, have a custom. If you get angry, I'll rip out your eyes. If I get angry, You'll rip out mine. Keen ate to try. A man on his deathbed tells his 3 sons not to go to a certain mill. There is an old blind man who eats people there. After his father's death, the eldest goes to the mill. The old man tells him he will accept him as his son. Fine, says the young man. By the end of the day, he has not yet finished removing the manure. Frustrated, he returns to the mill and throws his tool on the ground. Are you angry? Said the old man. How could I not be? You've killed me with work. The old man stood up and tore out his eyes. Sometime later, the second son arrived. After cleaning the stable, the old man told him to go get wood from the forest the next day, and he said to his donkey, when it loads you, lie down. That's exactly what the donkey did. The young man, seeing that the donkey refused to get up, pulled out his knife and cut off one of its ears. Then the donkey became docile. When the old man saw the severed ear, he asked the young man why he had done so. Oh, father, said the young man, are you angry? Yes, replied the old man. The young man jumped on him and tore out his eyes. The old man died. In India, we discovered another version, more complete. In the same country lived a QIZ, a kind of magistrate or judge. Halal al-Ziyada went to find this QIZ to enter his service. The QIZ said to him, if you enter my service, it will be on the condition that if you leave me, I will cut your nose and ears off, and if I dismiss you, you will do the same to me. It is a tale that appears to be one of the most popular among the country's Muslims. It was published in 1870 in the Calcutta Review Vol. P. 126. Here it is. There were once 2 brothers, Hawal-al-Zada and Haram-al-Zada. As for your food, you shall have full a leaf of tamarind per day. Hal-al-Zada accepted these conditions. Every day, the QIZ sent him out to pasture cows and goats, and he gave him food full a leaf of tamarind. This did not suit Hal-al-Zada at all, and he told the QIZ that he could not work on an empty stomach. The Qadzi simply replied that if he was not satisfied, he could leave. In the end, Hal-al-Zada, having spent all his money and facing starvation, asked for permission to leave. The QIZ cut off his nose and ears, and he left. The QIZ gave Haram-al-Zada the cows and goats to tend. Haram-al-Zada took them to the fields upon returning home. He picked a banana leaf from the garden and, presenting it to the QIZ, asked for his dinner. The QIZ was obliged to fill his banana leaf. Seeing his brother Haram-al-Zada in this dire state, he inquired about his condition and learned of the QIZ's actions. He then asked Hal-al-Zada to show him where the QIZ lived. He went to the QIZ's house and agreed to work for him on the same terms as his brother. Haram-al-Zada took the herd back to pasture. He killed one of the goats, invited his friends, and had a feast with them, then brought the rest of the herd back home. The next morning, Haram-al-Zada once again led the flock to graze. This time he sold 12 goats and 4 cows. Then, running back home, he told the QIZ, God is merciful. He has just saved my life. How so? Asked the QIZ. Wolves came and carried off 12 goats and 4 cows, and I only escaped them by climbing up a tree. The QIZ railed at him and asked which side he had led the flock to graze on. To the west, answered the other. The Qadzi ordered him henceforth to lead it to the north. Haram-al-Zada went off to the garden, plucked a banana leaf, filled it, ate his fill, and gave the rest to the beggars. Then he led the flock to the north. A band of tigers carried off the entire flock, and I escaped by hiding in a mountain cave," replied the shepherd. The next day, the Qazi told Haram Emzidadar to go for a ride on his horse. This time, he sold all the flock and ran to find his master. "Hey, Kay! Kay! Hey, Qazi, here is the provided text translated from French to English. Behold, a fine order that you have given me to drive the flock to the north," said the Qazi. "What happened?" he asked. Ha-Emziada set out with the horse, and along the way he met a horse trader who bought the animal from him on one condition, that he keep the tail. So he cut off the horse's tail, returned home, and wedged it into a rat hole in a corner of the stable, packing the earth around it to ensure it stayed put. Then he went back to the Qazi for his banana leaf form. The following morning, Hagamezadar rushed to find the Qazi, shouting loudly, "Qazi, come and see the misfortune that has just occurred in the stable. The rats are carrying off the horse. Only half of its tail is still sticking out of their hole. Hurry up." The Qazi ran to the stable and pulling on the tail until it came out of the hole, but not a trace of the horse. Haramzadeh said that the rats must have eaten the rest. Briefly put, continues the Calcutta Review, the Qazi is completely ruined, and worse still, his family is dishonored by Ha-Emzidah, who finally leaves with his pardon and also with his master's nose and ears. And finally, on the island of Ceylon, this same theme appears, albeit in a different form orientalist, June 1884. P, as the eldest of two brothers, having entered the service of this Gamarala, he is thus treated. Upon returning home, he recounts his adventure to his brother, named Hoka, who promises to avenge him. In 1311, a Gamarala, a sort of village lord, has become so appalled by a certain exclamation of surprise, very common in the country, that every time he hears it, he leaps upon the unfortunate person, who let it slip and cuts off his nose. Hoka, therefore, takes a servant position with the Gamarala and plays so many mischievous pranks, misinterpreting his orders, that the Gamarala, finally realizing he is not dealing with an idiot but a clever trickster, lets slip the famous exclamation. This is a local dish composed of a mixture of flour and eggs, cooked in milk. Then the young man leaps on him and cuts off his nose. It is unnecessary to go into details. The pranks played by the hero have no relation to those in the tales we have studied. Notice 25 grimi is elsewhere groomlets compare the word groomox. Of 26 notable point, this same Tartar tale, whose setting is not at all that of the Lorraine tale, still contains an episode that is part of some European tales of the type of Jean and Pierre. After being hosted by a brave man, the scoundrel from the Tartar tale gives his hair to a partner and goes away head-naked to thank his host, who works in the fields not far from his home. The mother resisting, the scoundrel cries out to the man, "They won't give me her." So the last one, brandishing his shovel, "Give it. Otherwise, I'll kill you." The woman is thus forced to give him her daughter. In the first of the two Breton tales, the lord, who is in the fields with his servant Fanch, tells him to go quickly to the castle and get 2 shovels and put them in a sack, because he does not want them seen. Fanch goes to the castle and tells the lady and her daughter that his master has order them both to put into a sack. And when the host asks him why he isn't wearing a hat, the scoundrel replies, because your wife kept my hair back, so she could pay me for having hosted me. The host, very angry with his wife, tells the scoundrel to go and demand his hair back. If she insists on keeping it, he adds, I'll yell at her to give it back. Upon arriving at the house, the scoundrel tells the woman that the host gave him his daughter, and he sets out to take her. One of them cited a little higher up. This passage has been modified. It is a purse or bags of money that the hero is given. The queen of fish. Once upon a time there was a fisherman. One day, while fishing, he caught the queen of the fish. Then, running to the window, both of them in a sack, isn't it, Your Majesty? Wes, both of them, cries the Lord, thinking of the two shovels, and hurry. Compare the first Basque tale in the Portuguese tale Braga and 77, and the Tyrolean tale Zingerl I.P. Throw me back into the water, she said, and you will catch many more fish. He threw her back into the water, and indeed caught a great number of fish, making for a fine day. Upon returning home, he told his wife, I caught the queen of the fish. She promised me I would catch many fish if I let her go. I threw her back into the water, and indeed I caught many. Let me go, fisherman, she told him. Hand, you will catch many more fish. He threw her back into the water and returned home after a successful fishing trip. How foolish you are, said his wife. Would have liked to eat her. You'll have to bring her back to me. The fisherman returned to the river and caught the queen of the fish for a second time. Don't you bring me back the queen of the fish, said his wife. Another time I will go with you, and I will catch her bar. If I catch it again, replied the fisherman, you shall have it, Dot. He cast his net once more, and brought up the queen of the fish. Let me go, she said, and you will catch many more fish. No, he answered, my wife wants to eat you. Well, she exclaimed, let it be as your wish, but when you have eaten me, put my scales under the Dot, under the mare, and under a rose in the garden. The fisherman did as the queen of the fish had instructed him, and the next day, when he went into the garden, he found 3 grown boys under the rose tree, 3 dogs under the mare, and 3 colts under the cow. It was said to her that a princess would be devoured by a 7-headed beast. The young man was shown where the princess had been taken. He found her weeping near a fountain. What is wrong, my princess? He asked. If any harm came to the young boys, a rose was to fall from the rose tree. One day, the eldest took the 3 dogs with him and set off. On arriving in a village, he saw everyone in tears. He asked what had happened. Oh, woe is me. She replied, I am going to be devoured by a 7-headed beast, or could I save you? Said the young man. For myself, I fear nothing. I have no soul to save. Soon the 7-headed beast arrived. Oh, beast, said the beast, still here. The young man threw his second dog, Iron Bite, who struck down another 3 heads. Let's resume tomorrow, she said. The following day, the young man threw his 3rd dog at her, Brig, who was not as strong as the others, but there was only 1 head left to kill, and he did. The young man who had brought his 3 dogs threw the first one, named Wind Breaker, at the beast. After a long battle, Wind Breaker struck down 3 heads from it. "I am going," said she, "but I will return tomorrow." The next day, the young man returned to the fountain. When the beast was dead, the princess invited the young man to come with her to see her father, the king, but he refused and returned home. The king had a herald announce that whoever had rescued the princess should present himself at the castle with the 7 heads of the beast. The youngest of the 3 brothers would have liked to have them, but the eldest hid them and had similar ones made out of wood. The youngest took these and brought them to the king, who, seeing that they were not the real heads, became very angry and had the young man thrown in prison, saying he would be hanged the next day. However, the second of the 3 brothers went for a walk in the garden. He saw a rose that had fallen from the rose bush. "Misfortune has befallen my brother," he said to himself. Immediately he went to see the king. "What are you doing here?" said the king to him. "I am coming to free my brother," he replied. The king ordered that he be locked up in prison and hanged the next day. Another rose fell from the rose bush. The parents were not forgotten, and everyone was happy. Notice 27, see remarks. Remarks, this tale is a variant of our No. 5, The Fisherman's Sons. See the notes on this tale. Here are the 7 heads and 7 tongues of the beast. "That's good," said the king. "Because of you, I will grant them mercy, and you shall marry my daughter." So the young man married the princess, and his brothers married 2 ladies in waiting. "It must be," thought the eldest, "that misfortune has befallen both of my brothers." He took the 7 heads and 7 tongues of the beast and went to the castle. "What are you doing here?" asked the king. "I am coming to free my brothers," he answered. Regardless of various alterations that will easily be recognized, a new element has been introduced here, which needs to be noted. We are referring to the 3 dogs, each with its own name, and who killed the beast. In the tales he refers to, the general idea is roughly as follows. A young man, at the suggestion of a stranger, exchanges 3 sheep, his entire fortune, for 3 dogs, each endowed with wonderful qualities. Thanks to their help, he takes possession of a house inhabited by bandits, which his dogs kill, and settles there with his sister. These saved him, having been betrayed and delivered to one of the brigands who had escaped the massacre and whom she wants to marry. Regarding an Italian tale from Venice of the same genre as ours, Winter and Wolf, 8, Mr. Cadler rightly observed that this trait properly belongs to a different type of tale than that to which the fisherman's sons and its variants belong. It is they who kill a dragon to which a princess is exposed. Among the complete tales relating to this theme, we can mention a Czech tale from Bohemia Waldor, p. 4069. A Piedmontese tale Gubernades. Zoological mythology, p. 36, a Tuscan tale Pitra, no popolari Tuscane, N2, and German tale from the Principality of Waldeck-Kurz, N2, and also a tale from Saxon country in Transylvania, Haltrich, N24, in which the dogs do not have names. 13, a Lithuanian tale Schlitcher, P4, an Italian tale from Mantua Vicentini. 16, a Venetian tale Benoni. 10, a Portuguese tale Colalho. 49, a Brazilian Portuguese tale Romy Row. 23. Other tales are more or less altered, more or less complete. For example, a tale from Lower Brittany, Lousel, Conis Bretons, p. 223, Tales Grimm, i.e. 04, Strackerjan, I, P331, a tale from the German Tyrol Zingrel, I, no. 8, a Swedish tale, Cavalius, no. If one examines the names given to dogs in these tales, one will find some that resemble, sometimes identically, certain names from the Lorrainian tale. Thus, in the Bohemian tale, the names of brides, Mauds, attention. In the German tale, from Grimm's collection, Stop, Kaj, Verret, Aisha Britscheisen und Stahl, the latter name appears in German variants of Kurtz and Strackerjan collections. The two themes are therefore very close. In the Briton tale it is entirely brides, for, as in our tale, likewise in the Venetian tale, Spranafero. Finally we can bring our windbreaker close to the as fast as wind of the German Tyrolean tale, and the run like the wind of the Piedmontese and Mantuan tales. The theme on which we have just taken a look, the theme of the three dogs, if we give it this name, has in common with the theme of the sons of the fishermen, as we have noticed an entire part, the battle against the dragon and the rescue of the princess, sometimes even the sequence of adventures related to this battle, the intervention of a pretender who poses as the liberator, and the means taken by the hero to make his presence known to the princess and then to unmask the impostor. It is no wonder that an element from the theme of the three dogs has slipped into the theme of the sons of the fishermen. This happened all the more naturally, as in the last theme there are already dogs born from the wonderful fish. These dogs, which were merely an accessory, became, due to the infiltration of an element from the other theme, important characters, each with their own name and playing a forced role. A few details to finish in our tale. We notice the curious passage where the young man says he has no soul to save. The story here clearly indicates that he is, like the dogs, an incarnation of the Queen of Fish. In a tale from Italian Tyrol Schneller, variant of N28, and in a Portuguese voice tale Braga, it is the king of fish that the fisherman takes. The same is true in a tale from Hort, Bretagne Sayabillet, IN18. Additionally, in this Breton tale, the plant that must wither when young people are in danger of death is a rose bush, just as in our tale. However, in the Breton tale, each of the three sons of the fisherman has his own rose bush. XV, the golden sanctuary, once upon a time. There were poor people who had as many children as there are holes in a sieve. They had just had another little girl when they saw a lady enter their home and offer to be her godmother. They readily accepted. This lady was the Virgin Mary. In 8 years' time, she said, I will come to collect the child. And indeed, she returned after 8 years and took away the little girl. One day she said to her, here are all my keys, but you'll not go there, in this room. Then she went for a walk. As soon as she left, the little girl opened the door of the room where it was forbidden for her to enter. Seeing a golden altar, she dipped her fingers in it and touched her forehead. Immediately, her fingers and forehead became golden. She put a bandage on her forehead and clothes on her fingers. Soon the Holy Virgin returned. Well, she said to the child, did you enter the room where I prohibited you from going? No, my godmother. If you don't tell the truth, you will have to repent it. No, my godmother, I didn't enter. Subsequently, the young girl married a king. Her first child disappeared immediately after birth, and when her husband asked her what happened, she could not tell him. The king, furious, left threatening to kill the queen. Suddenly, the Holy Virgin appeared before her and said, "Have you entered the room?" "No, my godmother. If you tell me the truth, I will return your child to you." "No, my godmother, I have not entered." A year later, the queen gave birth to a second child, who disappeared just like the first. The king, angrier than before, insisted on knowing where the children were. The queen said nothing. A moment later, the Holy Virgin appeared again and said, "My daughter, have you entered the room?" "No, my godmother." Sudden, one heard outside a music so pleasant that everyone ran to it. Or this music had been heard by the command of the Holy Virgin, who took away the child while there was no one left in the room. "If you tell me the truth, I'll return both of your children to you." "No, my godmother, I have not entered." When the queen gave birth to a third child, the king posted guards to see what would happen. "Tell me the truth, and I will give you back your 3 children." "No, my fairy godmother, I have not entered." They led the queen to the stake. The king, outraged with anger, declared that he would have a fire kindle, a fire, and his wife burned alive. The Holy Virgin appeared to the queen for a third time. "My daughter," she said, "have you entered the room?" "No, my fairy godmother." As she was about to climb on it, she still saw the Holy Virgin, who said, "If you tell me the truth, I will return your 3 children." "No, I did not enter." The Holy Virgin appeared to her again as she climbed. She persisted in saying no. But when she reached the top of the stake, her heart failed, and she confessed. The Virgin Mary then brought her down from the stake and returned her children. From that time on, the queen lived happily with her husband. Remarks similar stories have been collected from various countries. In Germany, Grimm No. 3, I, p. 176, Mia No. 36, Sweden, Grimm IA, p. 3, 2024, Norway, Ass by Rensen, I know. 3 in Grimm's collection, The Child of Mary, from which it is essentially a condensed version. Yet, are 2 or 3 points where they differ. 8. Among the winners of Lusauten Sechmela, IP 179, the Czechs of Bohemia Waldo, P 600, Lithuanians, Leski and P 498, Wallachia Shot, No 2, Tuscany Company, No 38, and Sicily Gonzenbach, No 20. The Lorraine story bears the closest resemblance to Hessian's story known. Thus, in the German tale, the Holy Virgin is not the godmother of the child. We will see later that this feature of our tale appears in foreign tales of a similar nature. Thus, too, in the German tale, when the maiden opens the door of the forbidden chamber, she is dazzled by the splendors of the Holy Trinity. She touches the rays of glory with her finger, and it becomes golden. We have seen that this singular detail is replaced in our tale by a simpler one, that of the golden altar. Finally, in The Child of Mary, the episode of the music that lures the guards away from the chamber does not exist. In any case, this Hessian tale is more complete than ours. Here, as in most similar tales, we see how the maiden becomes a queen, driven from paradise and deprived of speech. She lived miserably in a forest until a king met her and married her. The stories of this family can be divided into 3 groups. The first group, Wend, Norwegian, Hessian, Lithuanian, Wallachian stories, put the Holy Virgin Mary in the spotlight as in the Lorraine story. The Wen story and the Norwegian story always feature, like our story, the godmother of the young girl. Finally, in the Swabian story from the Meyer collection, the young girl is sold by her father to a black dwarf. In the Swedish story, she is given to a certain man in a grey cloak due to an imprudent promise made by her father. In others, the Holy Virgin Mary takes her in under different circumstances according to the tales. In a second group, sex story, German Eye collection story, Tuscan story, instead of the Holy Virgin Mary, we find a mysterious woman who, in the Czech story, is the godmother of the young girl. In the Norwegian tale, the granddaughter of Saint Mary, having opened a first chamber in paradise and star escapes from a second, the moon, from a third, the sun. In all these tales, except the Swabian tale, where the young girl is forbidden pick roses from a certain rose bush, we find the command to keep a certain door closed, but it is only in the Hessian and Wendish tales that the young girl's finger bears the accusatory marks of her disobedience, as in our own tale compare the indelible mark of the key in Bluebird. Elsewhere, the young girl's disobedience is not, if we may say so, physically witnessed, but almost always upon partially opening the forbidden door, she sees her protector, or the man in the grey cloak in the room, and herself is seen. In the tales forming the second group, it ultimately turns out that the woman who had forbidden the young girl to enter a certain room is released from an enchantment because the young girl persisted in saying falsely that she saw nothing. There seems to be here, we think, a deviation from the original idea. 12, the prince and his horsey, especially Pu 146, the Cambodian tale and the tale of Zanzibar Island. The golden finger of the Lorraine tale, the Hessian tale, and the Wendish tale forms a link between the various tales of this and some Oriental tales that we summarized in the notes of No. One recalls the history of the calendar. Son of a King in the 1001 Nights compare another Arabic tale from this same collection, Wolf PXV 194 of the Breslau German translation. Moreover, the prohibition against opening a certain door or entering a particular place, and the misfortunes that result from disobedience and misfortunes that are undoubtedly different from those depicted in our tale here, found in several Oriental narratives. In an Indian tale from the great collection formed in the 12th century CE by Samadeva of Kashmir, German translation by A. Brockhaus, Vol. IPP. 166F, a Vidhi sort of genius who married a mortal. Saktadeva tells him that she will be absent for 2 days during this time. He may visit the entire palace, but he must not climb onto any terrace. Saktadeva gives in to curiosity. He is going to mount it, but as soon as he is in the saddle, the horse prances, throws his rider into the lake, and Saktadeva finds himself back in his native land, far from the palace of Vidaidari. Compare. When he is on the terrace, he sees 3 doors. He opens them one after the other and finds, lying on diamond beds, the bodies of 3 young girls. Then from the terrace, he catches sight of a beautiful lake, and by its edge a magnificent horse. Benfey's introduction to his translation of the Panchatantra 5.2. Xexix Jean de la Noix. There was once a man called Jean de la Noix who had many children, but nothing to feed them. No bread is given here, said Lucifer. Go elsewhere. Oh, exclaimed Jean, the way they speak here. I see that I have mistaken the door. I am going to find Steen. Maybe. He thought I knocked too hard, and he kicked the door with the tip of his toe. Lucifer opened the door and asked him what he wanted. I have come to see if anyone will give me bread for my wife and children, he replied. One day he said to himself, I will go ask for bread in paradise. So he set off, but he took the wrong path and ended up at the gate of hell. He knocked on the door with his knee. There was no answer. Peter, he took the right path this time, and upon reaching the gate of paradise, he knocked, saying in a small, gentle voice, Knock, knock. Steen. Peter came to open it and said, What do you want? I am Jan de la Noix, he replied, and I come to ask for bread for my wife and children. You arrived just in time, said Steen. Peter, it is my feast day today. You are welcome to join us. Here, take this napkin, take it with you, but don't ask it what it can do. Jean took the napkin and left, saying, Thank you, Mr. St. Peter. This is a peculiar gift. As soon as he had taken a few steps, he turned to the napkin and asked, Well, my poor napkin, what can you do? I was forbidden to ask, but tell me anyway. Instantly, the napkin was covered with excellent food. Here it is. That's good, said Jean de la Noix. But I don't like this place. I will eat when I am at home. He folded the napkin and everything disappeared. He went down the coast and returned to his lodgings. As soon as she was alone, she said to the napkin, Napkin, what can you do? The napkin immediately became filled with dishes of all sorts. It's too beautiful for us, said the woman. I dare not touch it. He said to his wife upon entering, I have come from paradise. It was St. Peter's feast day. Everyone was there in joy. St. Peter gave me this napkin, but don't ask it what it can do. Why is he giving me this advice? Thought the woman, I will sell this napkin. She sold it for a piece of bread. Her husband, upon his return, asked her where the napkin was. We cannot live on rags. She answered, I sold it for a piece of bread. Jean, deeply angry, decided to return to paradise. It's still me, John of the Nut, he told St. Peter. My wife sold the towel, and I come to ask you for something else. Well, here is a donkey, but don't ask him what he can do. Thank you, Mr. St. Peter. Truly, thought John, they bring strange things from paradise. After all, the path to paradise is so steep and rocky. This donkey will always help me descend it more easily. Now, Barrow, what can you do? The donkey started making golden coins. John of the Nut filled his pockets with them and told the donkey to stop so as not to lose everything on the way. He took the donkey home and said to his wife, Here is a barrow that St. Peter gave me. Don't ask him what he can do. While Jean was sleeping, his wife had no greater urgency than to ask the donkey, Barrow, what can you do? And golden coins started pouring down. Oh, what is it? She said. It's too beautiful for us. At that moment, a glass merchant was passing by the street, shouting, Beautiful glass is beautiful. He had an ass carrying his merchandise. The woman called him and asked if he was happy with his ass. Not really, answered the merchant. He has already broken several of my glasses. Well, would you like to buy mine? Would you give me 10 francs for it? 15, if you want it. In short, she sold the ass for 10 francs. When Jean woke up, he asked about the ass. "I sold it for 10 francs, said the woman. "Ah? Poor thing, he would have given us much more money. When poor Job lost all his wealth, as a final insult, they left him his wife, and I believe the good God is treating me like he did with Job. Jean de Lenoix had no other choice but to return to paradise for a 3rd time. Here," said St. Peter, "take a staff, but don't ask it what it can do, and never come back." John left with the staff. "What am I going to do with this?" He thought, "This staff can only serve me as a cane in old age." Well, upon reaching the door, he heard St. Peter say, "It's annoying to be disturbed so often. Yesterday it was John of the Nut today." "Don't finish," cried John. "It's him again. My wife sold the donkey. This time," he thought, "my wife will enjoy this." Upon returning home, he told his wife, "St. Peter gave me a staff. Don't ask it what it can do." The woman said nothing, but she thought, "That's good. When you're lying down, my staff, what can you do?" As soon as the staff spoke, it began to hit him. "Stop, stop," cried John. "It's not like with the donkey." 46. It is also St. Peter who gives the man the wonderful objects. "I'm very tired," said John. "I'm falling asleep." He lay down immediately and pretended to sleep. As soon as his wife heard him snore, she asked the club, "Club, what can you do?" The club started hitting like plaster. "Hit, hit, my club," cried Jean de Lenoix, "until it gives me back my towel and my whip." Notes compare our nose for tap à la poto and 56 the Roman P. See notes on our no 4. In Champenois' tale, the story of the man who grumbled, which was published by Mr. Chimarel in Archiv voor das Studium der Neueren Sprachen und Literaturen Vol. P. 363 Brunswick, 1876, and reproduced in Tales from the Provinces of France P. One will have noticed in Jean de Lenoix various alterations to the original theme. Thus, the passage where it is said to the poor man not to ask the cloth, and the donkey what they know how to do, has no meaning. It is quite curious to note that this alteration appears in Romanian tale N20 of the Schott collection, and in the tale published in the 17th century by Bessel in the Pentamerone. And 1. Thus again, it is his wife's foolishness, and not the trickery of an innkeeper, that causes John to lose the wonderful objects. We have collected another version of this same tale in Montier's Sir Socks. The first part of this variant takes both from Tapalapoto and Jean de la Noix. 20. Rich doe, and the neighbor goes to denounce the man to justice, who sentences him to be hanged. When he is at the foot of the gallows, he begins to cry while looking at his wife and children. Alice. One Dane wants to measure his gold and silver. He sends his children to borrow a bushel from their neighbor. Lewis remains at the bottom of the bushel. See the notes in our note. As in the first story, it is good fortune that the poor man successively receives a towel, a donkey, and a golden crook, to which one says, tapoto, tap on it to make it act, and alapoto to stop it. As in Jean de la Noix, it is forbidden to ask these marvelous objects what they can do, but the curiosity of the woman does not have the same consequences here. The 3 marvelous objects remain in the possession of the family, who soon find themselves very rich. He says, he added, if only I had my poor staff, that I should kiss it once more before I die. They brought him his golden crook. At once he said, tap on it, tap it hard. correct them well. Tap on the one who lent me the bushel. They pleaded with him to remember his staff. Finally, he agreed and went home tranquilly. The conclusion of this variant is virtually identical to that of the story from High Brittany, say Billet Aye. No, 24 cited in the notes to our No. 4. It should also be compared to the end of a similar Spanish tale Caballero, IP 46, which we analyze here. Father Curro had spent all his wealth on feasting. On his return home, he enters an inn, makes a grand feast, and falls asleep under the table. The landlord has his wife make a bag similar to that of Father Curro and replaces it. Despairing at the mistreatment he received from his wife and children, he wanted to hang himself from an alive tree. A mischievous elf dressed as a monk stopped him and gave him a purse that never emptied. Upon arrival at his home, Father Curro tells his family to rejoice and puts his hand in the bag without taking anything out. Beaten by his wife, he takes back the rope to hang himself. The goblin, disguised as a caballero, gives him a napkin that will always provide him with food. The napkin, spread on the ground, is filled with excellent delicacies. Father Curro enters the inn, and his napkin is stolen. His wife and children, seeing that the napkin does not fill itself, pounce on him and leave him in a sorry state. Father Curro returns with his rope. This time the goblin gives him a small club, which he must say certain words to if he wants to be left alone. He returns home. His children come to him, cursing, asking for bread. He sends his club at them, and they are crushed. The mother comes to the aid of her children. The club falls on her and kills her. The mayor arrives with his constables. The mayor is killed, and the constables flee. The king sends a regiment of grenadiers, who are badly treated and retreat in disarray. Father Curro falls asleep with his club beside him. He wakes up with his hands and feet bound. He is taken to prison and condemned to die by the noose. On the gallows, his bonds are loosened. He takes his club and sends it to kill the executioner. The king orders him set free and grants him a property in America. He goes to the island of Cuba and builds a city there. He kills so many people with his club that the city bears the name Matanzas from the word matar, to kill. Ohan 22, which we analyzed regarding our No. 31, Iron Man I, P6, the soldier at the foot of the gallows obtains permission from the king to light a certain candle. In this Spanish tale, unlike in our variant and the Breton tale, there is no final grace requested by the condemned. This trait, as well as the entire denouement, we encounter in tales relating to other themes. Thus, in a German tale from the I collection P, 116. Elsewhere, for example, in a German tale Grimm, No. 110, or in a Polish tale from East Prussia T-Pen Ps 148, it is by allowing him to play his violin one last time that the condemned man saves his life. Immediately, with a flail in his hand, the Iron Man, servant of the candle, appears and beats the executioner and spectators senseless. The king cries for the soldier to cease and gives him his daughter in marriage. Compare Grimm, No. Forced, along with all the spectators, by the power of the wonderful violin to dance and keep dancing, the judge shouts at him to stop playing and grants him mercy. Xlelo, the princess, Slipper. Once upon a time there was a man and his wife who had 2 sons and were very poor. After their father's death, His wife and children could not afford to have a mass said for him due to their lack of money. From that moment on, they heard knocks being struck in various parts of the house every night. It was the father returning and asking for prayers. One day, while the younger of the two sons was praying at his father's grave, he saw a little bird circling near him. He tried to catch it, but the bird flew off a short distance away. The young man set out in pursuit, and he was drawn so far that by the end of the day he found himself in the middle of a great forest. Night fell. The young man climbed up onto an oak to sleep safely, and had barely settled in when he saw 3 men approach the tree. One carried bread, another meat and wine, and the third fire. They gathered wood, lit it, and made a great bonfire to cook their meat. But these men were thieves. They came talking of a castle they intended to plunder. Only one thing troubled them. That was a little dog that guarded the castle gate and barked at everyone. It was a question of who would kill the dog. None of them wanted to take on that task. As they argued, they raised their eyes and saw the young man up in his tree. They called out to him to come down. "It's you," they said, "who will kill the little dog. If you don't want to, we'll kill you instead." "I will do as you please," replied the young man. Indeed, he killed a little dog and entered the castle through a hole he made in the wall. The thieves gave him an axe to break down the door, but he convinced them to enter through the hole he had just made. One of the thieves having slipped in, the young man struck off his head with a blow of his axe and pulled the body inside. "Your turn," he said to the second. "Hurry up." And he cut off his head too. The third met the same fate. Having finished, the young man entered a room where he found a beautiful princess sleeping. He passed into another room where there was also a princess asleep, even more beautiful than the first. Reaching a last chamber, he saw a third princess, equally asleep, who was even more beautiful than the others. The young man took one of this princess's slippers and left the castle. Upon returning home, he had a mass said for his father. However, the most beautiful of the 3 princesses wanted to know who had entered the castle and taken her slipper. The princess arrived first, asking the eldest to tell his tale. She had an inbuilt on the castle door, where it was written, "Here one drinks and eats for nothing, as long as they tell their story." One day, the young man found himself there with his mother and brother. "I am a charcoal maker," he said. "Every day of my life I go to the forest to make charcoal. That's all there is to my story." "And you?" she asked the youngest. "The youngest, what do you have to share?" The young man began. One day, thieves tried to enter a castle. This castle was guarded by a small dog who barked at everyone. They ordered me to kill this little dog, which I did. The mother of the young man told him to be quiet, but the princess insisted he continue. One the thieves, he continued, tried to enter the castle. I killed them one by one. I entered a room where I found a beautiful princess sleeping, then in another where there was also a sleeping princess, even more beautiful than the first. Finally, in a last chamber, I saw a third princess asleep, still more beautiful than the others. I took off her slipper and left the castle. "This slipper, here it is." At these words, the princess, full of joy, showed the other slipper. Some time later, she married the young man. Notes this tale is found in Germany Grimm No. 111, in German Tyrol Zingel I No. 33, in the Saxon country of Transylvania Haltrich No. 22, Hungary Gel Stier No. 1 and Miss Busk, pp. 167-68, and in Serbia Archiv Philology Vol. I 1876, pp. 64 and 660-16, in Italy Jaboch Romanische and English Literature Vol. Vi p. 384, in Greece Han. No, here is a summary. A rich merchant dies while making his wife and his 3 sons promise to make a pilgrimage to a certain chapel as expiation for his sins. The promise being forgotten, a great noise is heard in the house for 3 nights. 52a, Bucon, La Grosse Continentale et l'Amourie, Paris, 1843, p. 267, reproduced in E. Legrand, p. 45, among the Albanians Lazon, no, 15. Of all these versions, it is, in our opinion, the Transylvanian version that presents the theme in the best preserved form. A priest called says that if the pilgrimage is not undertaken the next day, the spirit will return. So the 3 brothers set out with their mother. At nightfall, they stop in a forest, and the young men agree to keep watch alternately. Then, having climbed a tree to see if there was a house nearby, he spots in the distance a great fire. He walks towards it and sees 3 giants sitting by the fire eating. The youngest, who is considered a bit simple, keeps the last watch, and in the meantime he successively kills with his slingshot a lion, a bear, and a wolf without his brothers waking up. The young man takes refuge on a tree, but soon he gets the idea of testing his skill with his slingshot against the giants, sending first a piece of meat flying far away, and then a cup that either one of them was holding to their mouth. And the giants eventually discover him and tell him that they will give him a chance to exercise his talents. They are on their way to the king's castle, from where they want to kidnap the princess. But there is a little dog guarding at night who raises the alarm at the slightest noise. On the wall hangs a sword beside a vial. On a sign it is written that whoever drinks from this vial 3 times will be able to wield the sword and cut everything to pieces. The young man must kill this small dog. After killing it, the giants make a hole in the castle wall and tell their companion to enter through here and bring them the princess. He crosses the king's room, then the queen's, and arrives in the princess's room. The young man drinks 3 times from the vial, grabs the sword, and goes to tell the giants that he cannot carry off the princess by himself. While the giants slip through the hole, he cuts off their heads. Then he puts the sword back in place and returns, taking the princess's ring and the 3 tongues of the giants. A captain who saw them all lying dead at dawn claims to be the princess's liberator, and the king grants him her hand. But the princess asks her father to postpone the marriage for a year and a day, and to build her in on the main road where she will live with her ladies in waiting. Above the inn door she has them put up a sign with these words: "Here one does not pay for lodging, but is well accommodated if they tell their tale." However, after his adventure, the young man returned to the forest with his mother and brothers, who were still asleep. He told them what had happened, but no one believed him. After saying their prayers in the chapel they attended, the 3 young people and their mother returned home. On their way back, they passed by the princess's inn. They went inside, The young man, when questioned, recounted his story and showed the princess the ring he had taken from her. Just then the set time for the princess's marriage to the captain arrived. The three brothers and their mother were invited. During the meal, the youngest brother asked the captain how he could prove that he had killed the giants. This one has the 3 heads, but it is the young man who has the 3 tongues. The captain's imposture is revealed. He is put to death, and the young man marries the princess 28. The eldest son, while keeping watch, kills a serpent, the youngest a tiger. The middle one gets carried away, chasing an eagle, and loses his way. In the Italian tale, a poor family decides to go on pilgrimage to St. James of Compostela. But before they could do so, the father dies, and soon his soul comes to ask that his vow be fulfilled. Follows the episode of the night spent in the forest. A giant he encounters tells him that he will set him back on the right path. If the young man does him a favor, it is to make a hole in the wall of a palace. The young man does so, and at the same time kills the giant. He penetrates the palace, finds a sleeping princess, and takes away her rings and sleepers as he departs. He joins his family, completes the pilgrimage with them, then enters an inn where, in return for telling his story, he is recognized by the princess as her liberator and marries her. In this Italian tale, we find 2 details that were absent from the Transylvanian version, the bird that lures the young man deep into the forest, and the slippers he takes from the palace. The modern Greek tale collected by J. Doré. Buchon also explores this theme, but combines it with another. There, a king on his deathbed commands his 3 sons to spend one night in turn praying at his tomb, and give their 2 daughters to whoever asks for them first in marriage. Having the eldest go to pray at the grave, a beggar arrives the next day and asks and receives the hand of the oldest princess. After the night spent by the younger, the second princess is given to another beggar. On the 3rd night, the youngest prince, having his candles blown out by a gust of wind, heads towards a great light he catches a glimpse of in the distance. He finds 40 dragons lying around a large fire guarding an enormous cauldron. He then penetrates the chamber where the sleeping princess exchanges his ring for that of the young girl and returns to his father's grave. The young man makes a sort of ladder with large nails that he drives into the wall. Having reached the top, he enters the tower through a small window. Then he challenges the dragons to follow him, and as they try to enter through the window, he kills them. The prince lifts the cauldron with one hand and, after lighting his candles, sets it back on the fire. Impressed by his strength, the dragons charge him to take away a princess locked away in a tall tower that they have long desired to capture. The king, father of the princess, wanting to know who killed the dragons and entered the tower, announces great rejoicings in all lands. Anyone can take part as long as they tell their story. The 3 princes attend these festivities, and the king recognizes the liberator of his daughter through the telling of his exploits. This Greek tale serves as a bridge between the Lorraine story and an Eastern one. In a Caucasian or Aryan tale, Schiefner, no. After the prince's marriage, the story turns to Another series of adventures. The princess is kidnapped by a magician and her husband manages to rescue her with the help of his in-laws, the two beggars, who are actually one, the king of birds, the other, the king of animals. See this passage from the Avarian tale towards the end of the notes on our No, 43. The little shepherd. Later, the young man kills a 9-headed serpent while his brothers sleep. Then he returns to sleep beside them, and the next day tells them nothing of his adventure. For a father on his deathbed tells his 3 sons, "One, I am dead. Each of you shall guard my tomb for 3 nights, and then, if anyone comes to ask for the hand of one of my daughters, whether it be a bird or a field, give it to him." The youngest of the 3 brothers, through other feats than the heroes of previous tales, wins the hand of a princess. We see here, it seems to us, the transposition of an episode that we have seen figured in several of the tales cited above. Following this feat, an old man marries the young man to his wonderfully beautiful daughter. This second wife, having been abducted by a malevolent being, the hero finds help from his 3 stepbrothers, the wolf, Antra, and the falcon, or rather the mysterious beings who, under these various forms, have come to ask for his sisters' hands. The youngest, seeing his fire go out, wants to go and get something to relight it. After various incidents, he comes upon 3 giants. The other tales to which we have given reference do not include the pilgrimage or prayers said for the soul of the father, but in both Hungarian tales we find the 3 brothers who successively take watch, and each slays a monster during his turn. In the second tale, which for all this passage is almost identical to the first, the king and the 3 princesses, in order to discover who killed the giants, assume disguises at an inn and have their adventures told to passers-by. In the first of these Hungarian tales, as in the previous stories, he kills the cock and the little dog that guard a castle. He takes off the rings of 3 sleeping princesses, 3, like in the Lorraine tale, cuts off the heads of the giants when they try to pass under the castle gate, and returns to his brothers. 3 brothers vigil monsters slain by each during his watch. The youngest brother's encounter with 40 thieves who went to fetch fire. These are already enough similarities, not to mention other traits. Compare the 2 Serbian tales mentioned above, both of which include the inn scene. The modern Greek tale from Hans' collection, despite notable gaps, obviously belongs to this family of stories. The king, surprised to see these 40 thieves beheaded, wants to know who killed them. Follows, as in previous stories, the episode of the inn. Compare the Albanian tale, very close to this Greek tale 3:2. The 40 thieves, seeing the extraordinary strength of the 3rd brother, propose to join forces with him to raid a king's treasure. The young man enters the room first through a hole in the wall and beheads each thief successively as they pass through that hole. Moreover, in both stories there are the 3 giants, the dog that must be killed, the objects taken from the castle, among others, a slipper in the German tale, and finally the inn of the Princess 33. It is unnecessary for us to dwell long on the Tyrolean tale and the German tale. The first has retained, in a distorted form, the episode of the 3 brothers and their exploits. in the German tale. There is no longer mention of a skilled marksman. It has been noticed that the giants or dragons of foreign tales are replaced by thieves in the Lorraine tale. We have already encountered in our note 25 the shoemaker and the thieves, a similar weakening of the original idea. Let us recall that in an Eastern narrative linked to another family of tales, Hindi novel analyzed by us in the remarks of our No 19, The Little Hunchback, PP, The Sons of the Fisherman, and the notes IP 74 and PP 7678. 208 and 219, the hero enters Bakawali's garden, daughter of the king of fairies, to take a wonderful rose. Then he goes into Bakawali's sleeping castle and steals her ring. Bakawali, surprised by the disappearance of her rose and her ring, sets out to find the thief, whom she eventually locates and marries. See, in the remarks of the same note, 19, IPP 217, 218, the Arab tale of the hero also enters the castle of a sleeping princess. Notes 28, for this episode of the captain's deception and the languages of giants, see our note. 29, this theme of the hero's sisters being married to more or less mysterious characters who turn out to be kings of animals, fish, etc., and who subsequently come to the aid of their brother-in-law, appears in various European tales, independently of the Greek tale cited above. For example, in another Greek tale, known, it had already been fixed in writing in the 17th century in Italy by the Neapolitan Basil, the Pentameron, no 33, and in the 18th century in Germany by Mussis Volksmärchen der Deutschen, 1782. No 1. 25 in a Sicilian tale, Gonzenbach. No 29 in a Tuscan tale, Pitra, popular Tuscan novels. No 11 in a tale from Hart, Bretagne S.A. Billet. No 16 a Portuguese tale, Coelho. No 16 in a Brazilian Portuguese tale, Romy, Ro. No 1. 30 in the first of these Hungarian tales, a king on the verge of death tells his 3 sons to give their 3 sisters to whoever asks for them, and he advises them, if they delay hunting, not to spend the night under a certain poplar tree. The young men want to know why their father made this recommendation, and it is under this poplar tree that they have their adventure. We believe that this introduction is a variation of the primitive theme's vigil of prayer. This 31, this tale also shares a completely unique trait with the first Greek tale, the Albanian second Hungarian tale, and the second Serbian tale. In these various tales, while seeking to relight his fire, the hero encounters a figure who divides day from night, or successively night and dawn. He binds them to a tree to delay the dawn's coming. 32 to these 2 tales bear somewhat relation to the Egyptian story of Rahamsinite and the sons of the architect in Herodotus I, 120 and 31:1. The princess is still found in a German tale, Wolf, pp. 154, 158, and a Sicilian tale, Pietra, 34, both of very different types. Sly, the hanged man once upon a time, there was a man who had 5 or 6 children, men too, and you, my poor sick one. One day, when one of his daughters was ill, he wanted to go to the fair. He said to his children, "What do you want me to bring you from the fair?" "A handkerchief," said one. "Shoes," said another. "I want a dress," said one. "My father, I would like some meat to cure me." Upon arriving at the fair, the father bought the dresses, the handkerchief, and the shoes he had promised to his children, but he forgot the meat that his sick daughter had asked for. He only realized this when returning home. He cut off one of their thighs and returned home. He gave his children what he had bought for them and told the sick girl, "Here, my child, here is meat for you." "Oh, what beautiful meat," said the young girl. What a pity. He thought that was what mattered most. As night fell, crossing through a forest, it seemed to him that he saw some hanged people. As he couldn't distinguish well, he approached and confirmed that they were indeed hanged. They made broth from it, which she found excellent. In the evening, the sick girl saw a man enter her room with only one thigh. "You have my thigh," he told her. "You have my thigh." "What do you mean?" she asked. "You'll know another day." The next day the man returned again. "Where is your thigh?" asked the young girl. "But it was you who ate it." At these words he disappeared. 7, titled La Gulu, is essentially ours, except that at the end, Gulu is carried off by the dead man from whom her parents had cut off a leg to give it to her. The young girl asked her father if the man had spoken the truth. He was forced to admit it. You can imagine how terrified the poor child was. Notes A tale from Agenai's Blade A. No. The two French tales correspond to the German tale inserted by the brothers Grimm in their third volume P, 267, and qualified by them as a fragment. An old woman who, in the evening, has guests to accommodate, takes the liver of a hanged man and cooks it for them. At midnight, she hears knocking at the door. She opens. It is a dead man, bald, with no eyes and with a wound on his side. "Where are your hairs?" "The wind blew them away." "Where are your eyes?" "The ravens tore them out." "Where is your liver?" "You ate it." In 1856, Guillaume Grimm knew of no connections to be made. Yet there were parallels in already published collections, and since then similar tales have been gathered from various countries. Here, for example, is a German tale from the Cohn and Schwartz collection, published in 1848. One day, a woman cooked liver for her husband, Alleman, who loved that dish very much. She gets jealous and tastes it, and ends up eating everything. Fearing her husband's displeasure, she goes to get the liver of a hanged man, which she cooks. Alleman finds it excellent. One evening, while she lies in bed and her husband is at the tavern, she hears footsteps approaching and a voice cry, "Where is Alleman?" She replies that he is at the tavern. The steps draw closer, desperate. She calls for her husband's help, to no avail. Suddenly, the figure is upon her and strangles her. The Catalan Rondelet of all, IP 100, tells a tale of the same nature as this German story. The same idea reappears, somewhat weakened, in an English tale from the Halliwell collection P 25, published in 1849. Mr. Kaler, in his notes accompanying the Bladier collection, mentions another English tale and a second Catalan tale. In a Venetian tale, Bernoni Tradiziani P 125, a pregnant woman craves to eat a heart. Her husband, who is a bell ringer and bearer of the dead, takes the heart of a corpse and gives it to her. She cooks it and eats it without realizing what it is. For 3 nights in a row, the dead come to claim their heart, and on the 3rd night they strangle the woman, in an old Flemish book cited by J. Dye. Wolf, German Folktales and Legends. Known. 132. A distiller obtained the skull of a hanged thief to distill it and mix its spirit with brandy. Suddenly, at night, the hanged man enters and says, "Give me back my head." there is also another theme very close to this one. Here, it's the golden leg, the golden arm of a deceased person buried that. Out of greed, someone goes to steal, and the dead one comes to claim it. On this subject, you can see Agenaeus' tale note. 4 in the Bladder collection, the golden leg, and Mr. K. Haller's notes. The second theme is related to 3 German tale Strackergen, I. P. 155, Mullenhoff, P. 465, Cochon, 6, and according to Mr. K. Holler, 1 English tale. Left alone, she takes the jewels and the beautiful gown, then wants to take the stockings as well, but while she pulls off one, her leg stays in her hand. She carries this leg away, intending to eat it, but she does not. In the Pletre collection, No. 28, we find a Sicilian tale that lies, so to speak, between these 2 types of tellers. A little girl who is mad hides one day in a chapel where the body of a rich neighbor and has been laid out in her fine clothes and adorned with her jewels. The following nights, the dead woman comes to claim her leg from the little girl, who eventually strangles her and takes back her leg. Compare a Venetian tale Benoni, Tradizioni, P. 123, with a Tuscan tale picture, Novelle Popolari Toscane 19. Actually, the 3 brothers, once upon a time there were 3 cobblers. They were 3 brothers, sons of a poor widow. Seeing that they did not earn enough to live and feed their mother, they all 3 contributed their money to her, so she could live more comfortably. The oldest was called Feather Paw, the second Feather on Paw, and the third Wash Tail. When Feather Paw was in the tower, he heard the sound of chains being dragged. At first he was afraid, but he quickly regained his composure and cried out, "Who's there?" No one answered. When they were in the regiment, one day the colonel told Feather Paw to stand guard at midnight in a tower from which said spirits return. Everyone who had gone there to stand guard for 10 years had been found dead. The soldier who had come to the tower every day for 10 years to see what had happened and had never found anyone alive arrived one morning to inquire about Feather Paw's fate. He was greatly surprised to find him still living. "If you do not answer, I will burn your brains," said the man dragging the chains, "for that is what happened to the others." Then he handed over a bag. "The more money you take from it, the more it will have. Put it down at the foot of my post," said Feather Paw. "I'll take it when I finish my watch." His watch ended. He picked up the bag. The next day at midnight, Feather Paw was sent to the tower. He heard a terrifying noise of chains. He was first frightened, but almost immediately he cried, "Who's there?" No one answered. "If you don't answer, I'll burn your brain out. "Didn't you see anything?" he asked. "No, I saw nothing." His brothers also asked, "Didn't you see anything?" "No, I didn't see anything." The colonel in his turn said, "Didn't you see anything?" "No, my colonel, I didn't see anything." He did not mention the bag to anyone. You're lucky to have done your duty well," said the man dragging the chains. "Without it, you would meet the same fate as others. Come, here is a bag. When you wish, you can let out as many men as there are in the entire universe." He kept the bag open for half an hour, and 4,000 men emerged. "Place it at the foot." "My post," said Feather. "On foot. We'll take it when I've finished my duty." After finishing his duty, he picked up the bag. In the morning, the soldier came to see if Feather on foot was dead. "Didn't you see anything?" he asked, surprised to find him alive. "No, I didn't see anything," replied Feather on foot. "Didn't you see anything?" said his brothers. "No, I didn't see anything." The colonel also asked him, "Didn't you see anything?" "Oh, no, my colonel, I didn't see anything." He made no mention of the bag. He only told his brother Bagnolet. "You will be sure to do your duty well when you go to the tower." When it came to mounting guard in the tower the next day, fate fell upon a wealthy young man. He was very sad and very sorry, as he feared he might perish there. When Bagnolet was in the tower, he heard a terrifying noise of chains. At first he was afraid, but he cried out almost immediately, "Who's there?" No one answered. "If you do not answer, I'll burn your brains," he said to the man dragging the chains, "otherwise you would have met the same fate as the others." Bagnolet said to him, "If you give me 2,000 francs, I will mount the guard in your place." The young man accepted the offer. He handed over the 2,000 francs to the colonel and wrote a note agreeing that if Bagnolet did not return, he would give the money to his brothers. Here is a coat. When you wear it, you will be invisible. Here is the translation of the provided text from French to English. Here is another sabre. By means of this sabre, you will have whatever you desire, and you will be transported wherever you want. "Put them at the foot of my watchtower," said Bagnolet. "I'll take them when I've finished my duty." After finishing his duty, he put on the cloak and drew the sabre. "Master," the sabre replied, "what can I do for you?" "I would like a table laden with the finest foods, a fine place setting, and a comfortable chair." "Master, turn around. Your wish is my command." Bagnolet sat down at the table and ate heartily. Then he took off his cloak. The soldier, who had come several times without seeing him because of the cloak, asked then, "Where were you?" "I've come more than 20 times without finding you." "Did you see anything in the tower?" "No, I saw nothing." "Didn't you see anything?" his brothers inquired. When they arrived in the woods, his brothers saw nothing prepared. "No, I saw nothing." The colonel also questioned him, "Didn't you see anything?" "No, my colonel, I saw nothing." He made no mention of the sabre or the cloak. Bagnolet engaged his brothers to come to the woods with him, and told them he would give them dinner. Bagnolet showed his brothers his cloak that made him invisible, and taught them everything he could do with his sword. Bagnolet knew that the King of England had 3 daughters to marry. After dinner, he drew his sword again. Bagnolet gently drew his sword and said he wanted a table loaded with the best dishes, 3 beautiful silverware pieces, and 3 beautiful chairs, the finest ones available. "I'm my master." "Turn around, you are served." The 3 brothers then recounted their adventures to each other. Foot said he had a purse always filled with money. Foot opened his pouch and took out a large number of men who formed 2 lines. He made a sign, and the men returned into the pouch. The king said to them, "I do not give my daughters to captains. One must be a marshal. My master, what can I do for your service? I would like to be transported with my brothers to the castle of the King of England." "Turn around. There you are." 3 brothers immediately presented themselves before the king, and asked for his daughters in marriage. The king informed the princesses of the request of the 3 brothers and told them, when they come, pray them to show you their gifts, and as soon as they have presented them, give a whistle. And I, added Bagnolet, have a cloak that makes me invisible. He didn't mention his sword. Come back tomorrow at 10 in the morning, said the king. I will ask my daughters if they want to marry. Thereupon the young men retired. Into my service for 5 or 6 months. You don't know, said the 3 brothers, that we have talents. I have, said Featherpaw. A potch, the more money you put in it, the more there is. And I, said Feather, in the hand, have a quiver. I can produce as many men from it as there are in the entire universe, and if I wanted to, I could make you and your whole court perish. The king was very angry at these words. Immediately 2 men will come to chain them and throw them in prison. The next day Featherfoot arrived first. But my friend, said the king to him, hurry up. My eldest daughter has been waiting for you for at least an hour. Featherfoot went to greet the princess. She is now in her room. Plume and Pat went to greet the princess, who first spoke to him of various matters before finally saying, would you show me your gibbous? Of course, my princess. Once she had the gibbous in her hands, she gave a whistle. Both men entered, seized Plume in Pat, and threw him in prison with his brother. After chatting with her for a while, the princess said, it would be kind of you to show me your purse. Certainly, my princess, he replied. As soon as she had the purse, she gave a whistle. 2 men entered, seized the poor boy, and threw him into a dungeon to die of hunger. So hurry up, said the king to him. My youngest daughter has waited for you for over 2 hours while strolling in the garden. When Bagnolet arrived, the king told him, hurry up and go to the room of my youngest daughter. She has been waiting for you for a long time. Bagnolet greeted the princess gracefully and spoke to her politely. They conversed for a very long time, as Bagnolet spoke better than his brothers. Finally, the princess said, I've heard that you have a cloak that makes you invisible. Would you show it to me? Of course, my princess. She grabbed the coat and blew a whistle. The 2 men came to chain Bagnolet and put him in prison with his brothers to leave him to die of hunger. They were all 3 very sad when Bagnolet remembered that he still had his sword. He drew it. The master, what can I do for you? He wants you to bring us a table laden with the finest foods, 3 beautiful silverware pieces, and 3 beautiful chairs, and transform our prison into a beautiful palace. All of this happened instantly, and they'd even fancier salons than the king. The king, having come to see what they were doing, found them at the table. He was very angry and had them moved to another prison. Bagnolet drew his sword. Master, what can I do for you? He would like, if possible, to be transported with my brothers 20 leagues away from the city. Turn around. There you are. There was a castle nearby where no one lived because it was haunted. The 3 brothers settled there. Bagnolet said with his sword, can you bring the princess who took the purse? My master, she will be here at midnight with the purse. When the princess arrived, they took back the purse, mistreated her, broke her spine, and sent her away. My master, she will be here at midnight with the gibbet. When she arrived, they took back the gibbet, mistreated her, broke her spine, and sent her away. The king entered a terrible rage. He would have liked to know where the three brothers were. Bagnolet drew his sword again and said, "Who wish, if possible, that you bring us the princess who took the gibbet. My master, she will be here at midnight with the cloak." The king, even more furious, told his youngest daughter, "I think, my daughter, that you are going to have the same fate as your sisters, but you must mark the black door of the house where they will take you." The next day, Bagnolet said to the sword, "Want you to bring the princess who took the cloak." Then they dispatched an ambassador to the king declare war on him. The king led a large army against them. The three brothers were alone on their side. "You are the eldest," they said to the king. "Form your men first." Then Feather, in the pouch, opened his knapsack and brought out a great number of armed men. The English soldiers fired their guns, but the men of Plume en Pat were made of such stuff that they could not be killed. Her father advised her to mark the door of the house where they would take her in black, but I will mark all the houses in the neighborhood, and nothing will be recognizable. At midnight, the princess found herself at the castle. The three brothers took back the cloak from her, mistreated her even more than the others because she was the most wicked, broke her spine, and sent her back to her father, who no longer felt any fury. The King of England lost his entire army and fled. The three brothers went to plunder his castle, set it on fire, and threw the queen and her three daughters into the flames. They then returned to France, but were captured as deserters and imprisoned. They asked for her hand in marriage. Bagnolet drew his sword. "Master," he said, "what can I do for you? I would like, if possible, to be transported with my brothers to the court of the King of France." "Turn around." "You are there," replied the king. The King of France had only one daughter. In about 2 months, paw in hand, the one with the crutch became a marshal and married the princess. His brothers got married on the same day. "I do not give my daughter to captains," said the king, "but within 2 or 3 months, each of you could become a marshal, and he who distinguishes himself most will have my daughter." The three brothers then told him that they possessed gifts, and spoke to him about their purse, belt, sword, and cloak. The King of England was present at the wedding. It was said that the Newlyn strongly resembled the three brothers who had done him so much harm, but he did not recognize them. I, meanwhile, was stationed at the door of the princess, counting the nails to pass the time. I got bored and came back. Notes: this tale comes from a regiment like Nos, 3 and 15. It is composed, as has been noted, of elements that have already appeared in 2 of our tales. The introduction and the first part of the story resemble our No. 11, the purse, the whistle, and the hat, and the last part, the abduction of the princesses. The method used by the sword to thwart the trick of the youngest, the war of the three brothers against the king resembles our No. 31, the Iron Man. We return to the remarks made in these 2 stories and add some observations on various particular traits of the story. We have just told the introduction to a Romanian tale from Transylvania in the Journal Ausland 1856 p. 7:16 bears many similarities to our two brothers, serve in the army. One is a captain, the other, called H.Q. Ress, Tilde, is a simple soldier and great drinker. Bored by seeing him constantly drunk, the captain sends H.V. Restawelde to mount guard in front of an abandoned house haunted by the devil. At midnight, H.V. Restawelde hears a loud noise in the house. The devil appears before him and tells him to clear off. H.U. Restawelde, unintimidated, fires his rifle at the devil. Then the devil begs for mercy, offering him an ever full purse and a hat from which he can produce as many soldiers as desired when shaken. The rest of this Romanian tale relates, to a far lesser extent, to our tale of the three brothers than it does to our 11. The stocking, the whistle and the hat. We have discussed this incidentally in the remarks following that last tale, IP 126. Compare the introduction of a pickered tale, Kanoi, P. As in the Romanian tale, the rest of the story is similar to our leavened the tale of peers that lengthen the nose. In a Sicilian tale, Pitria, 292, where the devil successively gives to 3 deserters, each of whom on turn guards a haunted castle, a wonderful cloth, a stick that produces much gold as one can desire, and a cloak that makes invisible and transports wherever one wishes. 26. There is an episode that can be compared to the passage in our tale where the 3 brothers lead a joyful life in prison. 2 German tales from this collection, Wolf P16 and Praghal I-27, have, like our tale, a final part where the hero goes to war against a king, the father of a princess who stole the wonderful objects. Petru, who possesses 3 wonderful objects, a purse, a handkerchief, and a violinist thrown in prison for losing a chess game to a princess who cheats like the one in our 11. With his violin, he sets everything in motion, dancing his fellow captives and entertaining them with his magical handkerchief. The Prudhoe collection tale also has a trait that connects it to the theme of our 31, which we discussed at the beginning of these remarks, the passage where the soldier tells the enchanted hat each night to bring him the princess. The wonderful objects featured in our tale also play a part in numerous stories, as noted in our 11 remarks. Here we will confine ourselves to a few parallels drawn from Eastern literature. Besides the Kalmuck, Hindustani and Arabic tales of Egypt analyzed in our 11 notes, IP 129-132, we shall quote various stories not belonging to this family. First, a Persian tale from the Tudi name translation, G. Rosenvall, IP. The small dog had the virtue of making appear, at the will of its possessor, as many warriors, elephants, and horses as he could ask for. 2249, where there is an inexhaustible purse, a wooden bowl from which all sorts of good things to drink and eat may be drawn, and a pair of sandals that transport one in an instant to wherever one desires to go. In another Persian tale, the Enchanted Throne, an Indian story translated from the Persian by Baron Lescalier, New York, 1817, vol. IP 91, it is spoken of 3 wonderful objects, a small dog, a staff, and a purse. By taking the staff in his right hand and turning it towards these men, one had the power to give life to all of them by taking the same staff in his left hand and directing it towards that armed troop. One could reduce them to nothingness. 250, where almost the same objects are found as in the first one. Arab tale from 1001 Night Story of Mazen of Khorasan, P741, ed. As for the purse, it produced at the command of its master gold and jewels. Compare a third Persian tale from the Bahar, Danish, translated by Jonathan Scott, Vol. I. P. 19 of the translation by 8 Brokos. The marvelous objects are a pair of slippers, a staff, and a cup. From the Pantheon literary work stages, a hat that makes one invisible, a copper drum by which one can summon the chiefs of the genies and their legions, and a ball that closes distances. In an Indian tale from the great collection of Somadeva, already cited, Vol. I.P., the cup fills itself with all the food desired by its possessor. Everything written with the staff is immediately executed, and the slippers grant the ability to fly through the air. In the Sanskrit collection Sin, Sana, Divi, Ayutrin, Ikek, 32 stories of the throne, Vikram receives from Yogi, a religious beggar, often a magician, 3 marvelous objects, piece of chalk, a staff, and a piece of cloth. With the piece of chalk, one draws an army. With the staff wielded in the right hand, one gives life to this army, which carries out the orders given. If one takes the stick from the left hand and touches it, it disappears. Finally, by means of the piece of cloth, one obtains everything one thinks of: food, clothing, gold, jewels, etc. Indian Studies, Vol. XV 1878, p. 384. We will also recall the wonderful objects under discussion in Indian tales and other Oriental stories cited in our 4 notes to Palaparai, IP 558. Finally, in a popular Indian tale from Bengal Stokes Miss, note 22 4 magical objects are featured: a bed that transports one wherever desired, a sack that provides whatever one may desire, a cup that gives water as much as one needs, a staff and rope to which one merely needs to say, in time of war, to strike and bind all the soldiers of the enemy army. 2 to 19, the god Siva gives his Protea Siva Das a sword, which, among other virtues, also has the power to transport its possessor anywhere he commands it to go. It has been noted that the Bagnolet sword has a double property. With this sword, you will have everything you desire, and you will be transported wherever you wish. In a popular Indian tale summarized in our known notes, Lepet Bosu, I.P., let us summarize the German tale as concisely as possible. The youngest of 3 brothers finds a wonderful napkin that is filled with food upon command. The trait of wonderful objects we will encounter again always in the East in 2 stories that bear a striking resemblance. Emmen, Folklore, Jaleel, from Grimm's collection, the knapsack, the hat, and the horn 54, very close to our 3 brothers. The young man accepts then, when he is a little way off, he makes the 6 men and the corporal appear and orders them to go retrieve his napkin. A charcoal burner, at whom he stops and whom he feasts, offers him in exchange for the napkin a knapsack, from which, with each strike, a corporal and 6 men appear 34. He exchanges it again, first for an old hat that you just have to turn around his head to make a whole battery of cannons roar, to which nothing can resist. And finally, for a trumpet whose sound crushes fortresses, and, if one continues to blow, cities and villages. But the captain and his men are beaten, and so too are all the troops sent against the young man, thanks to the cannons that the hat puts into play. He makes the king say that he will make peace only if the king gives him his daughter in marriage. Through his soldiers, he regains possession of his handkerchief each time. Back in the country, he is poorly received by his brothers and has them corrected by his soldiers. Neighbors rush in great commotion. The king, warned, sends a captain with his company to stop him. One has to go through with it. The princess, not at all satisfied with being married to a common man, always wearing an old hat and carrying a worn-out satchel over his shoulder, eventually wondered if there might be some magic in that satchel. He blew on the pipe, and fortresses, palaces, all collapsed, crushing under their ruins the king and the princess. Through her flattery, she managed to uncover the secret. Then she seized the satchel and ordered the soldiers to arrest their former master. But he used his old hat, and the soldiers were swept away by his artillery. The princess went to ask for forgiveness, and she knew how to do it so well that soon she discovered the power of the hat and took possession of it. The young man would be lost if he did not have his pipe left, as Bagnolit's sword is to him. Here, as we see the betrayal of the princess and the battle against the king's troops are not placed in the narrative at the same point as in our tale, but the resemblance is no less certain. This German tale serves as a link between our tale and the two Eastern narratives that we will analyze. The first is a Kalmuk tale from the collection of Sidikur's sixth talelet. In a certain land, there lived a man of unbending character. He did so much that his Khan, his sovereign, was obliged to banish him. Crossing a steppe, our man finds, after incidents that we have recounted in the notes to our No, Twensend, the 2I, P243, a golden cup, which provides drink and food at will. He offers to exchange his golden cup for the staff. Then, when he has the staff, he sends it to kill the man and retrieve the golden cup. He takes it and goes further. Soon he meets a man holding a staff and learns that this staff has the property to go at the command of its owner and kill people and retrieve what they have stolen, 35. He likewise comes into possession of two other wondrous objects, an iron hammer that, if one strikes the earth 9 times, raises a 9-story iron tower, and a leather bag that makes it rain as hard as one wants when shaken. Armed with these 4 talismans, he returns to his country to avenge himself against the Khan. He arrives around midnight behind the palace by virtue of his hammer. A 9-story iron tower rises on this spot the next morning. The Khan, furious, gathers his subjects and orders them to pile charcoal against that tower and set it on fire. But the man shakes his leather sack. Torrents of rain fall, and the blaze extinguishes. The Kalmuk tale abruptly ends here. Here we find both the introduction to the German tale and the struggle of the possessor of wonderful objects against the king, to both an episode common, the German tale, and our own. But this second trait will be found even more clearly pronounced in the second Oriental narrative, 20 sec. There, an inhabitant of the kingdom of Kasi, driven away by his parents, is cast onto an island in the middle of the sea by a shipwreck. He finds a boar, the owner of jewels that allow him to fly. He steals them while he is sleeping and kills him. Then, traveling through space, he arrives at the heights of Himavanta. This narrative is a Jataka, that is, a Buddhist legend written in the sacred language of Buddhism, Pali, and relating to the adventures of Buddha in his previous existences, 5 Jatakas, with a translation by V. Forsbellel, Copenhagen, 1861, p. Seeing several hermitages from there, he descends and enters the of a first ascetic who possesses an axe which cuts wood, lights a fire, and executes the orders given to him. He offers his jewels to the ascetic in exchange for this axe, and when he has it in his hands, he orders him to cut off the head of the ascetic and bring back his jewels. He then goes to the home of a second ascetic. That one has a magical drum that, struck on one side, drives away the enemy, and which, struck on the other side, makes an entire army appear. Master of the four wonderful objects, the man has a letter delivered to the king of Varanasi demanding he surrender his kingdom. The king sends men to capture him. The man also makes an exchange with this ascetic, then sends the axe to cut off his head and retrieve his jewels. He acts the same way with a third ascetical person, owner of a cup that, when turned upside down, provides everything one desires. But the man strikes one side of his drum, and instantly he is surrounded by an army. He turns his cup upside down, and a great river floods the entire ground where the royal army is deployed. Finally, he orders his axe to bring him the head of the king. He enters the capital with all his forces and ascends the throne. Notice 34 in a similar Danish tale, Grim, P91, it is a crutch as in the French tale. 35 in a Lithuanian tale that corresponds to the German Grimm collection tale just cited Chodsko, P. One day, while walking in the fields with the king and the queen, she saw a flock of sheep and wanted a lamb. 3349. It is also a staff that replaces the knapsack and its soldiers. Xlia the little shepherd, once upon a time there was a king and had a queen who had only one daughter. She was a spoiled child, to whom all her whims were granted. Her parents turned to the shepherdess. She told them that the sheep did not belong to her, and sent them back to the farmer, who was not far away. Eventually, the princess got her lamb. She then wanted to take it to the fields herself. This new whim greatly annoyed her parents. They regretted buying the lamb for her. "It's very hot in the fields," they said to their daughter. "You'll ruin your complexion. Besides, it is not befitting for a princess to keep sheep." After some time, the lamb became a sheep and gave birth to a little lamb. The following year there were more, so that the princess eventually had a flock. She was very happy about it and told her mother that she would sell the wool from her sheep. "We don't need that," the queen replied. A shepherd was needed for the flock. When the king went out to find one, he met a young boy who seemed very gentle and kind. "Where are you going, my friend?" the king asked. "I'm looking for a master," the boy answered. "Would you like to come with me? I am the king." "It depends on the terms you offer me." The king made him an offer that pleased the boy, who agreed to follow him. "No," the king told his daughter, "you don't need to go out to the fields anymore. I'll go drive my flock in the morning and look for it at night." The princess replied. "It is at best," said the king. "In the morning and evening it is cool in the fields. Thus the sun will not ruin your complexion." Every day the king gave the little shepherd meat and a bottle of wine. But as soon as she had left, he entered the wood. He had taken from his pocket a tiny whistle knife and was whistling merrily. One morning the princess took the little shepherd to a beautiful plain near a small wood. "Beware of entering this wood," she said. Are 3 giants there? I will not enter it, my princess, he replied. Suddenly he saw a giant made entirely of steel approaching him, who shouted, "What are you doing here, fool?" "I am taking a walk while I watch the king's sheep." The giant circled around him. "What do you have on your back?" he asked. "It is a giblet," replied the shepherd. "I have bread, meat, and wine inside. Would you like some?" The giant agreed. After eating all the shepherd's provisions, he took the bottle and drank it in one go. Not long after finishing, he collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. Giants are not accustomed to drinking wine. Immediately, the little shepherd plunged his knife into the giant's throat. He then circled the wood and found a house entirely made of steel. He entered. "No, my princess." "Oh, that's good. I was worried about you." "Hiya," he said, "my princess. It was so hot today. I was thirsty." In the stable was a steel horse. In the rooms, chairs, tables, spoons, forks, everything was made of steel. It was the giant's house. In the evening, when the princess arrived, the little shepherd had returned to the meadow. She asked him, "Did you go into the wood?" "If you didn't get enough from one bottle," said the princess, "tomorrow you'll have 2, one from my father, as usual, and another that I will give you, but don't tell my father." The next day, the princess led him back and forbade him from going into Little Wood, but as the day before, as soon as she had turned her back, he slipped in whistling on his whistle. This time he encountered a giant entirely dressed in silver, who asked, "What brings you here, fool?" "I am taking a walk," replied the shepherd. "Although you are fatter and taller than me, you do not scare me." The giant circled around him and asked, "What have you got on your back?" "It's a game bag. There's bread, meat, and wine in it." "Are you hungry?" "Yes, I could eat a piece," said the shepherd. He offered his dinner to the giant, then presented one of his bottles, which the giant drank in one gulp. The other bottle followed, and the giant fell asleep. Then the shepherd stabbed him through the throat. Then he measured around the wood and saw a house all of silver. In the stable was a silver horse. In the rooms, chairs, tables, plates, spoons, forks. Everything was made of silver. It was the giant's house. "Tomorrow," she said, "I will give you 2 bottles. With the one my father will give you, that will make 3 bottles. Upon arriving at night, the princess said to the shepherd, "Have you entered the little wood?" "No, my princess." "You did well." "Ah," he said, "my princess, it has been so hot today. But above all, don't say a word." The princess led the little shepherd to the same plain the next day and forbade him to enter the wood. But as soon as she turned her back, he entered whistling on his whistle. He had barely taken a few steps when he found himself face to face with a giant completely dressed in gold. "What are you doing here, fool?" "I am taking a walk." The giant circled around him. "Yes," replied the giant. "What do you have on your back?" "It's a knapsack. There's bread, meat, and wine inside." "Are you hungry?" "Yes, I am." "Well, eat." After the giant had eaten, the shepherd gave him a bottle, which he drank in one gulp. "Do you want another?" asked the shepherd. This one tells the little shepherd, "Come tomorrow at 9 o'clock and try to win the prize." The little shepherd promised to come. The next day, indeed, he dressed all in steel, so that no one recognized him. Ha! It was the giant's house. However, the king, who wanted to marry off his daughter, had three pots of flowers prepared. Several lords were to compete to win these pots of flowers and marry the princess. Would you like a third? Yes. A fourth? But you have a barrelful, exclaimed the shepherd, who no longer had any. I'll keep this for when you're still thirsty. Once the giant was asleep, the little shepherd stabbed him in the throat, and then circled the wood, and saw a house all made of gold, and in the stable was a golden horse in the rooms, chairs, tables, spoons, forks, everything was gold. The handsome lord, said the king, they would like him to have my daughter, but the princess wept, not seeing her shepherd arrive. After a long struggle, the shepherd won a pot of flowers, which delighted the king. In the evening, the princess reproached the shepherd. "Ah, my princess," he said, "what can I do among these great lords? I will never dare go there." "I will lend you my father's clothes," said the princess. "I'll try to go tomorrow," he replied. The next day he dressed all in silver. "Here," said the king, "is a superb knight. He's even more beautiful than yesterday's." It was still the shepherd who won the second pot of flowers, to the great satisfaction of the king. In the evening, when the princess saw the shepherd, she told him, deeply distressed, "Why didn't you come?" "The heat made me sick," said the princess. "You're not well here. You're wasting away." For the 3 days he had met the giants, he had neither drunk nor eaten. "You are very kind, my princess, but I don't need them. I'll go tomorrow." "Well," she said, "we will wait for you." The following day he dressed in all gold and arrived at the castle at 9 o'clock. "Where we will wait until 11 o'clock, said the king, "but no later. It is not my fault if your shepherd does not want to come." Exactly at 11, the battle began. It lasted a long time, and once again it was the little shepherd who won the last pot of flowers. "The handsome young man," exclaimed the king, "I would like him to have my daughter." "My father," replied the princess, "if we were to wait until 9:30. At 9:30, not seeing the shepherd arrive, she said, "My father, let's wait until 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock struck. She asked for an extension. When night fell, the princess went to him distraught and said, "It was you that I wanted to marry, and my father is going to give me to someone else." "Oh," replied the shepherd, "if I did not come, it's because I was still a little sick." The next day, however, he asked the princess to follow him into the small wood and showed her the 3 pots of flowers he had placed in the steel house. "It was me," he said, "who won them, and besides, I defeated the 3 giants. Here is the house of the first one." He also showed her the silver house and the golden house, telling her all this belonged to me. "Ah, Lars," said the princess, "now you are too rich for me." One day, tired of watching over his animals, he lets them graze in the meadow. Suddenly, a dragon with 1 head appears, but the little shepherd presented himself with her before the king. The latter, having learned that it was he who had won the 3 pots of flowers, joyfully consented to give his daughter to him in marriage, and the wedding took place on the same day. Remarks: we can first compare the Lorraine tale to a German Tyrolean tale, Single, IP 3226. a young man enters service with a count as a shepherd, he must ensure that his flock does not venture into a certain enchanted meadow. The shepherd, who, due to circumstances too lengthy to describe here, is in possession of a wonderful sword, beheads the monster. He opens it and finds an iron key, which he puts in his pocket. The next day he kills a two-headed dragon, one of whose heads holds a silver key. The following day, a three-headed dragon, in one of which he finds a golden key. With these three keys, he enters three great underground halls, one all of iron, another of silver, and the third of gold, where are three horses, one black, another red, and the other white, and three armor sets of iron, silver, and gold. The count, having announced a grand tournament, with the prize being his daughter's hand, the shepherd goes there on the black horse and in the iron armor. He succeeds in plucking a flower from the young girl, sitting atop a column, and flees at full gallop. Seeing that the winner does not return, the count orders a second, then a third tournament, where the shepherd first appears with the red horse and silver armor, then with the white horse and gold armor, and wins again. After each tournament, he secretly offers a flower to the countess's daughter. The count, having learned that the three flowers have interned in his daughter's hands, asks her of whom they are. The shepherd is questioned, and the count gives his daughter to him in marriage. A young man named Pista attempts the venture. The oldest boar of the herd advises him to ask the king for a loaf of bread and a bottle of wine. He will give them to the dragon who comes to devour him. In other similar tales, we will encounter certain details from our tale that are missing in the Tyrolean tale. Let's begin with a Hungarian tale, Gal. P. 3-2 true. All the shepherds of a king disappear one by one. Therefore, no one presents themselves to replace them. The next day, the old boar advises him to get twice as much bread and wine. The same thing happens with a second dragon, stronger than the first, and then Pista enters an argent castle. He finds in her mouth a copper key, with which he opens the door of a copper castle. In the castle's garden he picks a rose so beautiful that, when he returns to the king, the youngest of the three princesses asks for it as a gift. Pista follows this advice, and he offers the bread and wine to the dragon, praying for his life to be spared. After drinking, the dragon falls asleep. Then Pista takes out his knife from his pocket and cuts her throat. Finally, the day after, he kills a third dragon in the same manner and comes into possession of a golden castle. Then follows the story of the tournament, where Pista goes for 3 consecutive days, dressed in 3 different outfits, taken successively from each of the 3 castles. Each time he throws with one blow a golden apple on which the name of one of the 3 princesses is written, and runs away. Then, under his ordinary clothes, he goes to claim from the king his pay as a hog keeper. Since he has put the 3 golden apples in his hat, he keeps it on his head. The youngest princess takes it off him, and the golden apples fall to the ground. He is recognized as the victor and marries the princess. In a second tale from German Tyrol Zingerl, IP 91, the farmer where the shepherd serves advises him not to let the sheep enter the meadow of the 3 giants. These giants live in a magnificent castle, and they are so feared that the king has promised his daughter in marriage to whoever kills them. The shepherd goes straight towards them, singing and playing the lyre. One of the giants rushes to the noise, and the shepherd's answers to his questions please him so much that he goes to fetch bread and wine for them to eat and drink together. The shepherd puts a narcotic in the giant's wine, which does not take long to fall asleep. Then he takes out his knife from his pocket, cuts off the giant's head, and takes his tongue. He starts singing and playing his instrument again. The second giant arrives. He meets the same fate as the first, and soon after, the third one too. The end of this Tyrolean tale approaches a passage from our No. 5, the sons of the fisher. Our forester, who found the bodies of the giants, takes the heads to the king and demands the promised reward. But the shepherd, who had kept the 3 tongues, exposes the deception. We will mention 2 other Tyrolean tales I bid, p. 96 and 372, which both have the 3 giants and a tournament. In that on page 96, where the shepherd appears successively in a first steel armor, then silver, and finally gold, we will note a feature of our tale that had not yet presented itself to us: the princess's love for the shepherd. This last detail is found in 2 Italian tales of the same genre, Comparetti, Nos 22 and 62. The second of these tales even has a detail that particularly brings it close to our little shepherd. The princess advises the shepherd to go fight in the just too, but he acts foolishly. This no. 6.2 from the Comparetti collection. The first part has been altered. 269 and a Slavic tale from Moravia, Wenzig, P1. The N22 is much better preserved. We find there the defense of crossing a certain stream, the 3-headed serpent in each of whose heads is a key that opens the door of a castle, the 3 castles made of crystal, silver, and gold, the just and the triple appearance of the shepherd with a crystal horse and bridle, a silver horse and bridle, etc. To these resemblances we must add the first part of a Flemish tale, which corresponds roughly to the first part of ours, JLU, Wolf, German Fairy Tales and Legends. No. 2, an Austrian tale that is rather incomplete, Wernerlike, in Note 23, a German tale, J. Do. Wolf, German House Fairy Tales, P. The last 2 tales share a particular detail. When, for the 3rd time, the hero flees after the tournament, the king or princes who have taken part in the feast seek to prevent his escape and wound him in the leg. It is this wound that later identifies him as the winner. Compare the end of one of the Tyrolean tales mentioned as Indobal, IP 96. This feature, we remember perhaps, occurs in our No. 12, The Prince and His Horse. Moreover, the general idea of this last tale is not without analogy to that of our Little Shepherd and foreign tales of a similar nature. One of the Italian tales we have discussed, Comparetti. No. 62 borrows from this theme of the prince and his horse instead of a simple detail, an entire episode, the story of the hero's relations with his 2 stepbrothers, another tale collected in the Saxon country of Transylvania, Haltrich. No, here he appears for the first time at the head of soldiers in copper armor, the second time with soldiers in silver armor, and finally with soldiers in gold armor. Lebevan, after a first part analogous to the first part of Little Red Riding Hood, the shepherd's fight against the copper dragon, the silver dragon, and the golden dragon, and his taking possession of 3 castles of copper, silver, and gold, gives, like the prince and his horse, the tale of 3 battles in which the shepherd, become a cook for the king, turns the fortune of the royal army without being recognized. These 3 armies he makes appear successively by shaking a copper bridle, a silver bridle, and a golden bridle, which he has brought from the castles of the 3 dragons. In a German tale from the Amegu Lellenhof collection, No. 15, the tournament is replaced by the hero's combat against a monster that the king, his master, ordered him to kill. On the first day, this monster has 3 heads, on the second, 6, on the third, 9, 5, and the queen of the fish, No. 37. It is not about killing a monster, but saving a princess that this monster here, a 7-headed serpent, must devour. John cuts them down with the 3 copper, silver, and gold swords he found with the giants. Breton tale collected by F. Tuem, Eftem. Lusel 5th Report, P34, presents this same idea in a way that brings it very close to our tales, as the sons of the fishermen know. The shepherd who fights 3 consecutive days arrives each time in a different armor, moon color, star color, sun color, that he found in the castle of the boar, which in this Breton tale takes the place of giants or dragons. Despite the introduction of this episode of fighting against the serpent, the story ends with a tournament, but with an alteration necessary to avoid double employment. The unknown knight disappears after killing the serpent, and the king announces a great tournament that will last 3 days throughout the kingdom. The shepherd goes there, equipped as a knight, and the princess recognizes him. In a Swabian tale Maya, No. 1, a shepherd successively enters 3 valleys where he is forbidden to go. Each time he kills a giant and discovers a castle in the stable of which is a horse of a different color. However, his master has promised his daughter to the devil. The shepherd who found in each of the 3 castles a bottle of wine and a sword that are to provide a means of defeating the devil, indeed defeats him 3 times. The 3rd time, the devil, who initially appeared as a serpent, then as a dragon, and finally as an eagle, inflicts a wound on his hand. The Lord, master of the shepherd, surprises him while he is examining his wound, and the shepherd is compelled to confess his feats. This becomes even more evident perhaps in tales of this type where, instead of climbing a glass mountain on horseback, suitors for a princess's hand must leap their horses up to the 3rd floor of the royal castle, Russian, Polish. And Finnish tales cited by Mr. R. M. Lellenhof mentions a German variant collected by him, in which the story of the shepherd and his 3 wonderful horses is combined with the well-known tale where the hero rides a glass mountain to conquer the hand of a beautiful princess. This second theme is essentially the same as that of the tournament. 40, the princess's slipper, I.P. 73, as the youngest of 3 brothers, obeying his father's last wishes, he spends 3 successive nights at his father's grave. Kai Heller, in his remarks on Estonian tale, No. 15, from the Kreutzwald collection. In the East, we have a tale from the Avar people of the Caucasus Chiefna. No. 4, about which we have already mentioned something regarding our known. The first night, at midnight, a magnificent blue horse appears. The young man tames it, and the horse tells him to pluck a hair from its mane if he ever needs its services. All he has to do is burn that hair. The second night, the same happens with a red horse, and on the third night with a black horse. Soon after, news spreads that the sovereign of the West will give his daughter to whoever can jump over a certain tower with their horse. Unaware of his brother's scorn for him, he burns the hair from the first horse, and instantly the blue horse appears before him, bringing his master a blue armor and blue weapons. The young man dons them and goes to the city of the sovereign of the West. He jumps with his horse over the tower and takes the princess. 2 more similar exploits follow, which the young man accomplishes. First fully equipped in red and with the red horse, then fully equipped in black and with the black horse. We will note that the triple vigil of the hero over his father's grave also forms the introduction to the Estonian, Russian, Polish, and Finnish tales mentioned above. On these occasions, he takes both of the princess's sisters. He keeps the younger one for himself and gives the other 2 to his brothers. The narrative then proceeds to another series of adventures. Here, for example, in a few words, is the Estonian teller, a father, on dying, tells his 3 sons to each spend 1 night at his grave in turn. It is the youngest, scorned by his brothers, who spends the 3 nights, and each time his father's soul tells him that when he needs fine clothes to go among the great lords, he only has to come knock on the tomb. A second time, it is a silver horse and a silver armor, and finally a golden horse and a golden armor. The young man first climbs 1/3 of the mountain, then 2/3. Finally he reaches the summit, and the princess is freed, always in the east. We will recall a Syrian tale summarized in the notes of our No. 1, Jean de Lau's IP 22, where the hero appears 3 times in a tournament on 3 horses of different colors. The king of the country, having promised his daughter's hand to whoever would climb a mountain of glass, at the top of which is the princess, sleeping in a magical sleep. The young man goes to knock on his father's tomb. Immediately a bronze horse appears, and on the saddle of this horse, bronze armor. Finally, in India, we must mention for this same tournament episode, a tale from Miss Stokes' collection No. 10, whose analysis we provided in our No. 12, The Prince and His Horse, IP 115. Xliv, the Princess of England, there once was a princess, daughter of the King of England. When the Prince of France sent ambassadors to request her hand, she replied that he was not worthy of unlacing her shoes. When the king learned what had happened, he was filled with great anger and banished them both from the palace gates. The wigmaker took his wife to Paris and stayed in a terrible inn with her. The prince then travelled to England without being recognized and announced himself at the palace as a skilled wigmaker from Paris. The princess wanted to see him, and the supposed wigmaker so skillfully played his part that soon she married him in secret. Alas, thought the princess, must I have refused the King of France and become the wife of a wigger? One day her husband said, "Wife, you will go tomorrow to sell brandy on the square." She obeyed and set up shop on the square with her jugs. Soon soldiers arrived who asked her for a drink. They gave her 5 cents, drank all the brandy, then broke the jugs and glasses. The poor princess dared not return home. She had no idea that it was the Prince of France, her husband, who had sent all those soldiers. I made 3 Louis making wigs for the king. "Let's go," said the princess, "or affairs are going well. We will pay the innkeeper and leave." The next day, the barber told his wife, "You will stand on the great bridge to scrape the shoes of passers-by." The princess went there. So she stood near the door. Her husband said, "White wife, why don't you come in?" "I dare not," replied the princess. "How much did you make today?" "I made 5 cents. "That's already quite something for you." My wife, she had barely arrived when her father-in-law, the king, passing by, had his shoes scraped and gave her a louis. Then the queen came and gave her 3 louis after that. All the courtiers came one after another, and by the end of the day she had earned 60 louis. In the evening she returned to the inn, but when she reached the door, she stopped. "Well, my wife," said her husband, "don't you come in?" "I dare not." "How much did you earn today?" "My wife, I earned 60 louis. She had barely set up when soldiers arrived and destroyed all her merchandise. It was the Prince of France who had given them orders. The poor woman came to tell her husband about her misfortune and asked if these people could not be punished. And my wife, I earned 30 doing beards for the king." "Let's go," said the princess, "or affairs are going well. We will pay the innkeeper and leave." Another time the wig maker sent her to sell ceramics on the square. "I will talk to the king," he said. "But what do you want us to do with them?" "Alas," thought the princess, "to have refused the king of France and ended up married to a wig maker." "Me," said the husband, "I earned 12 louis today." "Ah, that's good," said the princess. "Or business is therefore doing well. I will make you sew leather pockets to put the leftovers they give you in." He did have her make leather pockets, but the cords were so weak that anything would break them. So the princess went to serve at table. "We will pay the innkeeper and leave." One day the wigmaker told his wife, "The king is giving a great feast, as I am well regarded at the palace. I will ask them to employ you to serve at table." At the beginning of the meal, she found nothing to put into her pockets. From each dish there was only a little sauce. Later, she could put some good pieces in them, but as she was carrying a pile of plates, she slipped and dropped them. The cords broke, and the contents of the pockets spilled onto the floor. The poor princess didn't know what to do. Then her stepfather, the king, approached her and said, "My daughter, don't be so ashamed. You didn't marry a barber, you married my son, the Prince of France." "Ah, my father," said the prince. "You shouldn't have told her that yet. She said that I was not worthy of untying the laces of her shoes." "Well, miss, you've undone them for many others." From that moment on there was only joy left, and a magnificent wedding was held. Remarks similar tales have been collected in Brittany, Saye Billet, I know, 23, Germany Grimm, 52, Prequel, I know, 2. Con, Westphalian Sagas, P251 and P242, various parts of Italy, Coronidi, Berti, no, 15, no, 9, Narachi, no, 22, Sicily, Gonzenbach, no, 18, Pitriat, no, Arno, 5, Portugal, Coho, no, 43, Norway, Asbjørnsen, I, P129, and Kennedy, I, P114. In all these tales, the theme is the same as in the Lorraine tale, but the details of the humiliations inflicted on the proud princess are, in most cases, entirely different. We find similarities only in the Breton tale and the German tales. The episode of soldiers drinking and not paying appears only in the story of the Prague collection, and in the second story of the Cone collection, that of the broken pottery in the Breton tale and in all German tales except the Westphalian tale we have just cited. It also exists in the Irish tale, but judging from certain details of composition, coupled with a general similarity, this tale seems to derive directly from the Grimm's fairy tales, or rather from an English translation. The episode of the feast given at the palace and the remains scattered on the flutes includes the German tale of the Grimm collection. As ours does, in the Breton tale, it appears at another point in the narrative. In the German tale from the collection Prague, this episode differs from our tale in that the princess's husband, i.e., the disguised prince, orders her, when sending her to the palace, to subtly slip 3 silver spoons into her pocket. The Breton tale has, in its introduction, a trait that must be aligned with the Lorraine tale. The princess says about a suitor that she would not even want him to scrape her shoes. In a whole group Sicilian tales, Italian tale from the Narocci collection, Portuguese tale, Norwegian tale, the princess's husband sends her several times to work at the castle, and each time he tells her to steal something, each time as well under his prince's costume, he catches her in the act and treats her as a thief. Also, later, the disguised prince makes the proud woman work as a shoeblower, and without recognizing her, she blows his shoes one day in the street. Cacala, another Italian, Luigi Alemanni, had already taken the same theme for his novella, The Countess of Toulouse and Count of Barcelona. Finally, after revealing his identity to the princess, he says, "You thought I wasn't even good at blowing your shoes, and without knowing it, you blew mine." This trait is clearer here than in our tale. In the 17th century, Basil included a story of this family in his Pentamerone. No, Fordy, relating to the group we discussed earlier, the previous century, according to Misser. Finally, in the 16th century, Jan Haldresen, who was Bishop of Eskei, lulled in Iceland from 1322 to 1339, wrote a saga containing the same story based on a Latin poem he had read during his stay in France. This Clara saga, published in 1879, is the oldest known version of this tale. See the short notice in Romania, 1879 p. 479. Xlov the cat and its companions. One day a man went to a farm to get 5 cats. As night fell, our companions arrived in a wood. As he was bringing them home, one escaped, and the man could not catch it. After running for some time, the cat met a cock. "Will you come with me?" said the cat. "Of course," replied the cock, and they went away together. Not long after, they encountered a dog. "Will you come with us?" asked the cat. "Certainly," said the dog. Further on, a sheep found its way across their path. The cat proposed to follow it, and the sheep agreed. Even further ahead, a goat joined them, then finally a donkey. The thieves, who were lying down, suddenly jumped up, asking each other, "What happened?" "I'll get up," said one of them. "Can't go see what's going on." However, the cat had curled up in the fireplace ashes. The cock had perched in the bucket. The dog lay in the bread box. The sheep was behind the door, the goat in the bed, and the donkey by the door in the manure pile. "Let's see," said the cat. "Who will be first to that tall tree?" They all started running, but the cat was the first to reach the tree. He climbed up and, looking around, told the others, "See a light over there. It's far from here. We need to hurry." So they set off again and arrived in a house inhabited by thieves. "Now then," said the cat, "this is what will do. The donkey will stand here at the bottom of that window. The goat will climb onto the donkey, the sheep onto the goat, the dog onto the sheep, and the cock onto the dog, and we'll all jump through the window." Immediately, as he finished speaking, the cat jumped through the window, followed by all his companions, making a terrible noise. The thief, having stood up, approached the chimney to light a match-tree. The cat scratched his hand. He ran to the bucket for water. The cock gave him a peck. He went to get a broom behind the door. The sheep kicked him. He wanted to jump into the bed, as he had a fever. From fear, the goat rammed its horns into his stomach. He opened the bread box. The dog bit his hand. He stepped outside the door. The donkey gave him a heavy kick in the back. I tried to get some water from the bucket, and there was a shoemaker who hit me with his awl. I went behind the door, and there was a carpenter who struck me with his hammer. After that, the animals left the house. The next morning, the thief, who had been so mistreated, recounted his adventure to his companions as journeyed through the forest together. "I approached the fire," he said, "and there was a charcoal burner who scraped my hand with his hook. I jumped into the bed, and there was a devil who gave me a hard blow to my stomach. I opened the bread chest, and there was a baker who grabbed my hand with his oven mitten. Finally, when I stood in front of the door, there was a great bear that hit me hard on the back." That is what the thief told his companions. I walked behind them and returned home quickly. Notes: 36 tool of the charcoal burner, 52 in Sicily, Gonzenbach, 66 in Catalonia, Rondelay, P80, and Portugal, Braga, 125. Tree 7 type of leather glove used by certain workers. Notes: we will compare it to the Lorraine tale among the tales collected in Upper Brittany Billet, oral literature, P239, tales. I, no 63, compare I, no 57, in Westphalia Grimm, no 27, Kuhn, Westphalian Sagas, P229 in Switzerland, Meyer, no 3, in German Austria Wernerlecken, no 12, among the Czechs of Bohemia Waldau, P28, in Norway Asbjørnsen, Tales of the Geld, P267 in Scotland Campbell, no 11, in Ireland Kennedy, IP5, in Tuscany Pitra, Popular Tales of Tuscany. No, some tales replace thieves with wild beasts. Thus, in the Catalan tale, the cat who goes to Rome to get its tail gilded settles with its companions, the cock, the fox, and the ox, in the house of 7 wolves to spend the night. One of the wolves, coming and wanting to light his lamp, he experiences more or less the same adventures as the thief in our tale. The Portuguese tale and the first 2 Breton tales also replace thieves with wolves. Similarly, according to Mr. Kerr, Halle Zeitschrift for Romanisch Philology IEP. In several of these tales, Irish tale, Swiss Talian tale from the Kun collection, second Breton tale, there is a man in the company of animals. Thus, in the Irish tale, the son of a poor widow goes to seek his fortune and takes with an ass, a dog, a cat, a cock, whom he meets. In the Swiss tale, a miller's boy who has aged in service of his master leaves home unpaid. The animals of the house, horse, ox, dog, cat, goose, accompany him. 6017, in a tale from the Carpathian region. In the Norwegian tale, a sheep who learns that it is being fattened up to be killed, runs away taking a pig with it. They encounter and take along a goose, a hare, and a cock. They build a house in the forest. Two wolves from the neighborhood want to know. If they are good neighbors, one of them goes to the new house to ask for fire to light his pipe. The sheep gives him a blow that makes him fall forward with his head in the stove. The pig bites him. The goose hits him with its beak, etc. Most of the other tales feature thieves, with the account of their misfortunes told by the one who was sent out as a scout. The wolf flees as quickly as possible and goes to tell his companion that a cobbler threw his shoe form at him, which knocked him down with his head first into a forge fire. That two blacksmiths beat and pinched him with red pliers, etc. This narrative is missing from the second Breton tale, the Austrian tale, the Catalan tale, the Tuscan tale, and the Sicilian tale, whose end, by the way, is completely altered. A German poem from the late 16th century, 1595, Froschmüsler by Roland Hagen, features an episode with a similar story to the ones mentioned above. The characters are a cow, a donkey, a dog, a cat, a rooster, and a goose. In the Irish tale, for example, the captain of the thieves relates that he found an old woman carding flax on the hearth, who scratched his face with her cards, the cat, near the door. A cobbler who hit him with a mallet, the dog, upon exiting the room. The devil himself, who fell on him with his claws and wings, the rooster. Finally, as he crossed the barnyard, he received a heavy blow from a hammer that sent him 20 steps away, the kick of the donkey. They take over a house built in the middle of a forest inhabited, as in several tales discussed earlier, by wild animals. It's the wolf who is sent out to explore and returns with a tale of the misfortunes he encountered for his companions. Another type of story with great similarity to the one we are studying can be found in Grimm's collection. No. 14.1. The rooster and hen go on a journey. On their way, they meet and successively take with them in their car a cat, a millstone, a pig, a duck, and a needle. They arrive at Mr. Corb's and settle in the house. Mr. Corb's returns. He wants to light a fire. The cat throws ashes in his face. He runs to the kitchen to wash up. The duck splashes him. He goes to wipe himself with the dishcloth. The egg rolls, breaks, and jumps into his eyes. The rooster and hen perch on a stick. The cat sits in the fireplace. The duck in the kitchen fountain. The egg wraps itself in the dishcloth. The pin gets stuck in the chair cushion. The needle in the pillow of the bed, and the millstone settles on top of the door. He sits down on the chair. The pin pierces him. He jumps onto the bed. It's now the turn of the needle to pierce him. He fled in fury, but as he passed under the door, the millstone fell on him and killed him. Compare the Spanish tale of Benabert, Caballero, IP 555. In extreme Orient, among the tribes inhabiting that part of the island of Celebes called Minahassa, J.G. F. Riedel collected a tale just like this. One day they want to go by canoe, but they sink. Finally, all arriving on shore, they decide that they should look for a place to stay. They enter a forest and come upon a house inhabited only by an old woman. They ask her permission to stop at her place, and each makes themselves comfortable. See the Dutch review Tijdschrift voor Indische Taal Land in Volkenkund, published by the Bataviasch Genootschap van Kunsten en Wetenschappen, Vol 17, Batavia, 1869, p. 311. Here is the summary of this tale. A whetstone, a needle, an eel, a centipede, a kind of insect, and a heron are great friends. The whetstone lies on the ground in front of the door at the bottom of the steps. The eel stretches across the threshold. The heron takes a position near the hearth. The needle slides into the bed canopy. The millpedes goes into the bamboo vase where they keep the water. While everyone is sleeping, a rat shakes the bed canopy, causing the needle to fall, and it falls right into the old woman's eye. She tries to leave the house, but she steps on the eel and slips down the steps, where she falls onto the whetstone and is killed. So the 5 friends remain masters of the house. She gets up to relight her fire to see what happened, but the heron starts flapping its wings so hard that it sends ashes into the old woman's eyes. She goes to get water to wash her face. The millpede stings her. In a similar tale, in Japan, is part of the small picture books that have long been placed in the hands of children. A B. Mitford translated in his Tales of Old Japan, London, 1871, p. 264. We also find this tale in a clearer form in a recent book about Japan, Wu E. Griffiths, The Mikado's Empire, New York, 1877, p. 491. The crab voices his grievances, and they promise to help him get revenge. They head towards the monkey's house, which is just empty, and upon entering, they position their forces for combat. Here are its main features. A crab has much to complain about. A certain monkey who, after playing him several tricks, eventually beat him up. Along comes a rice mortar, travelling with a wasp, an egg, and a marine alga, his apprentices. The egg hides in the ashes of the fire, the wasp in a cabinet, the marine algae near the door, and the mortar on the lintel of that same door. The monkey, having returned and wanting to make tea, lights his fire. The egg bursts in his face. Has there ever been a more pleasant tale? Salvi, benedicitude. Once upon a time, poor people had only one son named Benedicite. The young man was already 18 years old, and he had never left his bed. Thus did the crab, having punished its enemy, return triumphantly to its abode, and from that day forward it always lived in fraternal friendship with the alga and the mortar. He flees screaming and wants to run to the fountain to soothe his pain with cold water, but the wasp attacks him and stings him. While trying to chase this new enemy, he slips on the algae, and the mortar, falling on him, gives him the final blow. The farmer accepted these conditions. The next day, all the people on the farm had to rise at 2:00 in the morning to go fetch oaks in the forest. Her father one day said to her, "Rise up, Benedict, it is finally time for you to work." So Benedicta rose and went to offer herself as a servant to a farmer in the vicinity, to whom she asked that her wage be her load of wheat at the end of the year. Besides, she intended not to rise before 5:00 and to eat according to her appetite. The master called for Benedict at the same hour as the others, but she made no answer and did not rise until the agreed time, not a minute sooner. The farmer's wife then told her to come and eat the soup, and served her a good ladleful. Said Benedict, "Is this all the soup I get? I need a cauldron full, and the 4 loaves of bread." protested, but her husband had promised Benedict that he would eat his fill. She was forced to give him what he asked. Upon arriving at the forest, he did not bother to go to where his companions were. Instead, he selected 4 oaks and loaded them onto his cart, then attempted to return to the farm. But the horses could barely move the cart. After Benedicti had eaten, the farmer told him to take the 5 best horses from the stable and harness them to a large cart to go to the forest to meet the other servants. Benedict left with the least desirable horses. "Horses," Benedict exclaimed, "you won't walk." And he added another oak to the cart, then another, and whipped the harness. But despite his efforts and shouts, the poor animals did not budge. So Benedict undid the harness for the 5 horses, placed them on top of the wood on the cart, and returned everything to the farm. The other servants, who had left before him, had found themselves stopped by a large stone, and Benedicti returned before them. At noon, when the maid came to bring him his soup, he was still lying on the ground. "How is it, Benedicti?" she said, "that you have not yet worked?" "Mind your own business," responded Benedicti. The farmer began to fear having a strong young man of such force in his home. He sent him to cut a wood that was well over 10 logs, 38, telling him that if everything was not finished by evening, he would be shown the door. Benedicti went to the wood and lay at the foot of a tree. In the late afternoon, the maid saw that he had done nothing yet. Before evening, all the wood was cut, and Benedicti returned home. The master could not recover from his astonishment. The next day, he told the young man to spend the night in a mill that was haunted by spirits and from which no one had ever returned. Benedicti entered the mill at night and settled in the kitchen. The master, not knowing how to get rid of him, sent him to deliver a letter to his son, who was a captain in garrison in Besançon. There were 30 leagues to travel. In the middle of the night, he heard a loud noise of chains. It was a devil descending through the chimney. "What are you doing here?" Benedicti asked, and without waiting for an answer, he killed him. The next morning, he returned to the farm. Benedicti took a horse and carried it on his shoulders for 15 leagues, then had the horse carry him for the rest of the way. Upon arriving in Besançon, he handed the farmer's letter to the captain, instructing him to give a warm welcome to the messenger, provide him with food as long as he requested, and kill him at the first opportunity. One day, while the young boy was walking, the captain had shots fired at him. Benedicti trembled, but continued on his way. "Well, Benedicti," said the captain, "how do you find yourself here?" "Oh," he replied, "there are flies in your country, but they're not too bad." The captain ordered cannon fire, but the bullets had no more effect than the shots. Finally, worn out from warfare, he sent him back to the farmer. The latter then instructed Benedicti to clean a deep well 500 feet in depth that had been filled for 500 years. Benedicti soon completed the task. Everyone thought him dead when suddenly he emerged from the well. While he was still in the well, they threw a millstone weighing well over 1,000 pounds down onto him to crush him. But as the stone had a hole in the middle, it fell on his shoulders and broke his neck in such a way that Benedicti found himself topped with it. Well, give me my wheat load. They brought him 2 sacks. What's this? He said, I'd carry more. Another 8 sacks were brought. He removed the bell from above his head with one hand, saying, Here is my nightcap. Be careful not to soil it. And then he took off the millstone, saying, This is my scarf. I need to keep it for Sunday. Now, master, is my year over? Yes, replied the farmer. Peft, he exclaimed, It's only for my little finger. They brought 30, too. Come on, he said, There's enough for 2 fingers. His master then declared he would give him 100, but no more. Benedict was satisfied. He loaded the wheat onto his shoulders and returned home to his parents. Notes 38 local measure. Remarks in a variant of this story, also collected in Montier's Sir Socks. We find the following passages. Lewis is already 2 years old, and he has not yet gotten up. Lewis, get up, say his parents. When you give me a blouse and a pair of trousers, I'll get up. At 8 years old, he is still in bed. Come on. Lewis, get up. Give me a blouse and a pair of trousers and I'll get up. When he is 12, they pressure him to get out of bed, but he always repeats, First bring me a blouse and a pair of trousers. Finally, when he is 15, they make him clothes with 6 pieces, and he gets up. He places himself, like Benedict, in the service of a farmer on the same conditions. He needs a cartload of bread and a sheet of wine every day. When he goes to the forest to join the other servants, he finds them trying to pull their cart out of the ruts. He detaches the horses and clears the cart without anyone's help. Compare our nose. 14. The Devil's Son, and 69. The Farmer and his Servant, as well as many details, must be linked to various tales collected in Hesgrim. 90. Westphalia Kun, Westphalische Sagen, I.P. 232. Pomerania Noop, P. 208. Northern Germany Kun and Schwartz, P. 360. Still in Germany Wolf, P. 269. German Tyrol Zingel, I.P. In 200 in Switzerland, Sutermeister, No. 21. Transylvania Hartrich, No. 16. In Flanders Wolf, Duchy Envy and Sagan, No. 22. In Denmark Grundtvig, I.P. 67. In Norway Asby J. Rensen, Tales of the Fjeld, P. What most resembles the beginning of the Lorraine tale, especially its variant, among foreign tales known to us, is the start of an Irish tale. Kennedy, I.P. 48 among the Wendish people of Lusatia Weckenstedt, pp. 59 and 68, among Romanians in Transylvania in the Review Osland, 1856, p. 692 in Mantua Vicentini, Nos, 2 and 11. Compare a Czech tale from Bohemia Waldor, p. 288, with a Portuguese tale from Brazil Romy Row, No. 19. 23, a widow is so poor that she has nothing to give her son in the way of clothes. She puts it in the ashtray by the hearth and piles hot ashes around him. As the child grows up, she makes the hole deeper. When the young man is 19, she finally procures a goatskin, which she fastens around her son's loins and sends him out to earn his living. The young man, who possesses extraordinary strength, performs all sorts of feats and marries a princess. In a popular Russian song, Grimm, I.P. 341, the hero remains idle for 30 years. Then his strength reveals itself. Compare a Breton tale, Essay Billat, 26. Elsewhere is because he has been suckled for several years, either by Gynischen Taylor Grimm, 90, or simply by his mother German Talus Grimm, IAP 160, Kun and Schwartz, Lock Sit. Transylvanian Romanian tale that the young man became so strong 39. In the Norwegian tale, the hero, a sort of monster, is born from an egg found and incubated by good women. Finally, in a tale from the Saxon country of Transylvania Holdridge, no, 60, a blacksmith without children creates one at his wife's request, and the child becomes of extraordinary strength. Same introduction in the Pomeranian tale. So he goes with the iron whip that his father forged and enters the service of a priest. We will briefly tell the German tale from Transylvania, which is curious. John of Iron, that is the name of the child, eats so much that his parents cannot satisfy him. They tell him to go work as a servant. He starts by eating all the supper of the 12 servants the next day. He sleeps until noon. First eats dinner at home with the maids, then in the fields, that of the servants, and lies down on the ground to sleep. During his sleep, the valets, out for revenge, walk tree branches across his face. Jean de Feur, impatient, rises, seizes the 12 valets by their feet, and uses them like a rake to gather hay from the entire meadow. The next day, the 12 valets go into the woods. On his way, he meets the valets stuck in the mud. He unsticks their 12 carts, see our variant, and returns home before them. June de Feur follows later, a wolf and a 3-legged hare having each eaten one of his oxen. He attaches them in place of the oxen 40, a devil having broken the axle of his chariot. He puts it in place of the axle, then brings back half of the forest on his chariot. To get rid of him, the priest tells him to go in search of one of his daughters who has been kidnapped by the devils, promising a sack filled with as much money as he can carry as a reward. Jean de Feur sets off. Upon arriving at the gate of hell, he cracks his whip and demands it be opened. Recognizing him, the devil causes panic among the demons, who all flee. Jean de Feur breaks down the door and brings back to his lodging the Pope's daughter, then claims his payment. They give him a bag containing 100 yards of cloth. The Pope puts all his grain inside and adds his money on top. Jean de Feur carries the bag to his parents and sets off to travel the world. The Romanian tale from Transylvania mentioned above will provide us with elements from the Lorraine tale that are absent in Jean de Feur, the episode of the mill and that of the well. John was blessed for 12 years and became incredibly strong. He enters a farmer's service and only asks for his wages to be a slap to his master at the end of the year. It's good, thinks the master. I'll be well rid of you before that time. He sends John to work in the fields with the other servants. June tells them to rest and tills the field by himself. The farmer is frightened. He sends June to grind at the devil's mill, from which no one has ever returned alive. John grinds his grain peacefully and returns unscathed. Then his master orders him to clean a well, and when he goes down, the farmer throws large stones, and finally a windmill stone into the well. John makes a small effort and climbs out of the well with the millstone on his head as a hat. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kills the farmer stiff, cuts off his head and leaves. The devil's mill appears, aside from this Romanian tale, and are no 14 in Pomeranian, Westphalian, Tyrolean, and Flemish tales, as well as in a Jutlandic tale Grimm IEP Tuven 62. The well episode, with only the millstone and not the bell, is found independently of the Romanian tale, in German tales from the Grimm and Wolf collections, in Tyrolean and Flemish tales, in the Jutland Danish. First Italian Mantuan tale, and also with both the millstone and the bell, just as in our tale, in a Hessian tale, Grimm, I.P. 1 to 160, in Westphalian, Pomeranian, and Swiss tales. In these various tales, the hero makes jokes about the millstone and bell similar to those of Bene Dicite A. Thus, in the Pomeranian tale, he thanks for the new tea and nightcap given to him. Elsewhere, he speaks of his beautiful collar. Moreover, all the details, so to speak, of the Lorraine tale could also be compared to a foreign tale. Thus, in the Hessian tale Grimm, and 90, the young giant, refuses to get up when called. He eats, before going into the forest, 2 bushels of peas ground into mush. He returns well before the other servants. In a modern Greek tale, Han, in 64, where everything else relates to a different theme. John, out in the fields with his father and brothers, lies down on the ground and sleeps until evening. Then he takes up his sickle and has finished his work first. In the German tale from the Kuhn and Schwartz collection, the hero becomes a servant to a farmer. The other servants, one day, when there is wood to be collected from the forest, set out early in the morning with the best horses from the stable while their companion sleeps. Since his bad horses refuse to move, he puts one on top of the carriage, harnesses the other behind it, and drags the carriage himself. He is still the first to arrive home. He takes the 2 remaining roans. Upon reaching the forest, he uproots 2 oak trees and places them across the path, preventing other servants from returning to the farm. He clears the path for his own carriage and goes ahead of them. Compare the Hessian tale in Grimm's collection, as well as Westphalian, Swiss, Tyrolean, Flemish, Danish, Czech tales, and the second Mantuan tale, for the part where bullets and cannonballs are fired at Bene Dicite. Compare a Swiss tale, Sutermeister. No. Regarding the wheat charge demanded as salary and the resulting outcome, compare the 2 Wendish tales from Lucis. In 1 Wekenstedt, P. 52, where the king also has shots fired at the hero throws the bullets back at the soldiers, killing them. Also compare the Norwegian tale and the second Italian Mantuan tale. In the latter, the hero says of the bullets, "What annoying flies!" 60 John, who is of extraordinary strength, becomes a servant to a nobleman, demanding for all salary the right to give his master a slap at the end of the year. At the end of the year, the nobleman, frightened by what awaits him, prays John to ask for another salary. John then asks for as many peas as he can beat in a day. He takes the sheets from all the beds in the castle and makes a sack out of them, which he fills and carries off. All of the gentleman's peas go into it. In the other tale I bid. P. 69. John's master, who wants to fire him, offers to give him as many peas as he can carry. In a Slavic tale from Moravia Wenzig, P. The devil offers 67 to beat all the grain from a farmer, who promises him as wages his load of wheat. The devil takes all the wheat. The same is true in a tale from northern and Germany, Emlenhof, p. 160, where a strong man makes a similar agreement. Apart from these few tales, the Saxon country tale from Transylvania analyzed above is, to our knowledge, the only one that, for its ending, resembles benedictiveness. Several of these tales borrow elements here from the theme of Arnaud. 36, John and Peter. Most of the others German tales from Grimm's collections, Knoop, Swiss tale, Flemish Tay, a second Italian tale, resemble the Romanian tale and the first Wendish tale, where, as seen, the servant asks only the right to give his master a slap at the end of the year. Thus, in the German tale from the collection, it was agreed between the master and the servant that whoever broke the agreement would receive 3 blows from the other. In the Tyrolean tale, whoever gets angry must lose their ears, just as in Tales of Jean and Pierre. We have summarized in our notes on No. 1, Jean de Leas, the entire story of a greedy man from the Caucasus, p. 18, and a tale about the Karains from Burma, p. 26. Both those tales contain an episode that resembles benediction. In the greedy tale, Bear Ear, possessing incredible strength, becomes a servant to a king. The king was preparing to send 100 men to cut wood. Bear Ear offers to bring enough wood if they give him food prepared for the 100 men. He reports suddenly 100 trees and in city tearing down a wall here, toppling a house there. The king, terrified, thinks of getting rid of him. He sends him successively to make claims on behalf of a kind of ogre and a dragon. In the Carian tale, people become envious of Ewa and his strength, and they seek to bring about his demise. Bear's Ear brings back both the cart and the dragon. Finally, the king has his whole army attack Bear's Ear, showering him with arrows, but the arrows have no more effect on Bear's Ear than fleas. Seeing himself thus attack, Bear's Ear tears a horse in 4 pieces that the king had given him to guard. He throws the first quarter and at once lays low 1,000 men. He continues until he has wiped out the king's army. They roll a large stone onto him under the pretext of giving it to him to build a house for his mother. Then a big tree, they say, is for him to make fire. Finally, they send him to fetch a tiger, from which he must make a pious offering to cure his mother's fever. Useless effort. Yue escapes unscathed. One day he learns about people's wickedness. If that's the case, he says, if they don't love me, I'll leave. But the same is true of the Swiss and Brazilian tales mentioned above. 40. In the second Italian tale from Mantua, the hero binds a wolf in place of the cow he ate. In the Pomeranian tale, 2 lions instead of horses. In the Portuguese tale from Brazil, lions also in place of oxen. Xluvi the goat. Once upon a time there lived a man and a woman and their 7 children. They had a goat who understood everything that was said and could talk. One day the father told his eldest son to go out to graze with the goat and give it a good feed. If, on returning, the goat was not content, he would kill him. Said the goat, I am drunk and tired. I have enough milk in my pail 41. When the child returned with the goat, the father said to her, well, my little Billy goat, did you eat enough? The little boy, the goat behind a hedge, he quickly cut some grass for her and gave it to her as much as she wanted. Before bringing her back to the house, he said, well, my little Billy goat, have you eaten enough? Ah, said the goat, I am neither drunk nor tired. I have no milk in my pail. Hearing these words, the man took his axe and cut off the child's head despite the mother's cries. The next day he sent his second son to lead the goat to pasture. The little boy gave the goat as much grass as he could cut and said to her before continuing on, "Well, my little billy goat, did you eat enough?" "Ah," said the goat, "I am drunk and tired. I have enough milk in my pail." So the child brought her back to the house. "Well," said the man, "my little billy goat, did you eat enough?" "Ah," said the goat, "I am neither drunk nor tired. I have no milk in my pail." The father took his axe and killed the little boy. The same fate befalling the other children, he killed them all, one by one, and then their mother 42. It was then that man had to lead his goat to the fields himself. When he thought she was full, he said, "Well, my little Billy, have you eaten enough?" "Ah," replied the goat, "I am drunk and sated. I have plenty of milk in my pail." Upon returning home he asked her again if she had eaten well. Said the goat, "I am neither drunk nor sated. I have no milk in my pail." And with these words she jumped on the man and killed him. She thus became mistress of the house. Notes 41. We do not take upon ourselves to provide the philological origin of the words mule and tool, which seem to have been coined to rhyme with the word so line. At least they are never used in the common usage of the dialect. 42. In the original form of this tale, the same story is told 8 times in succession. We spare the reader this overly prolonged joke. Remarks in a Czech tale from Bohemia, analyzed by Mr. Benfey, Panskat and Travol, IP 550. A peasant has a goat that is very greedy. One day, his wife leads the goat to pasture. Upon her return, the peasant asks the goat if she has eaten well. "Yes, beautifully." The goat responds, "They gave me nothing at all." The next day, she says the same thing when the daughter of the house leads her back. On the third day, the peasant himself takes the goat to the fields, and as she continues to complain upon his return, he skins half her body and drives her away. The goat refuges in the fox's hole, and when the fox returns and wants to make it leave, it manages to scare him. But a woodchuck comes to the fox's aid and enters the goat's ear, making it leave. It is worth noting that this last part, with slight variations, for example, be ant or hedgehog instead, the woodchuck, appears in all the stories we will discuss, except for 2. A German tale from southern Bohemia, Wernerleichen. No. 22 has a trait that makes it even closer to the Lorraine tale than the Czech one. The goat's lies lead to the farmer cutting off the heads of his 2 sons, daughter, and wife. Then follow the adventures of the skinned goat. In a Hungarian tale, Gal Steer, no. 19, the father kills 2 of his sons, but as he spied on the goat while his 3rd son tended it, he realizes he has been tricked, and with the help of his son, he skins the wicked goat alive, etc. We also cite a Serbian tale, Jagic, no. 28, Cross, 24. There, the buck replacing the goat complains to his master that both stepdaughters, both sons and his wife have put a muzzle on him to prevent him from eating. A similar ending, or nearly so, as in the previous tales. And finally, a little man nicknamed Campir, Ritopolino Topo means rat, scares her in turn, and she runs away. In an Italian tale from Livorno, published by Mr. Stan Prato in the Preludio Review, Ancona, April 16, 1881, P80F, the father successively kills his 3 daughters on the goat's complaints. Seeing later, after driving it to pasture, that the goat tells herself she has had bad water and bad food, he beats her and skins half her body. The goat takes refuge in a cave and scares the people. This little man must be an alteration of the ear piercer or bee from previous tales. In a Tuscan tale Pitra, Novelle Popolari Tuscane, and 49, the last part is hardly recognizable, having been changed in place and distorted. Finally, a third Italian, Te el Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, TIP 425, has some peculiar features, a witch sends a little boy to lead her goat to the pasture, and she orders the child to make sure it eats well, but not to touch the grain. Upon his return, the witch asks the goat if it is well fed. It replies that it fasted all day. Thereupon, the witch kills the little boy. The same fate befalls 11 other little boys. In Grimm's Hessian Tale 36, the tailor does not kill his 3 sons. He sends them away from his house. When he sees that the goat has tricked him, he shaves her head and drives her out with a whip. The goat takes refuge in a fox's hole, etc. But the 13th, more astute, caresses the goat and feeds it the grain, and the goat answers the witch's question. Well fed and well kept, he pastured me all day, so that the little boy is, as a reward, well treated by the witch. Sluvia, the white salad, the black salad. Once upon a time, there was a woman who had 2 children, a little boy and a little girl. On her way, she met the Holy Virgin, who said, "Where are you going, my dear child?" "I am going to get some lettuce, madame." "What do you have in your basket?" "Some I chopped, madam." "Would you like some?" One day, after she had cooked, she gave each of them some Mychot 43 and told the little girl to go into the fields and pick some lettuce. The child put her Mychot in her basket and went. "No, my child," said the Holy Virgin, "keep it for yourself. Here, take this box. You will not open it until you are back home. Go and pick your lettuce, but pass through the white door, not the black one." The little girl passed through the white door. It was the gate to heaven. She found beautiful white lettuce, which she picked. Back home, she was scolded by her mother, who asked her why she had stayed out for so long. At the first word that the little one responded, diamonds, emeralds spilled from his mouth. The box that the Virgin Mary had given him was also filled with them. The mother, marveling, then told the little boy to go pick some lettuce in the hope he would have the same luck. She also put some mallow in his basket, and the little boy set off. He soon encountered the Virgin Mary, who asked, "Where are you going, my friend?" "It's none of your business." "What do you have in your basket?" "Mallow, but it's not for you." Said the Virgin Mary, "Here, take this box. Don't open it until you're home. Now go pick your lettuce and pass through the black door." The little boy passed through the black door, which led to hell. He found terrible black lettuce, which he picked and brought home. When he returned, his mother, seeing the black salad, asked him where he had gotten it. One night, we heard the 2 children singing. The little girl said, "Flowers and roses," and the little boy answered, "Viper and snakes, flowers and roses, a viper and snakes." Saying these words, they both die. Notice 43, kind of flatbread. "I don't know," said the little boy. "He passed through a black door." While he was speaking, snakes came out of his mouth. The box was also full of them. Despairing, the mother blamed the little girl, whom she thought responsible for the misfortune that had befallen her brother. remarks, this tale presents the same idea as Perrault's fairy tale, and a tale collected in the 17th century as well by the Neapolitan Basile Pentamerone, 37. Compare the first part of Fairy Tale No, 13 from Grimm's collection. Another German tale, Proghal I, no, via Lithuanian tale Chodsko, p. 315, a Portuguese tale Kolho, no, 36. But there are variants of this same theme that resemble our tale in certain respects. Thus, in a Tyrolean tale Zingerl, I know one. A little girl goes strawberry picking with her brother. She answers politely to the questions of a beautiful lady, who is the Virgin Mary, while the little boy answers dishonestly. The Virgin Mary gives the little girl a gold box, and the little boy a black box. When he opens his box, 2 serpents come out and take him away. From the little girl's box, 2 angels emerge, who carry the child off to heaven. Compare a German tale from the Kuhn and Schwartz collection, pp. 335. There, the little boy refuses to give his lunch to a dwarf, and the devil comes out of the box to strangle him. In a Swabian tale, Mayer, no, 77, a little girl goes picking strawberries. She meets an angel, to whom she gives her whole lunch at first, then later some of the strawberries she has picked. The angel tells her that near the city gate she will find a box. She must take this box, but only open it once she is back home. However, the box is filled with precious stones and gold coins. Another little girl, having about it, goes into the forest in turn, but she answers the angel rudely and refuses to give him anything. So in the box she brought back from the forest, there are only whole black gnomes. That, let's add, due to a particular detail, a Flemish tale wolf, German myths and legends, no, 38, where we find a little brother and sister. Here it is the little brother who shows kindness towards the Virgin Mary and Jesus, who have taken the form of old people. On the advice of the old man, she sits on the edge of a certain well, from which successively 3 golden heads emerge, asking the princess to wash and comb them. In a Scottish tale translated by M. Lois Breuer, p. 55, a princess who has left her father's house, where her stepmother made her too unhappy, shares her travel provisions with an old man. Jesus gives the little boy a white ball, the little girl a black one, and as they roll along, the balls lead the children to 2 doors, the little boy to a white door from which angels emerge to take him to heaven, the little girl to a black door from which demons appear to carry her off to hell. The young girl graciously performs this service, and from that moment, among other gifts bestowed upon her by the 3 heads, a diamond, ruby, or pearl falls from her lips every time she speaks. The stepdaughter of the stepmother also wants to try the adventure. 35, a young girl receives 2 gifts from a woman she has pleased. Her tears are pearls, and each time she laughs, a golden rose falls from her lips. In the second, no, she is rude to the old man and the 3, and instead of precious stones, a toad and a frog escape from her mouth with each word she utters. The service rendered to the golden heads takes on a less gentle form in other tales. In a Tyrolean tale Zingerl, I, p. 39, which resembles greatly the tale from the same country analyzed above, is when an old dwarf asks his little brother and sister to find his lice. Much the same occurs in 2 Serbian tales in the first Vuk. No. 36, it is towards a dragon that the young girl shows no disgust. Moreover, Having cleaned the dragon's lair for several days, he tells her on her departure to choose among several chests. She modestly selects the lightest one, and returning to her stepmother, she finds it filled with ducats. The stepmother quickly sends her own daughter to the dragon, who does everything in contrast to her sister-in-law. She brings home the heaviest trunk, but when she opens it, 2 snakes tear out her eyes, as well as those of her mother. 33, which we will give as a specimen. A young girl is thrown into a well by her stepmother. When she regains consciousness, she finds herself in a beautiful meadow. The theme we are examining is linked to another well-known theme, that of Grimm's 24 fra Hole. In an Irish version of this latter theme, Kennedy, I.P., she shows charity and kindness to various beings she meets on her way, and finally arrives at a lonely house where a witch-off position in her serves her as payment. When she leaves, she will have the choice between 3 trunks, one of which contains more treasures than a king possesses. Thanks to her servants, the young girl is able to perform several tasks imposed on her by the witch, and knows which box to choose of the 3 boxes, gold, silver, and lead. She must take the last one. With their help as well, she escapes upon her return, the pursuit of the witch. She returns to her paternal home, where her stepmother is quite surprised to see the treasures emerging from the box. The stepmother tells her own daughter to jump into the well like her sister-in-law, hoping she will have the same luck. But the wicked girl is haughty and unpleasant with everyone, and she encounters the most unfortunate adventures. Back home, more dead than alive, with the gold box, she opens it, and out come frogs and snakes that fill the entire house. In a tribe living between the Caspian and Black Seas. A tale of this kind was collected memoirs of the St. Petersburg Academy, 7th series, vol. 17, 1872, no 8, p. 59. It concerns 2 young girls, one diligent, the other idle. One day, while the first draws water from a well, the rope breaks and the bucket falls to the bottom of the well. Afraid of being scolded, the girl descends into the well to retrieve the bucket. She arrives at Ivan Moreau's John Frost, who takes her on as a servant. As a reward, she receives from him a ring adorned with diamonds and fills her bucket with 5 kopek coins. The idle girl wants a beautiful gift too. She descends into the well, but she only brings back ice blocks in her bucket, just like in the Grimm collection tale. The rooster of the house greets each young woman's return, kaikariki. In the worker's bucket, there are 5 kopek pieces, kaikariki. In the lazy person's bucket, there are ice chunks. One must also mention a tale from the Far East, quite altered, collected from the Qurains of Burma. Here is its analysis, as given by Mr. F. Mason in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, Vol. Shortly after, the giant came to fish, and he would have eaten her, but the child naively told him her story, and the giant spared her and took her home. The giantess would have loved to indulge in such a delicious morsel, but the giant protected the child, who became their adopted daughter. 34 18655 Sinpat P. 202 tray. One day, a little girl went to the stream to draw water. She dropped her bucket, which was carried away by the current. She ran along the shore to retrieve it, and got near a dam belonging to a giant. One day, when the giants went to fetch provisions, they left the little girl at home, warning her not to look into 2 baskets in a corner of the room. She asked for an axe and began to strike and chop at the giant's head until she could no longer hold out, and then permission was given to leave. As soon as she was alone, she peeked into the baskets. One with gold was filled, and silver, the other with human skulls. After making this discovery, she incessantly bothered the giants to let her return home, and eventually they consented. But the old giantess asked the little girl, before she set off, to look for her lice. When examining the child's head, the little girl was bemused to see it filled green snakes and centipedes. Compare the well-preserved form in the Serbian tales cited above. Before her departure, the giants told she could take one of the 2 baskets, whichever she wanted. The young girl said, "Since you are beginning to grow old and can no longer easily weave baskets, I will take the old one." She knew that the old basket contained gold and silver. So the young girl set off, but before leaving, the giant gave her a piece of advice. "When you come to black water, comb your hair and clean your teeth. When you come to red water, wipe your lips. Finally, when you come to white water, bathe in it, bite." The young girl followed these instructions and arrived home safely, where soon the sound of her riches drew all her parents and friends to her. She gave each of them a cup filled with gold and silver. He succeeded in getting adopted as a son by the giants. They later allowed him to return and told him to take a basket. The young man had not looked into the baskets. He chose the old one, just as the little girl had done. Among those to whom she had made this gift was a young man who did not find himself satisfied. He resolved to try his fortune and seek to obtain a full basket of gold and silver from the giants. In this tale, translated by Mr. B. Mitford Tales of Old Japan, p. 249, an old man has a sparrow that he loves very much. The same advice was given to him regarding the rivers he had to cross, but he paid no attention to it and hurried to get home as soon as possible. Upon returning home, he opened the basket. To his great horror and disappointment, he found it filled with human skulls. But he had little time to ponder his dismay, as the giant who was in pursuit of him fell upon him and devoured him immediately. In Japan, small books for children, which we have already discussed, p. 105, contain a tale that is still of the same type. One day, cannot find it, and he learns from his wife that she cut off the bird's tongue because it had eaten her meal, and that she drove it out of the house. Very sorrowful, the man goes in search of his sparrow, which he eventually finds, and the sparrow introduces him to its family, where he is treated very well. When the man is about to leave, the sparrow tells him to take as a souvenir one of the 2 wicker baskets he desires. The man, claiming he is old and weak, chooses the lighter one. Compare the 2 chests from the second Serbian tale. Upon arriving home, he finds the basket filled with gold, silver, and precious objects. At this sight, the old woman, who is very greedy, declares she also wants to visit the sparrow. She gains admittance to the sparrow's house, which makes no effort to receive her well. The old woman, having asked for a souvenir from him, the sparrow presents, as he did to his husband, 2 baskets. The old woman naturally chooses the heavier one and takes it with her. But when she opens it, all sorts of goblins come out and torment her. Compare the devils from the Swabian tale. Finally, in India, a tale was collected in Bengal that, despite some alterations, clearly relates to the same theme, lol Bihari Day. No, the 20th a man has 2 wives, one young and one old. The older wife is treated like a slave by her rival. One day, in a fit of anger, she tears out the single lock of hair on the older woman's head and throws her out. All bless her 244. She then approaches a venerable Moni, a type of ascetic, and tells him about her plight. The Moni tells her to go once, and only once, into a certain pond. The old woman goes into the forest. Passing by a cotton tree, she has an idea and sweeps the ground around the tree. Very pleased, blesses her. She does the same for other trees. A banana tree, Tulsi, as well as a bull whose shelter she cleans. The Muni opened it. It was filled with gold and precious stones and never emptied. On her way home, she passed by the tulasi tree. She obeyed and emerged from the water with the most beautiful hair in the world, and she looked rejuvenated. The Muni shaman told her to enter his hut and choose from several wicker baskets one that she liked. The woman selected a basket that seemed very simple. The banana tree presented her with one of its broad leaves, which would fill itself at her command with excellent food. Finally, the cotton tree gave her a branch that would provide her with any kind of beautiful clothes if she shook it. The tree said to her, "Go in peace, your husband will love you madly." Then the bull gave her 2 shell ornaments that were attached to his horns, and told her to wear them on her wrists. When she would shake them, she would have all the jewelry she desired. When she returns home, the other woman cannot believe her eyes. Having heard of the old woman's adventures, she goes into the forest too, but she passes by the 3 trees and the bull without stopping, and instead of immersing herself once in the pond, as the monk had told her, she immerses herself twice to become even more beautiful. So she emerges from the water no less ugly than before. The monk gives her no gifts, and having been spurned by her husband now, she ends her life as a servant of the house. In Eastern tales we still find a detail from our European contes. The hero of a story in the Persian Toti, name Vol. P72 of the translation by Guy. Rosen has this particular gift that every time he laughs, roses fall from his lips. Comparing an Indian tale from Bengal, cited in the notes of our No 21, The White Deer I, P235, in a current popular tale in India collected in the Deccan by Miss M. Freer. 21, it is pearls and precious stones that fly out of the mouth of a princess as soon as she opens it. Compare the introduction to Panchatantra by M. The Benfi, P. 379-380. Slick's Whitefoot. Once upon a time, there was a man called Whitefoot who had borrowed a certain sum from the lord of his village. Note, and 44, the Sir Services rendered these various beings areas attach this Indian tale even more closely than the other Oriental tales we have just analyzed to the theme of the Irish tale and the other European tales of the same type. The lord, who had never received a penny of his money, Toli, eventually told him that he was tired of waiting, and that on such and such a day he would come to claim his payment. Indeed, on the said day, he went out to find her. That day Blampade had put a cauldron filled with potatoes on the fire, and while they were almost done cooking, he pondered a way out of his predicament. "What's inside?" "My lord," replied Blampide, "it's potatoes, and I don't need fire to cook them. I just have to blow with this bellows here. See how well they're cooked. With such a bellows, one saves a lot of wood." As soon as he saw the lord from afar, he quickly covered the fire and placed the cauldron in the middle of the room. "Hey," said the lord upon entering, "this is a strangely placed cauldron. Give me your bellows," said the lord, "and I'll owe you 200 ikas. "I'd be happy to," replied Blampide. The lord took the bellows and, upon returning to the castle, gave them to one of his servants to test on his cauldron. The domestic blew for 24 hours, but the cauldron refused to boil. The lord, very displeased, ran to Blampide and said, "You sold me a puff that was supposed to be wonderful." Well, the lord, who had come to discuss his claim, went to see the horse and was not a little surprised when he saw a gold Louis fall into the stall. "Well, Blampide," he said, "do you find gold in your horse's manure? Sell me the horse, and I will leave you still for 100 acres. My lord, the horse is yours if you desire it," said Blampide. "Besides, he will be better with you than here. My servant has blown for 24 hours, and the pot remains as cold as ever." "My lord," replied Blampide, "your servant is a bit hasty. He must have blown too hard, and the spring broke." The lord returned to the castle and said to his servant, "Blampide said you were a bit hasty. You blew too hard, and the spring broke." Some time later, Blampide bought an old mare for 50 sus at the fair and put a gold Louis under her tail. The lord returned to Blampide to tell him about the matter. Above all, have him given well regularly a grain of oats in the morning and hay in the afternoon. The lord took away the horse and charged one of his servants to take good care of it. After 3 days, the poor beast died of old age. His fleas. Everything he kills, he leaves, and everything he doesn't kill, he brings back. Now, my lord, I owe you nothing more. 581, the hero does the same. When he had finished his tale, Blampide, who had listened very calmly, said, My lord, how did you feed the horse?" "Every day," answered the lord. "I had a grain of oats given to him at 9 o'clock in the morning, and a bundle of hay at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." "Strange indeed if the horse is dead," said Blampide. "It was at 10 o'clock that he should have been given the oats, and at 1 o'clock the hay." "Well," said the lord, "let's not speak of it any more. The typical conclusion of this type of story, the hero in the sack, and the trick by which he gets out and subsequently makes his enemies drown, is replaced here by a facetious riddle in an enigma form, which we encounter in several different tales from Oz, and always accompanied by other riddles. "But where is your father? I haven't seen him in a long time, my lord. He is hunting. He leaves everything he kills and brings back everything he doesn't." "Is that possible?" said the lord. "If you explain it to me, I will forgive you everything I owe you." "Well, my lord, my father is hunting." The steward reports this conversation to the lord, who orders him to go back and find the child again and tell him that his parents will be freed from their debt if he can explain his riddles. Let us first quote a Picard tale, M.A. Luzin, 1877. Call 279 a lord sends his steward to poor people to claim money they owe him. A little boy who is the housekeeper answers all the steward's questions in an enigmatic way. The second enigma is conceived absolutely in the same terms as that of our tale. Compare another Picard tale, Romania 1879, p. 253. The discharge of the debt is also the price of explaining a series of enigmas in an Italian Tyrolean tale schneller. No, 46. In a tale from Lower Brittany published by Mr. Luzin, 1877, call 465. In a tale from Upper Brittany, Sibylla Pitretra Oral, Literary 140, and in a Gascon tale, Blada, Contis et Proverbis Populeus Reculis in Armagnac, p. 14, the enigma of our tale appears, almost identically, as well as in a Swiss riddle from the canton of Argos, cited by Mr. Eugene Roland in his small book, Devenets aux Énigmes Populaires de la France, Paris, 1877-440. Compare an Italian tale from the Abruzzi, altered at this point Finamore, 109. We shall borrow from the preface that Mr. Gaston Paris makes some curious parallels to Mr. Roland's work. Mr. Paris finds our riddle from the 16th century in various Latin forms. In the Middle Ages, Pierre Grognet, in his book Les Mots d'Horas du Grand et Sage Cathan, gives it first in Latin. You go hunting to the forest with 5 dogs. What I catch, I lose. What flees, I keep. And then in French, to the forest I am sent to hunt with 5 dogs to track. What I take, I lose and hold. What flees I have and retain. This, says good Grognet, is when one goes hunting with 5 fingers of the hand to catch and kill these little beasts. Still in the Middle Ages, in a passage from the old Latin history of Solomon and Marcolphus, which gives nearly the entire series of riddles from Pic and Breton tale, our riddle reappears, but in an altered form. Marcolphy answers Solomon, who asks him where his brother is. My brother sits outside the house and kills whatever he finds. The same alteration appears in Bertoldo, an Italian poem from the late 16th century. See M. Marcola Maniluzan, 1877, called 475, and Jahrbuch for Romanish and English Literature, 1863, p. How well the birds sing. Yes, my princess. Replied the leopard, but you don't know what's even more beautiful. Tomorrow, your older sister is getting married. Oh. Suidas Verbo. Once upon a time, there was a princess who was kept in a pit by a leopard. One day, while she went for a walk with him in the forest, she said, Herr, my big beast, what a lovely day it is today. The beautiful sun. My big beast, I wish I could go to the wedding. No, you won't go. I won't let you leave. Oh, my big beast, I'd be so happy. Very well. 8. Compare also in the collection of riddles versified by Symposius, who lived in the late 4th century, ad riddle enxex, through a new capture of notes from all wild animals. Just like if you catch something, you carry it with you, but if you catch nothing, you still bring it back. Finally, one must recall the riddle posed to Homer, according to legend, by children, little fishermen, and which neither Homer nor his companions could solve. Whatever we took, we left behind. Whatever we did not take, we brought with us. But at the feast, she no longer thought of what the leopard had told her. She ate the first piece served to her, and at that very moment, the leopard carried her off. Everywhere was searched for her, but she could not be found. You'll go, but on one condition, the first piece of food to you, you throw it under the table for me. Otherwise, I'll take you away immediately." When they saw the princess again, everyone was overjoyed. They thought she had returned forever. On another day, the princess was still in the woods with the leopard. My big beast," she said. "What a nice weather. I would be so happy if you took me here every day. The sun is so beautiful. The birds sing so well. You don't know what's even more beautiful. My princess, your youngest sister, is getting married tomorrow." "Oh, my big beast. I'd love to go to the wedding." "No, I won't let you go. You forgot about me the other day. This time I'll think of you. Well, if you're served the first piece, throw it under the table for me. Otherwise, I'll carry you off right away." Everyone was very happy to see the princess back. They believed she had returned forever. This time, she threw under the table the first piece served to her, and the leopard let her amuse herself at the wedding as long as she wanted. But when everything was over, her parents were obliged to take her back to the underground. Fortuny divided the sheep among them. He gave the meat to the eagle, the bones to the wolf, and the head for lodging inside to the ant. There was a young man named Fortuny who was going out to seek his fortune. One day on his way, he met a wolf, an eagle, and an ant quarreling near a slaughtered sheep, and could not agree on a share. He found everyone sad and dressed in black, for it was that very day that the princess was returned to the underground. "Well," thought Fortin, "if all three animals spoke the truth, I would like to be changed into an eagle." Oh, he transformed into an eagle. "I would like to become human again." He reverted to human form. "I would like to be changed into a wolf." He changed into a wolf. "I would like to become human again." He returned to his human form. "I would like to be changed into an ant." He transformed into an ant. "I would like to become human again." He reverted to his original form. Each of the animals was content with its lot, and the wolf said to Fortune, "One you want to change into a wolf, you will become one." The eagle said to him, "One you want to change into an eagle, you will turn into an eagle." The ant told him, "One you want to change into an ant, you will become an ant." The young man continued on his way and arrived in a village. Upon reaching the underground, he changed into an ant and entered through the keyhole. Once inside the room, he took back his initial form. Seeing him, the princess let out a loud cry. "My friend, how did you enter here?" "No living man has ever been able to penetrate this place." Fortuny recounted how he managed to do it. At that very moment, the leopard, having heard the princess's cry, rushed into the room. Fortuny only had time to change into a mouse and hide under the princess's dress. "What is it that you have, my princess?" asked the leopard. My big beast, I dreamed that you were killed, and it grieved me greatly," replied the princess. "Be at ease, my princess. Neither daggers nor swords, nor sabers, nor guns can harm me. To kill me, one would need partridge eggs. If they broke one on my head, I would drop dead." Fortune, who was under the princess's dress, heard everything the leopard said. After he left, Fortune went to find partridge eggs, and she brought them to the princess. The part of the story preceding Fortuny's entrance on stage appears to be related to the theme of beauty and the beast. When the leopard returned, she said to him, "Come closer to me, my big beast, so I can find your lice." The lippet approached. Immediately she broke eggs on his head, and he fell dead. In some stories of this type, the monster allows, by imposing certain conditions, the young girl he holds captive at home to visit her family, sometimes even Icelandic tale from the Arneson collection. P278, Lithuanian tale no. Then the princess and Fortuna forced open the doors of the underground and went together to the king's palace, where they told everything that had happened. Shortly after, Fortune married the princess. Remarks this tale is composed of two elements that we have never seen combined or rather juxtaposed elsewhere. 23 from the collection Leskin itself successively attends the wedding of his three sisters. However, in a particular tale, the Mr. is an enchanted prince who eventually gets freed and marries the young girl. Thus, in a German term, and Lenhoff, P. 384, a bear to whom a king was forced to give his youngest her daughter, one day brings her back to her parents' home. He advises the princess, when she is at the feast, to present her plate under the table, then dance with him and step heavily on his foot. The princess obeys, and the bear transforms into a handsome prince. As for the second part of our tale, we have already analyzed in the notes of our No 15. The gifts of the three animals, the theme it belongs to, then follow the gift made Fortunio by the three animals. This, incidentally, is all that this tale has in common with our fortunate. In the notes of this No 15 IPP, Enon 772 and 73, we have summarized an Italian tale collected in the 16th century by Straparola. It is interesting to note that the hero of this old tale bears the same name as the character in the Lorraine tale. He is called Fortunio. The three animals who share a deer with him are, as in our tale, a wolf, an eagle, and an ant. Fortunio attributes to the wolf the bones, and what is hard in the flesh to the eagle, the entrails and fat to the ant, the brains. The rest can be partly a line knit for the episode of the siren who keeps Fortunio captive at the bottom of the Seawaith N15. The gifts of the three animals, the hero gives to the ant, as in Fortunae, the head of the sheep, the entrails of the falcon, and he cuts in two the rest for the wolf and the dog. Almost the same sharing in the Danish tale Grundtvig, I.P. regarding the sharing of the prey. Among the tales noted in the comments to RN15, one can particularly cite the Basque tale Webster, P80. There the animals are a wolf, a dog, a falcon, and an ant, Anti-943, the head to the ant, because there are so many little holes and small chambers where it can hide, the entrails to the falcon, the bones to the dog, the rest to the bear. Our tale is a bridge, the gifts made by the wolf and by the eagle to Fortune serve him nothing in the course of his adventures. We have shown in the notes of this last tale what is the true form of this theme. Quail eggs are a confused memory of the egg in which the monster hid its soul, its life. This is what the following passage from a High Brittany tale, S.A.R. Billy P., the passage regarding the partridge's eggs, which must be broken on the head of the leaper, make it die, is completely altered, even more so than the corresponding passage in our No 15, where the main idea is nevertheless well obscured. Hammond 28 shows better than any other comparison. The soul, less giant, a terrible giant, has a lion. Within this lion is a wolf. Within the wolf a hare, within the hare a quail, and within the quail 13 eggs. And it is within the 13th egg that the soul of the giant resides. In one respect, the episode in question is better preserved in Fortune E than in our No 7/5 tree in Fortune. Indeed, as in most tales of this type, the young girl held captive by the monster learns from himself how to kill him. Compare, for example, the Oriental tales cited in the notes to our No 15 IPP 173 Hun 77. Once, Tom, there were 3 brothers. The youngest was a bit silly, like me. At that time there was a princess to be married, but her hand was not easily won. That's all, said his brothers. Don't bother us coming back for nothing, or you'll get a beating. A little further on, the silly one picked up a dead bird which he saw on the ground. The 2 elders, flattered with success, wanted to attempt the venture. They set off, telling the youngest house to guard the house. As he persisted in wanting to go with them, they chased him away. But the young boy followed them at a distance. After having made some way, he saw on the ground a bottle neck. He picked it up, crying out to his brothers, You guys, come back. I found something. His brothers ran over and asked him what he had found. I found this bottle, neck, he answered. Having found an ox's horn, he picked it up and began to blow into it. He made his brothers turn back again. They beat him and left him half dead. Soon they arrived at the princess' castle. The eldest presented himself before her first. Greetings, my princess. Greetings, sir, she replied. You guys. Do's he create, he cried, turn back. I have found something else. His brothers turned back. What? They said. Are you making us turn back for a full bird? They beat him and continued on their way. But the fool followed them still. It is indeed a hot day today, my princess. Oh, not yet so hot as up in my castle. The young man did not understand any better than his brother and withdrew. The fool then stepped forward. What a hot day it is today, my princess. Oh, not yet so hot as up in my castle. The young man did not understand what the princess meant, and unable to answer, he left. Then the second brother entered. Greetings, my princess. Oh, greetings, sir, she said. Good day, my princess. Good day, sir, but is indeed hot today, my princess. Oh, not as hot as at the top of my castle. Well, said the fool, I'll cook my bird there. And what will you put it in? I'll put it in this bottle's bottom. But where will you put the sauce? I'll put it in this horn. Well answered, said the princess. It is you who will have my hand. A great feast was prepared, and the young man married the princess. Remarks similar tales have been collected in Germany, in the Harzai, pp. If 52 in Mecklenburg, Strelitz Germania Journal, 1869, Lower Austria, Verniken, no fee 5, Norway, Asby, Rensen, IP, 27, Lithuania, Leskin, no, 33, England, Halliwell, P32. In the Zeitschrift for Romanische Philology, P617, Mr. K. Haller also mentions a Hungarian tale that is nearly identical to an Austrian one, and a Swedish tale that is similar to a Norwegian one. In the story from Lower Austria, a princess only wants to marry the one who can answer her questions. The 2 eldest sons of a peasant attempt the challenge but fail. The third, poor fool, wants to try too. On his journey, he picks up a nail and an egg and also puts some filth in his pocket. When he reaches the princess, she says, I have fire in my body. And I, the boy replies, I've an egg in my sack. We can cook it. Our pan has a hole, and I have a nail. We can use that to plug the hole. The boy answers everything and ends up marrying the princess. In the English tale, Jack the Fool appears before the princess with an egg, a crooked branch of hazel, and a nut, all objects he gathered on his way. The items gathered, a dead bird, the circle of a bucket, and some filth. The conversation with the princess starts, "My sick is very hot meanest haste," says the princess. Upon entering the chamber, he exclaims, "What beautiful ladies here!" "Yes," says the princess, "we are beautiful ladies, for we have fire in our hearts." "Well, cook my egg for me. And how will you take it out?" "With this crooked stick." "Whoa, where did you get this stick?" "From a nut like this one." In the Mecklenburg tale, John goes with his 2 elder brothers to the princess. "We will cook a bird in it, but..." "Yes, but the pan will burst." "Duh, I'll put a circle around it." It's in Norwegian folklore. The objects collected are a bundle of willow, a broken plate, a dead bird, 2 goat horns, and an old shoe sole. Here begins the dialogue. "Can I cook my bird?" says the fool. "I'm afraid it will burst," responds the princess. "Oh, there's no danger. I'll tie this bundle of willow around it, but the fat will leak. I'll put this underneath the broken plate. It's seraph. It's some sort of old fairy who gives the young man various objects, glue bird, plate, as he goes to see the princess. It is this same fairy who tells him what he will need to say in advance." In Lithuanian folklore, the fool successively picks up a tap, then the circle of a barrel, and finally a hammer. The Har's Tale combines our theme with others. Kerler mentions a small medieval poem that deals precisely with the same subject, von der Hagen gesamte Bentur. No, Lexi. Stuttgart, 1850. The 3 objects Connie presents to the princess are an egg, a horseshoe, nail, and filth. He begins the conversation. "Lady, how red your mouth is." "There's fire within," responds the princess. "Well then, lady, cook my egg in it." The rest of the dialogue is rather coarse. "Do you mean a cane of 5 pounds?" said the blacksmith. "No," replied the young boy. "A cane of 500 pounds?" And at the same time he gave the blacksmith a hearty blow. "Lay the cane of 500 pounds. Once upon a time there was a little boy who had been found in the woods and was very bad. When he grew up, one day he went to a blacksmith's shop and ordered a cane of 500 pounds. "Comrade," he said, "won't you come with me?" I'd be delighted. A little further on, he saw another young man bending an oak tree to make a bow. "Comrade, won't you come with me?" "Of course." So the 3 of them set off. The smith made him a cane as he wanted it, and the young boy set off on his way. On his way, he met a young man playing at skittles with a millstone. After walking for some time, they reached the edge of a large hole. The young boy climbed down and found an old woman inside. "Show us," he said, "where there are girls to marry." "I don't know." "Old witch you must know." "I do know one, but there's a leeward guarding." "Oh, well." Then he pushed open the door and found nothing. The young man took them, then had his companions pull the princess out of the hole, along with all her riches. He wanted to follow, but as he was almost at the top, his companions let him fall back down and seized the princess and treasure. Reaching a second door, he broke it as well and found a beautiful princess who told him, "Before our father locked us up here, my sisters and I, he gave each of us a silk handkerchief and a golden apple to make a present to whoever would deliver us." And she offered him the handkerchief and the golden apple. That isn't the devil either, since the devil is lying in your bed. "Leopard, leopard, open your door to me. Bad little worm, I'll make a meal of you, and a tasty one. Anyway, always open your door to me." While the young man was trying to force the entrance, the lid put its head through the cathal in the door. Immediately, the young man knocked it down with a blow of his 500-pound cane. The young man went to find the old woman. "Tell me where there are other princesses. My companions took mine. I know no more." "Old witch, you must still know some." "I know one well, but a serpent guards it." "Oh, well, it's not always the devil, since the devil is right on your bed. Serpent, serpent, open your door to me." "Ooh, little earthworm, I'll make a single bite of you." "And what a bite," she said. "Before we were locked here, my sisters and I, our father, gave each of us a silk handkerchief and a golden apple to give as a gift to whoever would deliver us. At the same time, she handed him the handkerchief and the golden apple. Never mind, always open your door to me." They fought for 2 or 3 hours. Finally, the serpent was killed. The young man pushed open doors and found nothing, then another and another. On the 4th, he found a princess even more beautiful than the first. "Tell me where there are still princesses. My companions each have one." "I don't know any more." Then the young man had her carried back with all her riches, as he had done for his sister. But when he wanted to go back himself, his companions let him fall again and seize the princess and the treasure. The young man returned to the witch. "Old witch, you must still know some." "I do know one, but a flying serpent guards her." "Well, that's not the devil, since the devil is right here on your bed." "Serpent, flying serpent, open your door for me." Mean little earthworm, I'll make a single bite of you, and yet what a bite. Anyway, always open your door for me." The young man first struck one of the serpent's wings, then, as the flying serpent still fought, he struck the other, and the battle ended. He opened a door and found nothing. He opened a second, a third, a fourth, still nothing. Finally, on the 5th, he found a beautiful princess, even more beautiful than the first 2. She said to him, "Before we were locked up here, my sisters and I, our father gave each of us a silk handkerchief and a golden apple to give as a present to whoever would deliver us." Done. He took the handkerchief and the golden apple and brought back the princess with her riches. He then tried to follow, but his companions let him fall and took the princess with her treasure. The young man ran to find the witch and said, "My companions each had their princess, and now they've taken mine too." "I have no more princess to show you," said the old woman. "But to help you get out of here, here's an eagle that will carry you up 45 and a jar of fat. If the eagle comes to cry, you will cut your calf and give it to him to eat. Otherwise, he will throw you down. Then you will rub your leg with the fat, and it will no longer be seen." The young man let himself be carried off by the eagle. Almost at the top, the eagle began to cry. The young man cut his calf and gave it to him. Then he rubbed himself with the fat, and it disappeared. When they reached the top, the eagle dropped him on the ground. After walking for a while, the young man came across some ducks. He asked them, "Are the princesses of Pamplona returning? Address yourselves to our mothers, who go all the way to the king's court. They will be able to tell you." When the young man saw the mother ducks, he said to them, "Mothers of the little ducks, are the princesses of Pamplona returning?" "Yes," said the ducks, "and they are supposed to get married tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. How far is it from here to Pamplona?" 30 leagues. The young man showed great diligence, arrived in Pamplona, and entered the king's garden. The princesses ran to warn their father, and told him the whole story. While taking a walk, he pulled out one of his silk handkerchiefs from in his pocket, and dropped a golden apple by mistake. Just then, the princesses were looking out the window. "Sisters," said one of them, "this must be the young man who has saved us." "Indeed, it is him, my sister." A moment later he dropped the second apple, then the third. They shouted to him, "Sir, you're dropping something." But he pretended not to hear. The king then summoned the 2 young men who were to marry his daughters, and said to them in front of everyone, my children, when I had to part from you, I gave each of you a silk handkerchief and a golden apple. To whom did you give them?" Then the king told the young man to choose a wife among his daughters, and he chose the youngest, who was also the most beautiful. "My father, we gave them to him who saved us." "Well, where are your golden apples?" said the king to the 2 young men, but they had none to show. Here is another variant that comes closer to number 3. Once upon a time, there was a soldier named Lorraine who was returning from war. On his way, he met Jean de la Mule playing pallet with a millstone. As for the 2 companions, each received a kick in the rear and left as they had come. Notes 45. The literal text is, "Here is an eagle to help you climb the slope." Later it says, when they reached the top of the slope. Obviously, the narrator does not have a clear idea of the location where the action takes place, which is the lower world. Comments to this tale is a variant of our number 1, Jean de Laus. They agreed that each day 2 of them could go for a walk, the 3rd would stay to cook. It was first toward Chiecheni turn to keep house. "Comrade," said Lorraine, "would you come with me?" "I would gladly." The 2 companions met Tord and Chini later, who was bending an oak tree to tie his bundles. Lorraine offered to follow him, which Tord Chini accepted. They travelled together. Arriving near a castle, they entered and settled there. While he was busy preparing dinner, a little boy entered and said, "Good day, Sada." "Good day, my friend. Would you allow me to light my pipes?" "Of course, my friend." "Take some far." "Oh, no, I dare not." "Could you give it to me?" "With pleasure," said Tord Chieni. The next day, Jean de la Mule stayed at the castle, and the same thing happened to him. Then it was Lorraine's turn. As he bent down, the little horse kicked him into the fire and ran away. Lorraine and Jean de la Mule, on their return, finding Tord Chini in distress, asked him what had happened. He told them his story. But when the little horse came to ask for fire, he told him to take it if he wanted to, but that he wouldn't give any to him. The little horse, seeing that he couldn't get anything, ran away through an opening leading to a kind of storage room. La Ramia pursued him with a gun, but couldn't catch him. Having removed a board from the floor, he saw a large hole, and when his companions returned, he descended into it, using a rope. La Rami took a great sword and fought against the beast. He cut off 2 of its heads. The beast only became more terrible. Then he cut off 2 more, through fighting, 2 more, and finally the last one. Once at the bottom, he found himself face to face with a beast with 7 heads that asked him, "What are you doing here?" "I am not coming for you," replied La Ramie, "but for the princesses you guard. You will not have them," said the beast. He then entered a chamber where he found 3 beautiful princesses working on fine crafts. These 3 princesses were sisters. The first gave him a silk handkerchief and a beautiful bracelet adorned with pearls, rubies, diamonds, and emeralds. If, before reaching the top, he sings, "Cut off a piece of your calf and give it to him, otherwise he will throw you back down." So Lorraine rode on the King of Birds. Halfway up, the king began to sing. He had his companions bring her back with her riches and returned to the second princess, who also gave him a silk handkerchief and a bracelet adorned with precious stones. He had her brought back like her sister, and after receiving the same gift from the third, he had her brought back as well. When he himself followed them and was almost at the top, his companions let him fall. Luckily, he met a fairy who gave him a pot of grease to help him climb the hill, and she said, "Here is the King of Birds. He will carry you out of here." La Ramie cut off a piece of his calf and gave it to him. When he reached the top, his companions had left, taking the princesses with them. The glass blower went to tell the king, who ordered one of the bracelets to be ready in 8 days. On his journey, La Ramie arrived just in time in the country of the princesses, and he entered as a worker in a merchant's glass shop. He had heard that the king promised a great reward to whoever could make bracelets like those he had given to his daughters before they were captured by the beast with 7 heads. La Ramie told the glass blower that he would take care of it. La Ramie then told the glass blower he needed a bushel of hazelnuts to crack for the bracelet. He ate the nuts and went to find the glass blower, who asked where the bracelet was. La Ramie presented one of the bracelets given to him by the princesses. This time La Ramie asked for a bushel of nuts to crack, and after finishing them, he brought the bracelet to his master. When it came to making the 3rd bracelet, he was given a bushel of almonds. The glass blower ran to deliver the bracelet to the king, who was greatly surprised. The 2nd bracelet was needed in 8 days, or else there would be death. After eating the almonds, La Ramie said, "The glassmaid said to Kaka, this time I will go deliver the bracelet to the king." The princesses recognized him and told the king that it was this young man who had freed them, and the king married him to the youngest princess. At the moment when the latter, who had stayed at the castle to cook, is about to dip the soup, a little boy throws ashes into the pot, so that toward Chechian, and he has to make the soup again. We can also mention a trait from a 4th version, still from Montier's Sir Saulx, which we have already quoted in the remarks on our No 36, Jean and Pierre, p. 52. Here the three companions are Jean Sands, Pierre, Jean de Lelaus, and Torcini. The next day, the little boy, having returned and still thrown ashes into the cauldron, Jean de Lelaus, who was duty that day, ran after him and cut off his head, but the little boy continued to flee with head in his hands. Then it was Jean Sands, Pierre's turn to stay. The little boy returned a third time, still holding his head, to throw ashes into the cauldron. Jean Sands Pierre ran after him, but he could not catch him and saw him disappear through an opening in the floor, etc. See the notes on our note. Jean de Lelaus, as we remember, is the son of a woman who was kidnapped by and bear while going to the forest. Jean de Lelaus, just like his father, is very mean and gets expelled from school. One Jean de Lelaus, the beginning of the cane of 500 livers this little boy found in the woods, who is so bad, is obviously a weakened memory of an analogous introduction to that of our No. 1 in Hanoverian Tale N5 from Colchon's collection. The corresponding passage is much better motivated by Pierre and his companions, including a tree bent, settle in an isolated house, just like Jean de Lelaus and La Ramée in our variant. The narrative has a gap. The episode of the isolated house is completely missing. There is also a change in the moment when the young boy descends into the great pit and asks the old woman for a drink, where she mentions there are maiden to marry. Bear Pierre's companions are successively defeated by a dwarf with a big beard. As for Bear Pierre, he grabs the dwarf by his beard and ties him to a bedpost. While the four companions are eating, the dwarf slips away. Bear Peter pursues him and sees him disappear into a well. His companions lower him down with his 3 quarter-iron cane, and he enters the old hovel after the dwarf. There he finds an old witch, whom he forces to tell him where the dwarf is. Looking out the window, he spots a beautiful castle. Old witch, tell me what this house is. There's the enchanted princess guarded by 4 giants, etc. Now we must address a missing element in John the Bear, the episode of the eagle carrying the hero out of the lower world. This trait appears in a large number of stories, several of which do not relate to our theme. We will not attempt to list them here. We will simply cite a few, emphasizing the Eastern forms known to us. In our story, The Staff of 500 Books, it is the witch who gives the eagle to the young man. 39 from the Schneller collection and the Scottish tale No. 16 from the Campbell collection. The eagle is provided or given to the hero by a dwarf or one of the 3 giants. This is also the case in the Hanoverian tale from the Colchon collection and the Flemish tale from the Dillon collection. The first replaces the eagle with a dragon, the second with a large bird resembling a raven in the Italian Tyrolean tale known. But certainly none of these tales presents here the primitive form. An important element is lacking, a service rendered to the eagle by the hero. This trait is found in most European tales of this type. Usually the hero has saved the eagle's chicks from a serpent. See, for example, 2 Russian tales, Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, IPP 193 and 194, a Bosnian tale, Mitatowics P 123, a Cygain tale from Bukovine Miklosish, 2, a tale from the Saxon country of Transylvania, Haltrich, 17, etc. In a tale from Agenes, The Man of Alcalas, published by M. Bladdy in the Revue de l'Agenes 1875, p. 448, The service was personally rendered to the eagle, which the hero freed from a cage. In the East, let us first take the avaricious tale of Bear's Ear, summarized for the whole in the remarks on our No. One Eye, p. 18. Abandoned by his companions in the underworld, Bear's Ear delivers a princess from a 9-headed dragon to whom one was forced to offer a young girl every year. See this episode in the notes of our No. 5. The Fisherman's Sons, IPP 778. The king, having offered his daughter in marriage, Bear's Ear asks, as his sole reward, the means to return to the upper world. But for the king, this is impossible. There is only a certain eagle who dwells in the plain tree forest capable of doing so. Upon his return, the eagle asks the savior of his young what service he can perform to show his gratitude, and at the request of Bear's Ear, he carries him into the superior world. The king sends a messenger to the eagle, who refuses. Then Bear's Ear himself goes to the plain tree forest. Just as he arrives near the nest, the eagle is absent, and a black 3-headed serpent approaches to devour the eaglets. Bear's Ear cuts it into pieces. Just before the journey's end, the meat runs out, and Bear's Ear is forced to cut off a piece, his thigh, which he offers to the eagle. Previously, Bear's Ear had tasked the eagle with bringing the meat of 50 buffaloes and 50 water skins made from their hides and filled with water. Whenever the eagle cries out for meat, Bear's Ear provides it. When he asks for water, he is given water. There seems to be a discrepancy here. The eagle, having deposited Bear's Ear on the land, realizes it is lame, and upon learning why, rejects the chunk of flesh and puts it back in place. In our tale, it is foretold to the hero that he will have to sacrifice a portion of his calf, and we do not see him carrying any provisions. Before moving on to another Oriental tale, it may be interesting to note this entire passage from the greedy story appears almost exactly in a modern Greek tale from the island of Sirahan. Now, 70, already cited in the remarks of our No. 1 John of the Bear Eye, p. 120. Abandoned by his brothers in the underworld, the prince kills a serpent with 12 heads to whom he was supposed to deliver the daughter of a king. The king offers him the hand of the princess, but the young man only asks to be brought back to the upper world. Then the king advises him to go to a certain mountain at the foot of a certain tree on which eagles have their nest, and to slay a serpent with 18 heads, an enemy of these eagles, who, out of gratitude, will carry him up into the upper world. The prince fights against the serpent for 24 hours, and after killing it, falls asleep exhausted under the tree. During his sleep, the eaglets come to fan him with their wings. When the parents return and see him, they first want to crush him beneath pieces of rock, but their young ones cry out that this young man has slain the serpent and freed them. And when he awakens, the eagles ask him what they can do for him. When the eagles cry kra, he gives them meat. When they cry glow, water. The young man follows these instructions, but before reaching the upper world, all the meat is eaten. One of the eagles having cried, "Crow," the prince cuts off his leg and gives it to him. The prince prays them to carry him up into the upper world. They consent. It is necessary while the young man procures the flesh of 40 buffaloes and 40 skins of water, and furthermore, a yoke of silver. He yokes the eagles to this yoke and binds himself to it. Compare, for this whole episode of the eagles, the Bosnian tale mentioned above. Arrived at the top, the eagles notice that he limps. The king of the eagles orders the one of his own who had swallowed the leg to give it back to the prince, and they attach it to him with the water of life. In this tale, the king gives the hero a letter for the giant bird. This detail reminds of the messenger in the greedy man's tale. In the southern Siberian Tartars, we find a similar episode in a heroic legend collected from Kyrgyz tribes. As this passage reminds, in its entirety, the main theme to which both Jean de Laus and Can de Sink Sense Livers relate, we will summarize it in full Radloff. P. 315 Sik or Tr. The hero, Can Shchentli, after marrying the daughter of Aa no Can, returns to his people with his wife, taking 60 camels, 40 young men, and 40 young women with him. One day, when he was ahead, the hero, Karatun, a 7-headed Jalmouse, who lives under the earth, appears on the surface, swallows Can Shchentli's wife, the 60 camels, the 40 young men, the 40 young women, and all their riches, then retreats underground. 3 heroes who had joined Can Shchentli and heard of his exploits follow Karatun down the hole through which he disappeared, but when they put their foot and then their hand in, their foot and hand are cut off, they therefore remain sitting, mutilated by the hole. One day he arrives near immense herds, and in the midst of these herds stands a house as high as a mountain. Can Shchentli, having had a bad dream, turns back and learns from the 3 heroes that a Jalmas has swallowed all his people. He attaches himself to a rope and is lowered into the abyss. Upon reaching the bottom, he discovers another world and begins walking towards the east. Can Shchentli enters this house. It was the lair of the 7-headed Jalmas who was sleeping at that moment, for sometimes he would sleep for 7 days and nights consecutively. Near him, the woman from Can Shchentli was sitting and crying. Upon seeing her husband, she told him that he would perish, for he is not strong enough to fight the Jalmas. Can Shchentli draws his sword and strikes a blow to the head of the Jalmas. It leaps, and they fight for 7 days and 7 nights. Can Shchentli stands up, cuts open the monster's belly, and all the men it had swallowed are alive. He leads them all, along with the flocks, to the opening through which he had descended, but his 3 companions, mutilated as they are, cannot get them back. Despairing, he moves away. Then they agree to rest. Thinking his strength will not be enough to defeat the Jalmas, a man with a white beard appears, striking the Jalmas with an iron club. And the Jalmas dies. One day, while he slept under a great tremble, he is awoken by a very loud noise. He raises his eyes and sees, high up in the nursery, a nest with 3 young birds inside, screaming in terror. Indeed, a dragon is climbing the tree to devour them. He eats 30 before taking flight, and the remaining 30, along with all the livestock and Can Shchentli's people, are loaded onto his back. She will carry you wherever you wish. Here! As in previous tales, the large bird tells the savior of his offspring to bring him much meat, 60. Dear! Can Shchentli draws his sword and splits the dragon in 2. The birds thank him and ask him to tell their story. They then say, or mother is a bird named the hero Karakus. there is no one greater than her. Here again, with meat in shore can supply, Canny is forced to cut flesh from his thighs and toss it into the bird's beak, which upon reaching the top returns it to him, restoring him to his original state. A Kabyle tale, Rivi P. The Prince Feroke, Fall, who travels with a faithful friend in search of a princess whose portrait he has seen, rests one day at the foot of a tree. The bird episode appears in other East Eastern tales as well, though these are altogether different from the cane of 500 pounds. Thus, in a tale from the Persian Bahar, Danish translated by Jonathan Scott, Vol. P. 101 Sikh, 235, in which the hero descends into the underworld, kills a giant, and takes possession of his 7 wives, also features the betrayal of brothers. This episode of the bird, which is an eagle here, is presented quite similarly, but the hero does not need to give the eagle a piece of his flesh. On the top of this tree, a Simurgh fabulous bird had built its nest, and just then a monstrous black serpent had wrapped itself around the trunk to go devour the young. The prince draws his sword and kills it. Then he falls asleep, as does his companion. Towards evening, the Simurgh returns, and seeing the 2 young men, he takes them for enemies of his nest. And he goes to kill them when his young ones make him aware of the service that the prince has rendered them. In an Indian tale collected in the Deccan Misfrea, P13, that we have previously had opportunity to quote in our remarks on No 15, The Gifts of the 3 Animals, IP, the Simurgh awakens Feroke Fall and asks him in what way he can show his gratitude. The prince explains the purpose of his journey, and the next day the Simurgh carries the 2 young people on its back, depositing them in the city they wished to reach, which was virtually inaccessible. 175, a young prince whose mother is held captive by a magician sets out on a campaign to discover the location where he knows the magician has hidden his soul and life. Like the hero of the Persian tale, he falls asleep at the foot of a tree. He is awakened by a loud noise and kills a serpent that was about to devour eaglets. Garson de Tassi in the Oriental, an American Review, 4th year, 1861, p. 1, CQ. Prince Alma sets out towards the city of Wokof, where he must find the solution to an enigma whose answer would earn him the hand of a princess. The eagles, grateful, tell their young to serve the prince, and these carry him to where he wants to enter, then bring him back after he has seized the small parrot in which the life of the magician is hidden. Another passage from a Hindi novel translated by M. One day he falls asleep at the foot of a tree where the Simurgh bird had its nest. He is awakened by the neighing of his horse, signaling the approach of a dragon. After a long battle, he succeeds in killing the monster that was already climbing the tree. Then, hearing the young Simurgh's cries of hunger, he fed them with the dragon's flesh and fell asleep from exhaustion. 116, 1 and 17, which, after all the citations we have made, has nothing particularly noteworthy. When the Simurgh returned, no longer hearing his young cry, and a man asleep at the foot of the tree, he thought Alms had destroyed his brood and was about to drop a huge stone on him when his female stopped him. In gratitude, the Simurgh carried the prince across 7 seas to the city of Adadudakaf, after providing him with provisions of wild-ass meat that Alms would give him gradually during the journey. Finally, we return to a tale of the Tatars of southern Siberia, Radloff, Iv, pp. We will pause for a moment on the occasion of the two variants of Montier's presented above to consider the episode of the isolated house, which we have already studied in relation to our no one I. pp. 911, 1821 season. We have noted that in these two variants, it is a small boy who plays pranks on the companions of the hero. This little boy resembles the dwarf who appears at this point in almost all stories of this type. Thus, in the tale of the Avars of the Caucasus, while those of the companions of Bear's Ear corresponding to Tord, Chan, Ni are busy preparing the meal, arrives, riding on a lame hare, a small man, tall as a palm, with a beard 3 palms long. He asks for a little meat, then some more, and as the Bear's Ear companion tells him to leave, he jumps down from his mount, tears out a hair from his beard, and in an instant has strangled our man and eaten all the meat. In a Lithuanian tale, Schleicher, p. 128, a little man with a long beard asks the tailor, one of the hero's companions, to sit him down on the bench by the fire. Then he asks for a small piece of meat. When he has the piece, he lets it slip from his hands, and while the tailor bends down to pick it up, he falls on him with punches. Compare the passage from the reed where Oak too twig bent to give fire to the little trotter. In a story from the Saxon country of Transylvania, Haltrich, no. 17. While one of John the Strong's companions is preparing dinner, a small man with a long beard of 7 cubits appears, shivering and saying that he is very cold. When the other invites him to come closer to the fire, he approaches, overturns the cauldron, and runs away as fast as he can. Compare the cited fragment from our previous variant. In a story from Italian Tyrol Schneller, p. 26, oral literature, p. 82, a tiny little man, or a devil, man throws ashes into the pot. A few, just like the little boy in our last variant. Compare the Portuguese tale, The Cane of 16 Quintals, no. Wadahan 89, which also features a dwarf with a grey beard. Another trait of this last variant appears. Juan Dolors having cut off the dwarf's head, the latter gets up and disappears into a well. Finally, to limit ourselves to these parallels, in a Brazilian Portuguese tale Romero, no. 19, a little black man, taking the place, the dwarf, asks his companions of Manoel do Bengala Manoel, with the cane for fire, to light his pikely as in the story of Lorraine, and then he overpowers them. In High Brittany tales Sibylot, I know. 47 of the Braga collection, it should be noted, before finishing, a very small detail that is particular to our first variant. When it comes to making the 3 bracelets, La Ramia asks her master for a bushel of hazelnuts, then a bushel of walnuts, and finally a bushel of almonds. He asks his master for a ton of beer, a mewed of walnuts, and 2 loaves for the night. We can first draw close to this detail a passage from the Hanoverian tale in the Colchon collection mentioned above. Peter the Bear, who had agreed to work for a goldsmith, after rescuing the 3 princesses, is tasked with making the ring ordered by the king. One might wonder if this similarity in such a minor detail is mere coincidence, but any doubt on this point will certainly be dispelled when we see that in the Flemish tale from the Doolan collection cited in the notes to our No One Eye, pp. 7 and 16, John Bear, who promised to make 3 balls, just like those of the princesses, filled his pocket with hazelnuts before getting down to work, or rather pretending to get down to work. 7:17, little John Bear, in similar circumstances, is given a sack of walnuts by his employer. Similarly, in the German tale from the collection Pragahoa mentioned, at the same place IPP, a modern Greek tale Han N70, which we have also summarized in part I, PP 12 and 17, seems to give the primitive form of this trait. Here the hero enters as a companion to a tailor. His master receives an order from the king to make in 3 days for the princess a garment on which the earth with its flowers will be embroidered. This garment must be enclosed in a nut. The young man is given a setir of brandy and a pound of nuts by the tailor. He locks himself in the workshop, eats and drinks at his leisure, then opens a nut that the princess had given him in the lower world and extracts the wonderful garment. And finally, when the princess orders a garment enclosed in a hazelnut depicting the sea and edits fish, he is given hazelnuts and extracts the garment from a hazelnut that he too brought back from the lower world. A final detailed comparison. A few days later, the princess orders a garment on which the sky with its stars will be embroidered, and which will be enclosed in an almond. The young man does the same as before, but asks for almonds instead of nuts. The garment is in an almond that the princess has given him. This detail recalls the end of the cane of 100 gold pieces in a Russian tale, Ralston, p. 73, mentioned in the notes of our one. The hero mixes with beggars, and one of the princesses recognizes him by his ring. In the Hanoverian tale from the Colshorn collection, Berpia, learning that the youngest of the 3 princesses is ill from not seeing him come, dresses as a beggar and presents himself at the palace. The guards push him away and wound him. Berpia takes out from his pocket the handkerchief that the princess had given him and uses it to soak up the blood flowing from his wound. Just then the princess is at her window, and she recognizes her handkerchief. Notes 46, that old man with the iron club who intervenes for no apparent reason in the action seems a doubling of the main character. The iron club completely resembles the iron cane of so many similar tales. Once upon, there were people who had many children. One as a little boy, were not much bigger than a thumb, but they called him Little Pouset. Once in the fields, he hid in the first tuft of grass that his mother gathered, so she put him unaware in her basket. The grass was given to the cow. That's how Little Pouset ended up swallowed by the cow. One day his mother said to him, "I am going to the meadow. You stay to guard the house." "Mother," he said, "I want to go with you." "No." Pouset, you stay here." Little Pouset pretended to obey, but when his mother had left, he followed her without her noticing. When evening came, the mother wanted to milk the cow. "Turn around, Blackie." "No, I won't turn around." Wary of arguing, they called the butcher, who advised that the animal should be killed. The cow was therefore killed and butchered, and its stomach was thrown into the street, where an old woman picked it up and put it in her sack. He wasn't far from a flock of sheep when Little Pouset began to cry, "Shepherd, guard your flock! Shepherd, guard your flock!" Hearing this voice, the wolf became frightened, so much so that Little Pouset found himself suddenly on the ground. But as she was too heavily laden, she had to stop halfway up a hill outside the village and abandon the cow's stomach on the road. A wolf passing by, famished, swallowed the stomach and little Posette along with it, then continued to roam around the area. He cleaned himself up as best he could and returned to his parents. His mother said, "These are Posette?" I never doubted it. "I'm going to eat some grass, and then we'll leave." No, Mother, I'm sure it's our Posette. Well, Mama, here I am back. Notes 47, behold, our little pilgrim. I thought you were lost. I was in the grass, and you didn't see me. Well, our little pilgrim, I truly thought you were lost. Well then, Mother, here I am. Variant the little blue cape one day, a farmer and his wife, going to harvest, left their little boy at home, whom they called the little blue cape because he was wearing a blue cape, and told him to bring them soup at noon. As noon approached, the little boy poured the soup into a pot and set off to deliver it to his parents. Passing by the barn, seeing that the cow had nothing to eat, he put down his pot next to her and went to get some hay. But alas, the cow kicked over the pot, and all the soup spilled on the ground. There was the little boy in a fix. He couldn't think of anything better than to hide in a bundle of straw. A moment later, when they wanted to change the bedding, they realized that the cow could not move her. No matter how much they pushed or hit her, nothing worked. The parents, not seeing him arrive, returned to the lodgings. One called out, searched everywhere, no little Red Riding Hood. However, the cow, who was hungry, began to move. They gave her the haystack where the little boy had nestled. The cow swallowed the child with the hay. Cow, turn around. Cow, I cannot turn around. Hearing the cow speak, people were very surprised and thought she was enchanted. They barely suspected it was little Red Riding Hood answering for herself. They ran to get the mayor. Cow, turn around. Ye cannot turn around. Finally, they called the priest, who told the cow in French, "Cow, turn around. I do not understand French. I cannot turn around." The farmer, not knowing what else to do, called the butcher. The beast was killed and skinned. The stomach was thrown out and picked up by an old woman who carried it away in her basket. As soon as she left the village, boy began to sing. "Trot, trot, old fool, I'm at the bottom of your basket." The old woman terrified hold on without daring to look behind her. As she passed a flock of sheep, the little boy cried out, "Shepherd, take care of your sheep. Here comes the wolf." The old woman, half crazed with fear, said, feeling herself, "I'm not the wolf. What does that mean?" When she arrived home, she shut the door, put down her basket, and cut open the cow's stomach. In a moment, when she turned her head, the little boy quietly slipped out of his prison and hid behind the wardrobe. The old woman prepared the tripe and arranged it for her supper. She began to recover from her fright and thought only of satisfying her hunger, when suddenly the little boy cried out, "Good appetite, old woman." This time, the poor woman believed that the devil was in the house and began to tremble all over. "Listen," said the little boy, without moving from his place. "Promise me not to tell anyone where you found me, and take me back wherever I tell you. I would be glad to leave here, and you won't be angry at being rid of me. The old woman promised everything, and Little Red Riding Hood appeared. She took him back to her parents, who were very happy to see him again. Notes in another variant from Monteers. Sir Sawks, people have a little boy not taller than a thumb. They call him Peachy-Ut-Po-Tot. One day, little Pouset sets out to find a master. He arrives in a village and enters the first house he sees. He asks if we want to take him as a servant. The woman, who is alone in the house at the moment, answers that he is too small. The merchant exclaims, but Little Red Riding Hood stands his ground. They give him the barrel, and he goes away pushing it in front of him. "Take me," says Little Red Riding Hood. "We work well." The husband, having returned, takes him into his service. The woman sends him to get a bottle of wine from the merchant. Little Red Riding Hood tells the merchant to give him a barrel. One day, while the woman is making pancakes, he falls into them unnoticed. They put the pancake in the oven. When it is cooked and they cut it in half, they cut off Little Red Riding Hood's ear. Oh! On his way, people are amazed. A barrel walking by itself. Then the woman sends him to get a loaf of bread from the baker. Little Red Riding Hood is given all the loaves, which he pushes in front of him as well. "Be careful. You cut off my ear." But no one pays attention to him, and they eat him with the pancake. Several stories from this family are entirely, or almost entirely, formed from the first episode of our tale, The Little Breadcrumb Boy Swallowed by the Cow, presented in a very simple way. Here is a Bass story from Upper Nava Linguistic Review, 1876. P. Where are you? Here. Here. Where? In the cow's stomach? Duh. When will you come out? The cow. The cow had swallowed UK Lucho, thinking it was a cabbage leaf. Same story in a Languedocian tale cited by Miss Tutti Fortu. There once was a very small boy. His name was UK Lucho Little Grip. One day, his mother sent him to watch the cow. As it started raining, UK Lucho hid under a cabbage leaf. Since he didn't return, his mother went to look for him. UK Lucho! Gaston Paris, Little Brum, and the Breadcrumb, Brea PV, where pepperlet peppercorn, on his way to bring food to his father and brothers who are chopping wood in the forest, sees the wolf approaching and hides under a cabbage, which a cow eats along with pepperlet. And also in a tale from the Forest Ibid, P. 37, where Plen Pugnant Fistful sitting behind a wall is mistaken for a thistle by a bull and swallowed. In a Catalan tale Rondelea, I. P. A8. The hero is a little boy no bigger than a millet seed. One day his parents send him to fetch a sow's worth of saffron. He arrives at the merchant's house. "Give me a sow's worth of saffron." They look, but all they see is a moving sow. Eventually, they catch a glimpse of the boy take the sow and put the saffron in its place. As the little boy returns home, heavy drops begin to fall. He takes shelter under a cabbage. Arrive a cow who eats cabbage and a child. Everywhere we look for the little one. Where are you? In the cow's stomach. It doesn't thunder or rain in there. No one knows what this means. Suddenly the cow makes a fart, and there's the little one found. 329, Jean Posot, in other words, Jean the mischief maker, after being swallowed by the cow, pierces her intestines with oars he had in his pocket. The cow rolls around on the ground in pain. It is killed, and the entrails are cooked in a cauldron. Other tales like the Lorraine tale, develop this episode and follow it with a second little foot is picked up by a woman with the cow's stomach, and even most often a third little foot is then swallowed by a wolf with his entrails. In Pick a Tail Kanoi, P, Jin the Mischief Maker calls out to his grandmother, and he is pulled from the cauldron. In a German tale, 39, little Domgros went to pick flowers in a meadow. He was gathered with the hay and given to the cow, who swallowed him. Every time the maid comes to milk the cow, Little Thumb speaks to her. The maid eventually dares not go to the stable anymore, and the cow is killed. The innards are given to a beggar, who puts them in her basket. From that moment on, at every door she presents herself, she hears "Noke." Is Little Thumb playing this trick on her? But he dies having been cooked with the innards. In a Scottish tale Campbell, no. 69, Thomas of the Thumbs went for a walk. As hail began to fall, he took shelter under a patient's leaf. A bull ate the plant, and at the same time, Thomas of the Thumbs, his father and mother, search for him. He shouts to them that he is in the bull. Kill the beast, but just then throw the thick gut in which Thomas was. A beggar passes, who picks up the gut. As she walks, Thomas talks to her. She throws down what she is carrying in fear. A fox takes the gut, and Thomas cries out, "Stop!" to the fox. The dogs run after the fox and eat it, and they also eat the gut, but without touching Thomas, who returns home unharmed. Now let us come to a modern Greek tale. 55. There, Pod is swallowed by one of his father's cattle while he is giving them hay. In the evening, while his parents are at table, they hear a voice coming from one of the cattle. "I want my share, I want my share." The father kills the cow and gives the guts to an old woman to wash. As she begins to split them, Pod cries out, "Old woman, don't pierce my eyes, or I'll pierce yours." The old woman, frightened, leaves her innards behind and runs away. The fox passes by and swallows the innards with half a pea, but this one makes life difficult for him. As soon as the fox approaches a house, "Huff!" P screams at the top of his lungs, and beware, people, the fox wants to eat your chickens. The fox, dying of hunger, seeks advice from the wolf. He encourages him to jump to the ground from the top of a tree. The fox follows this advice and is killed stiffly. The wolf devours his friend and swallows half P at the same time. But here's the thing. Every time he approaches a flock, he hears crying in his stomach. "Hey!" Shepherds, the wolf is going to eat a sheep. Despairing, the wolf plunges from the top of a rock. Then P emerges from his prison and reunites with his parents. Mr. Gaston Paris draws to this Greek tale, especially for the end, a story from the Forers. Here is the translation. "Behold, the big fool, big as a fist, was grazing a cow he had hidden behind a cabbage. While eating the cabbage, the cow ate the big fool. The master killed the cow, and the cat that passed by ate the big fool next. The cat was killed, and the big fool was eventually eaten by the dog. Finally, the wolf devoured the dog. But from that day on, there was no way for the wolf to eat sheep anymore. When he went near the sheepfolds, the big fool who was in his belly cried out, 'Beware, beware, the wolf is coming to eat your sheep.' Then came Mr. Fox, who advised the wolf to pass between two very close stakes. so that the pressure might deliver him of such an inconvenient guest, which was done. Mr. Gaston Paris notes, the collector, Mr. Gras do not say what should be in the story, that the wolf was held fast by the stakes and died miserably there. This, as we see, adds Mr. Paris, is the exact parallel of the Greek tale, only here, according to tradition, the wolf is humiliated by the fox. It is also so, we add in turn, in a Greek variant of Demi Pois Han, I.P. 234. 94 in the Braga collection, whose hero is called Manoel Feijó, Bean Manuel. In a basket tale of which Mr. Welu, Webster says only one word, P. In a Portuguese tale, Coelho, Nan 33, Grain de Mu, who had climbed onto a millet leaf, is swallowed by a bull. His father calls him everywhere, and finally hearing him respond from inside the beast, he has it killed, but despite searching, he cannot find the child. The entrails are thrown out. A wolf, having swallowed them, is trapped. Grain de Mil cries to him to relieve himself, and emerging from the wolf's stomach, he returns to his father, after other adventures that bear no relation to the Lorraine tale. Comparator, another Portuguese tale, No. 91 of his collection, the little hero is first swallowed by a bull, then by a dog, while the tripe of the bull is being washed. Other tales will offer us new adventures added to the first ones. Thus, a Rhenish tale grim, no. A1C also Leleja, no. 37 begins by telling how little Bricky Domestick drives his father's carriage, putting himself in the horse's ear, how he is bought by strangers, amazed by his skill, how later he escapes and associates with thieves. After this first part comes the story we know, Little Red Riding Hood, swallowed by a cow in a bundle of hay, the servant's terror when she is cried upon to give no more hay to the beast, the cow killed, the belly thrown on to the manure and swallowed by a wolf. Finally, Little Red Riding Hood shows the wolf the pantry of house, a certain house, which is that of her parents. The wolf enters, but cannot leave. It is killed, and Little Red Riding Hood is delivered. In a Russian tale, translated by Mr. Parisop, Sit, P. 3, with the same first part, almost, Little Red Riding Hood crawls into the horse's ear and ploughs in place of her father. She is sold by him to a lord and escapes. She joins thieves, steals a cow, and asks for its entrails as her share. This Russian tale does not include the part where Red Riding Hood is swallowed by a bull. This detail appears in a story from the Meuse region, which has much in common with the Russian tale Amélie Luzin, 1877 Cole. She lies down in them to spend the night and is swallowed by a wolf. As in the stories mentioned previously, he cries out to the shepherds to watch out for the wolf. The wolf, facing starvation, tells Little Red Riding Hood to leave. Carry me to my father, and I will go. The wolf carries him there. Little Red Riding Hood emerges from the belly behind, sits on the wolf's tail, and starts screaming. Beat the wolf. The old man and woman attack the wolf with their sticks, and when it is dead, they take the skin to make a tulip for their son. For von Triton, Jeanbo Dihome is sold by his father, the miner, to a lord who found him very kind. An old woman passing by picks them up and puts them in her bag. She has not taken 10 steps when she hears a voice coming out of her bag that says, "Knock! Knock! The devil is in your bag. Knock! Knock!" After initially escaping, he is caught by the lord, who puts him in a basket suspended from the ceiling of the kitchen. From there, he must observe what happens and report back to his master. One day, he is spotted by a servant who, to punish him for spying, throws him into the pigsty. He is swallowed by a bull. The Lord, having had the bull killed for a feast he is to give, throws the innards onto the main road. The devil is in your bag. The old woman throws down her bag and runs away. Follows Jean Boat-Homey's adventures with the wolf, adventures more or less identical to those of the Russian little red cat. Shut up, cursed belly. This is what the wolf, desperate to stop hearing a voice warning the shepherds of his approach, said, "He will not be silent until you have brought me to my father's door." "Well, I suppose I'll go," he replied. When they arrived, Jane Boat-Home emerged from the wolf's belly, slipped into the house through the cathal, and at that very moment, grabbing the wolf by the tail, he cried, come, father, I've got the wolf by the tail." The father rushed over and killed the wolf with one blow of an axe, then skinned it. In a German tale Grimm in 45, a tale resulting from the Brothers Grimm's merging of various stories from the regions of Maine, Hesse, and Paderborn, which, incidentally, is not a very scientific approach made to get rid of the little spy, as in the Mess'n tale, gives him to the cows with the grass. But on kills the cow that swallowed him. They make sausages with part of the meat, and Pauset Dommeling finds himself trapped in one of these sausages. After a long time, he is released, then later swallowed by a fox. He eventually regains his freedom as well. We will also mention another Wendish tale from Lusatia, Weckenstedt, P97. No, in the second, collected in Tuscany by M. In Pitra Popular Novels of Tuscany. No, 42. Cecino peas are swallowed by a horse belonging to his friends the thieves, then by a wolf, when the horse has been killed and thrown outside. The first collected in March by M. Gianandrea Gionel di Philologia, Romanza. No. 5 only shares our tale in the passage where Dito Grosso, Thickfinger, Thumb who hid in a sheep's wool, is swallowed by a wolf along with the sheep. 6, where the mischievous little trickster Eulenspiegel associates with a thief, then is gathered up with the hay and swallowed by the cow. When the cow is killed, he manages to escape. 48. 2 Italian tales also feature the small hero's association with thieves, the wolf wanting to go eat a goat. Cicino cries out to the shepherd to be on guard. 7 Little Brute blows while holding an ox's ear. He is bought by a lord. He aids thieves in stealing the lord's oxen, and then catches the thieves themselves. The tale ends there. In a Croatian tale, Cross, I know. Some foreign tales, having adventures similar to Little Brute Pauset, only include those we have seen, most recently added to the common fund of all the tales cited. Thus, in a Lithuanian tale, Schleicher, P. He then falls into the hands of a band of thieves, with whom he associates himself. In an Albanian tale, Han, no, 92, Little Brute drives a team of oxen in the same way. His father sells him to a lord who puts him in his pocket. And Tom takes the opportunity to throw all the money he finds into his father's pocket. Tree Tom Thumb is tied by his mother to a thistle so that the wind does not blow him away. A cow eats the thistle and Tom Thumb with it. "Where art thou, Tom?" cries the mother everywhere. In the belly of the cow. Tom eventually gets out. A Kabyle tale, J. River. P.A. bears a curious resemblance to all these European tales. A man had 2 wives. 99, the little hero, called Nut, tills the soil, sitting on the tip of the plough. He joins a band of thieves and becomes famous as the Thief Nut. An English poem, The Story of Tom Thumb, which was undoubtedly printed as early as the 16th century, but of whose oldest known edition is 1630, has preserved, amidst all sorts of fanciful and more or less poetic details, a trait from our theme brewer, P. One day, while sifting grain, one finds a chickpea. Oh, that I had chickpeas for sons. The other finds a nail. Oh, that I had Ali's son. God grants their wishes. 49. The tale sets aside the chickpea and only concerns itself with Ali. He slips into the ear of a cow and starts the scream. Is this an eastern or western cow that I'm bringing? Always bring it, say the thieves. An old woman gets up at their cries, lights a lamp, and looks around. She stops near the ear of the cow. The little one guards a flock of sheep without anyone being able to see where he is. When thieves pass by, he joins them. They get close to a house. They make a hole in the wall, and Ali enters the barn. Back off, Ali shouts. You'll burn me. 50. The old woman having left, Ali takes a cow, and the thieves lead her to a hill where they kill her. Ali is given the bladder and goes near a nearby stream. Suddenly he starts screaming, "Oh, my father, forgive me. I bought her. I didn't steal her." 51. The thieves, thinking they've been caught, escape, and Ali brings the meat back to his mother. He takes one of the intestines, carries it into the king's garden, and hides in the intestine. He swallows one of their razors. Ali cuts open his entire belly, and the lion dies. Notes to 48 in the Pickard tale cited above. Little Brog Pouset is called Jean l'Espiegel. This is exactly the Eulenspiegel from the Wendish tale. The king's daughter picks up the intestine and puts it in her basket. When she passes through the public square, Ali cries out as loud as he can. The king's daughter has stolen intestine. The king's daughter throws the intestine away. A lion appears and swallows it. Ali starts speaking inside the lion's belly, who asks him how he can get rid of him. Ali advises him to swallow a razor. I'll pierce you a little and I'll get out. Following Ali's advice, the lion scares away some children shaving their heads. It is known that Espiegel is the French form of the name Eulenspiegel, the hero of a very popular book in Germany at the end of the Middle Ages, who also entertained our ancestors. The master arrives. The thieves flee, and Thumb hides in a hole in the wall. The master shines his light into that hole. "Oh, you're blinding me," cries Thumb. It remains to be seen if the Wendish people of Lusatia use the German word itself, or an equivalent in their language, something Mr. Weckenstedt does not mention. 49. In the Rhenish tale, Brog's mother wished for a child, even if it were no bigger than her thumb. Compare the Italian tale of the Marches and the Croatian tale. In both the Portuguese tales and in the Greek variant, the wish formed by the mother is to have a son, no matter how small he is, like a grain of millet, a bean, or a pea. 50. This entire passage is found in the Italian tale of the Marches. Thumb enters a sheepfold and cries out to his companions, the thieves, who remain outside. "Which ones do you want, the white ones or the black ones?" "Be quiet," say the thieves. "The master will hear you." But Thumb continues to cry. 51. In the Lithuanian tale, after the thieves, with Pause's help, kill the oxen they took from a lord. Paus offers to go wash the intestines. He takes them to the river and suddenly starts screaming loudly. Ha! They hid here in the edge of the woods. They roamed around the herds. They even ventured into farms or houses when there were only children present. One day they stole a pot of butter. They hid it at the bottom of the wood to find it when winter came. My good sir, I did not steal them alone. There are still 3 men roasting the meat. When the thieves hear these words, they flee. The wolf and the fox, a wolf and a fox, 2 great thieves, had associated and made their home together. Some time later the wolf said to the fox, I am hungry. Shall we start on the pot of butter? No, said the fox. Let's not touch it until we can catch some sheep or something else. Let's keep our provisions for the bad season. The fox, who was much shrewder than his companion, wanted to eat the butter all by himself. At midday, at the sound of the Angelus, he said to the wolf, Listen, they're calling me again to be godfather. God, a godfather, exclaimed the wolf, surprised. Yes, replied the fox, and off he ran to the woods, where the jar of butter was hidden. He ate a good portion of it, then returned to find his companion. There you are back, said the wolf. But what name did you give the child? I called him the Beginning, answered the fox. The Beginning? What a hideous name. Well, it's just another name, retorted the fox. And I, who am so hungry, will never be called. The fox returned to the jar of butter and enjoyed a feast. When he came back, the wolf asked, What name did you give the child? I named him Half, answered the fox. Half. A few days later, when the Angelus bell rang again, the fox told the wolf, Listen, they're calling me yet again to be godfather. Ha, said the wolf. You are indeed fortunate. What an ugly name, exclaimed the wolf. The fox burst into laughter. The next day, before nightfall, he said to the wolf, he forgot, I still have to be godfather tomorrow. So it's not over yet, said the wolf. As for me, I'll never have such a chance, exclaimed the fox. Oh, not at all. You're too stupid. Goodbye, then. I won't be long, and I'll bring you something from the meal. He finished the pot of butter and brought back to the wolf some bones that had been lying on a pile of stones for 30 years. The wolf tried to eat them, but broke his teeth. Here, he said, a fine feast. What do you want? Asked the fox. Times are hard. This is actually what there was best and most delicious at the baptismal meal. Eat. But the wolf couldn't manage it. By the way, he asked, what's the child's name? His name is Jvusechko, replied the fox. Jvusechka. What a horrible name. Some time later, the wolf said to the fox, Now we have to go get our provisions. The fox had carefully broken the pot and placed among the debris dead mice and slugs. At this sight, the wolf exclaimed, We've been robbed. These vile creatures played this trick on us, said the fox. Unfortunately, replied the wolf, I am so hungry. I thought I was doing well, said the fox while holding back a laugh. He wanted to put some butter away for winter. And I, said the wolf, told you we shouldn't wait. I knew very well that we couldn't keep it for long. It's just that one doesn't always find something to catch. One must make do with what little there is. Why don't we go fishing? Asked the wolf. Oh, it's so cold, he cried, yet the ice collected in his basket. Ah, how heavy! Pull, pull. Said one, "Are you a fish full in your basket? How will we do that?" The fox answered, "We'll approach the charcoal burners and scare them. They'll run away and we'll take their baskets to catch fish." That day it was freezing hard. Said the fox, pointing to the ice floes floating on the river. "All the fish are frozen. There they are on the water. They'll be easy to catch." He tied a basket to the wolf's tail, and the wolf descended into the river. "But what kind of creatures are in your basket?" "The very ones you showed me," he replied. "Well, try eating some." The wolf snapped a few more teeth and finally said, "But it's just ice. I can't manage them all." In the end, however, the wolf managed to get out of the water, but his tail broke off and stayed attached to the basket. "How?" said the fox. "Are you leaving your tail behind?" The wolf leaped in pain and started running and struggling, crying out pitifully, "My poor H's and my rear end hurts." The wicked wolf. "Turn your back to us," said the fire fox to its companion, "and warm yourself well. I'm going to give you a new tail." He took some cannabis and made a new tail for the wolf, then set it on fire. "My grandmother, I won't be able to return." The fox said to him, "Come with me. We're going to have a wedding at Grandeur. Allard, there are cakes in the oven full of good things." A little way from the farm, the fox climbed up a chestnut tree. "Oh, I'm so cold and hungry." "Look over there," said the fox. "There are little shepherds spinning hemp by the fire. Let's go. They'll be scared and leave their cannabis behind. I'll give you a new tail." Upon their arrival, the children fled, crying, "Ah, the wicked wolf!" "Oh," he said, "what a wonderful smell of cake. But I hear the bells. People are coming back from Mass. Yes, yes, here comes the wedding. It's time to approach the room with the oven." "How can we get in?" asked the wolf. "Here is a small window," said the fox. "You could easily squeeze through that." "It's too narrow. There's no way." "Put head through wherever the head goes. The rest will follow. When you're in the bread chamber, you'll eat the tops of the pies and throw the rest out the window for me. I'll make a little stockpile for both of us." After many attempts, the wolf managed to enter the bread chamber. The fox remained outside, eating everything the wolf threw through the window, which was the best part. The wedding guests soon arrived. The fox fled, leaving his companion behind. A moment later, the women entered the bread chamber to take the flatbread. They were terrified. To the wolf, everyone rushed in with sticks, brooms, and fire shovels. Meanwhile, the fox laughed as hard as he could from his hiding spot. The poor wolf had tried to re-enter through the window, but as he had eaten a lot, he couldn't manage it. He was caught, and he received so many blows that he returned everything he had eaten. The white stockings, the beautiful petticoats were all ruined. He had to change his clothes. As for the wolf, he was treated so badly that he died. Notes 52 saw his bottom, the bottom of the pot. 53, I have a hot foot and a hot bottom. My grandmother, I won't go back there. 54, nearby farm in Montiers, Sussex. Remarks in another variant, also from Montiers, Sulks, featuring several people from the area who are now dead. The wolf and fox set off towards Ligning. 3 carters, Father Charoy, Father McQuinnan, and Father Mervale, pass by with their coal carriage ban, a coal cart. The fox runs ahead. lies down on the road and plays dead. The beautiful fox. They say the teamsters, when they approach him, we need to put it in our cart. In their cart, before leaving, they had placed various provisions: bread, wine, lard, butter. The fox throws everything onto the road, then jumps down from the cart and goes to carry the provisions into the hollow of a tree. Then comes the story of sponsorship. The fox first eats half a pot of butter, and the child is named a lemoitier, the half. Then he finishes the pot, and the chained be a licher, well relieved. On the third time, he eats the lard and leaves only the rein, il a cuen. The rend is the name of the child. This variant also has the episode of fishing. The fox eats all the fish, and the wolf gets his tail bitten off. In our tale and its variant, we find 4 sequences of adventures, some of which sometimes form separate tales. When the wolf's tail is thoroughly frozen, the fox lures people from the neighboring village to the side of the pond with sticks and forks, who beat the wolf. The wolf loses its tail as a result. The episode of the carters, particularly in its variant, appears in a German tale from Brandenburg, Korn, Embry, Rikish, Sagan, p. 297. In this tale, the fox takes exactly the same approach as in our variant to steal a carter's wagon loaded with barrels of salted fish. After seeing the fox eating these fish, the wolf asks him where he got them. The fox tells him he caught them in such a pond. The story of the fishing follows. The same adventures and the same sequence events occur in an Estonian tale, where the bear takes the place of the wolf Grimm, Reinhard Fuchs P. to Axex Vija, and also in a Russian tale L, like no 28, in a tale from Lusatia, slightly altered Haupt and Schmäler, IP. Compare another slightly altered German tale, The Hare and the Fox Beckstein, P120. In a second Lusatian tale, Weckenstedt, P. Johann 66, in a French tale from Brest Tales of the Provinces of France, 65, also altered, and in a German tale from the Grand Duchy of Oldenburg-Strakojan, P94, where the fox plays the role of the wolf and is caught by the hare. 98, where both episodes are linked, the fox is duped, as in the Oldenburg tale, and the one who catches it is a sort of little Red Riding Hood, the mischievous little Eulenspiegel 55. The episode of the Carters is also found in a Serbian tale Vuk, P. 267, and in an Scottish tale Campbell, PP 278, in a Hottentot tale published by Wu Eik, Bleek see the article of Mixref, in Liebrecht's Zeitschrift for Wielecker Psychology and Sprachwissenschaft Vol. V. 1868, the jackal plays dead and approaches a cart loaded with fish. The cart driver picks it up, intending to use its fur for his wife. The jackal throws a good portion of the fish onto the road and then jumps off the cart to carry them away. It lies stiff and motionless on the road. "Good luck," says the woman. "This will make a fine stew for me." She picks up the hare, puts it in her basket, and continues on her way. Meanwhile, the hare eats the bananas. The hyena, who wants to imitate it, is not picked up because she is too ugly, instead receiving several hits with a stick. We believe these various stories can be compared to one from Cambodia, Amania, P34. One day, the hare meets an old woman carrying bananas to market. At the first opportunity, it jumps down and disappears. The frozen tail incident appears outside the tales we have mentioned in a Bavarian tale Grimm IP. 124, in a Norwegian tale, The Fox and the Bear as Jake Renson, vol. I no 17, a Lapland Tale, no. 150 presents a slight difference. The wolf and the fox go fishing for trout. The fox attaches a basket intended to hold the catch of fishing to the wolf's tail, then sets to work. Every time he dives, he catches a trout and bites it immediately. And as a fish, he puts a large stone in the basket. One of Lapland Tales translated by Mem F. Liebrecht, Germania, 1870, in a Russian Tale Gubernatis, Zoological Mythology, IP 129, and in Altered Scottish Tale Campbell, P. 272. A French tale collected in Valsardochi by Mr. Hugh, Ni Roland Popular Fauna France, Wild Mammals, Paris, 1877, p. Finally, he escapes while mocking the wolf. The wolf, furious, sets in pursuit, but all the skin of his tail remains attached to the basket for bast, full of stones. It is much the same in a tale from the forest, analyzed by Mr. Kaila Jabuchvar, Romanish and English Literature, vol. X, p. 399, in a tale from the Saxon country of Transylvania, also cited by Mr. Le Zeitschrift for Romanish Philology, IAP. 1618, the fox, like in our tale, makes a hemp and tar tail for the wolf and then sets it on fire. The tale of the bird breed presents this episode in a similar in the tale of a Monty, as is. We find, for example, shepherds harvesting hemp. In the East, we have an Ossetian tale from the Caucasus, translated by Mr. Schiefner, Asian Many Languages, published by the St. Petersburg Academy, vol. V, 1865, p. 104. The fox found fish. Other foxes gather around him and ask where these fish come from. He replies, I simply let my tail dangle in the water. That's how I got the fish. The foxes dip their tails into the water and leave them there all night. In the morning, when they pull up their lines, their tails are frozen in the ice. There is here alteration. The story begins with tricks played by the fox, not on its fox brothers, but on the wolf. It is the wolf who, here as elsewhere, should have been, from start to finish, the abused character. Let's come to the story of the baptism. It finds itself with the pot of butter in the Forez tale mentioned above. The names of the supposed children are Quat, Minzot quarter, Eton Manet to Minzot half, Eton and Tut, Minzot all Eton. Here too, the two characters are the wolf and the fox. The same is true in the Brest tale and in three other French tales, one from Ari G. Revue des Romains, vol. Piv 315, another from Essiri Ibid, vol. Civ. the Thoroughly Ford from P.A. Riggle, collected by Mr. Jules Clary, Revue des Provinces, 1864, p. 492, and also in a Scottish tale, Campbell, no. 65, in a Holstein tale, M. Blenhoff, p. 4068, in a modern Greek tale, Hound, no. 89, in a Spanish tale, Caballero, I. P6, in a Portuguese tale, Braga, no. 246, and Norwegian tale, Asby J. Renson, Voy, no. 17 features the fox and the bear, Hessian tale, Grimm, no. 2 tells of the cat and the mouse, a Pomeranian tale, Grimm, I.P. 7 involves the rooster and hen, and another German tale, Ibid. Pits the fox against the rooster, a tale from the Negroes of French Guiana Bruyere, p. 365, is about the cat and dog. Finally, an Icelandic tale, Arneson, p. 6 and 6, concerns an old woman and her old husband. In the majority of these tales, it is a pot of butter, as in our tale, and its variant, a pot of honey, in the Greek tale, the Spanish tale, the Portuguese tale, the French tales of Ari Giandis, as well as in one of the previously cited German tales, Grimm, Aye, p. 7. The names given to the children have great similarity across all these stories to those in the two tales of Montiers. In the East, this whole episode is told among the Kyrgyz of southern Siberia, Radloff Oye, p. 369. Here is the text translated from French to English. This is what it essentially says. A wolf, a tiger, and a fox are companions. A story of a similar nature is found in a Russian tale, see Gubernatis, Zoologic Ecology, IP 129. A tale from Neapolitan country, published in the Review Giambattista Basile, 1884. p. 52 has modified, by altering it, this episode. Thus, in the tale, from the Arigi, comments at it, begun, meet you halfway, and Akabadet, finished. In the Spanish tale, Empazili from Empaza, to begin, Mitadili from Mitad, half, and Ekabili from Ekaba, to finish. In the Creole tale, Comansman beginning, Mitten, middle mill, and finish on end. In the Asa tale, Jeskrakoa, up to the neck, Jeskwami, to the middle, and Jeskwaki, up to the bottom. In the Norwegian tale, Beggen, half eaten. Bottom licked, compare the Bieralici of our variant. One day they find a pot of butter and store it in a certain place. The fox tells the others, my brother's wife has just had a child. I am going to go see this child and give it a name. Go ahead, say the wolf and the tiger. The fox runs to the pot of butter, eats as much as the width of his finger, and returns to find his companions. Well, they ask him, what have you named the child? I called it finger width. The next day the fox goes back to name the child of his second brother, calling it the middle. The name for the third child, Helechielechi, corresponds to the Bieralici in our Lorraine variant. A similar story has been collected among the Kabyles, but less complete. Rivi P. 89 tree, the lion, the hyena, and the boar live together and share a jar of butter. One day, when they are digging a field, the jackal says his uncle is calling him. My brother's house is having a wedding. I'm going to eat some couscous there. He leaves and eats half of the butter. The next day, he eats the rest, but later when the lion and boar see the jar empty, they say to the jackal, it was you who ate the butter. The jackal flees, but is caught and killed by the others. In his notes, De Lexicographie Berbois, Paris, 1889p8, Kajela notes on the Agenais tale, in a tale from Saxon country, in Transylvania, in a Danish tale, and in a Hungarian tale. The journal Germaniavol, I, 1857, p. Renner Bassett states that he heard told always in Algeria, in Churchill, a story whose main plot is analogous to that of the Phainopsis Godfathered. The swollen belly and the narrow opening remind one of the fable of the weasels in the Granarius part of the French tale from Valls that we cited earlier, as well as a tale from Agenaeus Bladdy, No. 6. There also exists in German tale No. 73 of Grimm's collection, in 2 other German tales, p. 173, Kun, op. Sit, p. to one of the Wendish tales in one others from Lusatia cited above Weckenstedt, p. 97, and also, according to Misser, 306 published a curious manuscript from the Munich library dating from 13th or 14th century and containing sermons in Latin. Notes 55c. On this character, a note in our No 53, Little Red Riding Hood I, p. 133. This passage is worth quoting here in full. A certain devil Reinhardus led Isengrimus, the fireman, to a place with many bodies, who, having squeezed through a narrow opening, could not inflate himself to leave. The watchman, however, beaten by Reinhard's cry, drove Isengrimus back and retained the shovel. Thus, demons the usurer, having been inflated through a gathering of affairs, will cast off their fleshly skin, and with their souls they will beat down into hell until bones with skin and flesh are committed few judgment on earth. This, as we see, is quite our final episode, and though the preacher replaces the fox and wolf with a devil and usurer, he has preserved the somewhat classical names of Reinhardt, Isengrim, given to the fox and wolf in medieval literature. 57 in the Arigi tale, the fox and the wolf are working in the garden when the fox says she is called for a baptism. 56, it is rather curious that the Oldenburg story mentioned above, in which the hare is also the hero, has neither the carters nor their wagon. It is a boy baker carrying loaves in a basket, who, aided here by the fox, plays a trick on the hare. Olvi Leopold, once upon a time there lived a man and a woman who had been married for 10 years, but had never had children. They would have liked to have some. One day, as the man was heading to a nearby village, he encountered an old woman. She must be a fairy, he thought. If she speaks to me, I'll answer politely, where are you going? Said the fairy, to the neighboring village, my good lady. Would you like to have children? Oh, yes, my good lady. Well then, she replied, you see those dogs over there? Try to get bitten by one and you'll have a son. The man approached the dogs, and one of them bit him on the hand. Back home he told his wife about his encounter. 9 months later, they had a son whom they named Leopold. The more the child grew, the naughtier he became. His parents thought it was because his father had been bitten by a dog. At school he didn't want to learn. One day, taking his father's sword, he showed it to the schoolmaster and said that if he made any observations, he would go through him with it. The master complained to the father. Your son is a handful, he said. He can't cope with him. Finally, the father told Leopold that he wouldn't keep him at home any longer. He took him part of the way, and then they parted. Arriving in a village, Leopold saw everyone crying. Why are these idiots crying? He asked. They answered that a princess was about to be devoured by a beast with 7 heads. I haven't seen a beast with 7 heads yet. I almost feel like going to fight it. Go on, my boy, the old woman replied. People who had overheard the conversation said to each other, how honestly he spoke to that woman. Is that all? Said Leopold. What a mess. People whispered to each other. Isn't that the bad seed, Leopold? He continued on his way and met an old woman. Where are you going, my friend? She asked. Those idiots who are crying over there just told me about a beast with 7 heads. Yet he is quite wicked. Leopold went into the woods and found the princess singing. You are not like the people in the village, he told her. You sing while others cry. Singing is as good as crying, she answered. But be quick to leave if you don't want to be eaten by the beast. Oh, there you are with a lover. Leopold did not give her time to approach. He ran to meet her, sword in hand, and cut off 3 heads. Not afraid. I would even be curious to see a beast with 7 heads. A moment later, from far away in the woods, one could hear the beast breaking down all the trees in its path. As soon as she saw the princess, she began to cry out, How? What are you doing here? He asked the princess. Are you the daughter of a woodcutter? "Let's resume tomorrow," said the beast. "I won't die from this blow yet." The princess then told Leopold, "I have 7 rings for the 7 heads of the beast. Here are 3, with half my handkerchief." The next day, Leopold returned wearing different clothes. "Aren't your parents probably in the forest?" She answered him without recognizing her. "I am a princess, and I am to be devoured by a 7-headed beast. Go." "Never have I seen such beasts," said Leopold. "How has this come about? I would like to see one." "My God," said the princess, "it's a huge beast with 7 heads. 3 of them have already been cut off. But go away. I fear you will be devoured." "No, I will wait." The beast did not take long to arrive. Leopold struck off 3 more heads. "Until tomorrow," said the beast. "It will not die from this blow." The princess gave Leopold 3 rings, as she had the previous day, and thanked him 1,000 times. The next day the young boy put on a white beard to make himself look like an old man, took a staff, and went to find the princess. "What are you doing here?" he asked her. "I will soon have him devoured." Leopold drew his sword and struck off the last head. The princess gave him her 7th ring and half of her handkerchief, after which Leopold returned home to his father. "I am waiting for the beast with 7 heads that is supposed to devour me. Don't stay here. You may have a wife and children to feed. Have a child. But that's all." Upon arriving, the beast began to roar. "Oh, what is this? An old man." Leopold, however, did not rush. The king had it published from his treasury that those who had rescued the princess were to present themselves, and she would marry one of them. Many people came to the castle, some with ox heads, others with calf heads, but they were not taken seriously. His father said to him, "Have you not heard about the princess who was rescued from the beast with 7 heads?" He replied, "That does not concern us." Yet in the end he went to the castle. The princess recognized his rings and handkerchief, and the king gave her in marriage to Leopold. The wedding took place, and I returned. Remarks this tale is linked to a theme we have encountered before in our novels, 5 and 37, the fisherman's sons and the queen of the fish. See our remarks on these 2 tales. Leopold fights 3 battles against the 7-headed beast, and each time presents himself as a new character. There seems in this last trait to be a borrowing from a theme that we have studied in our remarks on issue 43, the little shepherd. In this tale, and in tales of the same type, the hero appears in 3 successive tournaments, each time with new equipment and a new horse won through his courage, and no one recognizes him under this triple disguise. A Briton tale Lousel, 5th report, p. 34, cited in the remarks on our issue 43i, p. 95, connects this theme entirely to that of Leopold, the sons of the fishermen, etc. Compare in German tale Wolf P. True a shepherd who for 3 consecutive days fought a serpent with 7 heads, appeared each time in a different armor, color of the moon, color of the stars, color of the sun, which he had found in the castle of a wild boar, previously killed by him, as our little shepherd found his 3 marvelous horses and his 3 splendid outfits in the castles of the 3 giants, whom Jain he had slain. 3d69, where the hero fights a dragon with 3 heads on the first day with a black armor and horse that he took from a marvelous castle on the second day, with a red armor and horse on the third. with a white armor and horse. For several years, the husband thought everything was fine, but one day he decided that his wife had no idea about gardening. Also compare a Basque Tale Webster, p. 22. Lavai, the Rome bean, once upon there was a man and his wife. The woman took care of the garden. She ploughed it in spring and sowed vegetables. "It's me," he said, "who will take care of the garden this year." One day, while sowing Roman peas V8, he noticed one that was larger than the rest. He placed it in the most beautiful spot, in the middle of the square. Every morning he went to see his Roman pea, and the Roman pea grew and grew as no one had ever seen a Roman pea grow before. The man said, "I don't want to work anymore. I'm going to climb my Roman pea and go find the good God." "Do you really think so?" his wife asked. The man told his wife, "I'm going to get a rowboat to paddle my Roman pea." "A rowboat?" she replied. "When you cut down the tallest oak in the forest, it still wouldn't be big enough." Meanwhile, due to its continuous growth, the Roman pea finally reached paradise, but he refused to give up. He climbed for 3 days and reached paradise. A leaf of the pea from Rome served as a door. After crossing a large courtyard, then a long succession of rooms, whose partitions were formed by leaves of the pea from Rome, he found himself before God and said, "Who would like to be no longer obliged to work? Have pity on me and give me something." "Here," said God, "take this cloth in which you will find enough to drink and eat. Take it and go back by the way you came." The man thanked him 1,000 times, went back down and returned home. "My wife," he said, "God has given me drink and food." At first she refused to believe him, but when she saw the cloth and all that was inside, it was then that she opened her eyes wide. After some time, when there was nothing left in the cloth, the man thought to himself, "I must go back to my pea from Rome." He's still 3 days' journey from paradise. The leaf that closed the entrance parted to let him enter. "What do you want, my friend?" asked God. "We have nothing more to eat," replied the man. God gave him another cloth, even better provided than the first, and the man returned by the same path. The provisions lasted longer this time, but nevertheless their end was seen. Then the man said, "It's really tiring, always having to climb to my Roman bean." "Yes," answered the woman, "tiringer even than work." "What do you want, my friend?" asked God. "Would really like," said the man, "not to have to work any more. Give me, I pray you, what will enable me to live the rest of my days." "I will," said the man, "ask God to give me something to live on for the rest of my days." So he started climbing again, and after 3 days arrived at the entrance to paradise. The large leaves of the Roman bean parted to let him enter. "I have too much difficulty climbing up to my Rome bean. I am very unhappy." "You are going to be happy," said the good God. "Here, behold a donkey that makes gold. But neither you nor your wife should tell anyone about it, and live as one should, without spending too much, for you would attract attention." The man returned home joyfully with his donkey, and told his wife, "Behold a donkey that makes gold." "Are you crazy?" she said. "No, I am not. You will see. But above all, don't tell anyone about it." He took the bed sheet, spread it under the donkey, and in a few moments the sheet was covered with gold coins. The woman bought linens, clean clothes, and beautiful furniture. A little later, she received a visit from her sister-in-law. "Oh," said the latter upon entering, "everything is so beautiful here since I last came." "So you are doing well in your affairs." "You don't see everything yet," said the other, and she showed him her closet filled with laundry, her purse well stocked with gold coins. "Where did this fortune come from?" asked the sister-in-law. "I'll tell you, but keep it to yourself," he replied. My husband climbed up to Rome's bean, which goes all the way to paradise, and God gave him an ass that makes gold. She took her to the stable and showed her the ass. It was a grey donkey spotted with black. Some time later, when the man from Rome, having no more money, turned to his donkey, it proved to be useless. He had to climb up to paradise again. "What do you want?" God asked him. Back at home, the sister-in-law quickly reported what she had learned to her husband. He, having obtained a donkey with the same coat as his brother's, came during the night to take the donkey with the gold coins, leaving the other in its place. Nothing was noticed. "Didn't I give you everything you needed?" "Ha!" the man answered. "The donkey no longer wants to make gold now." My friend," said the good God, "your wife did not keep the secret, and the donkey is with your brother-in-law, who stole it from you. But I am still willing to help you. Here, take this staff. Go to your brother-in-law if he makes trouble giving back the donkey. Just say, 'Go, staff.'" The man took the staff and, as soon as he arrived, ran to his brother-in-law's house, who was with his wife. "I come to see," he said, "if you want to give me back my donkey." "Your donkey? What good would it do us? We have our horses." They were farmers. "Besides, you don't have the right to enter our stables." "Well then," he exclaimed, staff, and immediately the staff began to beat them properly. "Ah," they cried, "call back your staff." The man called back his staff and said, "You will give me back my donkey." "We don't know what you're talking about," they replied. "Well then," he said again, "Go, staff." "I remember your stick," said the woman. "We will return your donkey to you." Having recalled his stick, the man took back his donkey and brought it home for Tapalapoto and No 39 Gendula Noix, and that of a plant reaching for the sky. We have explored the first of these themes in our nose. From then on, he never lacked anything and lived happily with his wife. 58 in Montiers, they call these beans by that name. Notes, this tale is composed of two elements that are not always combined together. The theme of miraculous objects, which has already appeared in this collection, no. 4 and 39, we will merely add that one must have noticed in the Roman P that the napkin that becomes covered with food at command is prosaically replaced by a napkin where there is drinking and eating. We have already seen this same alteration of the original idea in our No 19, the Little Hunchback. As for the second theme, we will study it here in its various combinations where it occurs. Among the tales where this second theme is not combined with the first, we shall first cite a Russian tale, Ralston, pp. 294-295 free. An old man plants a bean under his table. The bean grows so well that it requires a passage to be opened through to the ceiling and roof. It eventually reaches the sky. The man climbs up the bean stalk. Upon reaching the sky, he sees a cottage whose walls are made of cake, the benches of white bread, etc. This cottage is the abode of 12 goats, each with one eye, the other 2, and so on until 12. By virtue of certain words, the old man manages to put to sleep the one-eyed goat, who is in charge of keeping good watch, then the others in subsequent days. Chased from the house guarded by the goat with 6 eyes, the peasant returns to his pea stalk. No more pea stalk. He makes a rope from threads of the virgin, etc., etc. Unfortunately, he forgets to close the 12th eye of the last one, and he is caught. The story does not end there. In a variant also Russian ibid, P295, it launches into a series of fantastical tales a la Menschhausen. In a Westphalian tale grim, near 12, a peasant dropped a turnip seed in a field. It grew into a tree that reached up to heaven. The man climbs it, and while he is looking down into paradise, he notices they are cutting down the tree. 38, a Serbian tale. No, 44, a modern Greek tale, Han. No, 59, a Norwegian tale, Asbjørn Grensen, Vol. IP 97. In a French tale, which he weaves a rope from small straw, etc. Compare another Westphalian tale, Grimm, IP 193, where a similar story is told through the mouth or young peasant who has made his boast to tell the greatest impossibilities in the world. This tale belongs to the group of tales where he or she who lies best will win some prize, sometimes, as in this instance, the hand of a princess. We will mention among tales of this group, as presenting this same theme, Lithuanian tale Schleicher, P. Alphonse Carr says he heard told in his childhood Moniteur Universal, March 8, 1879, sanely and heard, addition by the bad conduct of the people in his village and seeing no result from his prayers, asks to be admitted before God to present his wishes. 291, an old man plants a cabbage in his cellar which grows as wonderfully as the beans, peas, etc., from previous tales. Here, the old man makes a hole in heaven with his axe and enters. Saint John, his patron saint, appears to him in a dream and gives him a pea which, planted by the hermit, wanders woefully and eventually reaches heaven, where the holy man, after climbing up, asks for and receives what he desired. In a third Russian tale, Ralston, P., he sees a hand mill that, with each turn, produces a paste and a cake along with a pot of grain brandy. After eating and drinking well, the goodman descends and tells his wife to come with him up there. 296 will be even closer to these stories. The hero of the Russian tale, always an old good-natured man, after climbing an oak that grew from a nut he planted in his house, finds in the sky, besides a hand mill, a golden-crested cock. He puts her in a sack he holds with his teeth and starts climbing. But halfway up, the sack slips from him, and the old woman is killed, etc. This wonderful mill reminds us of the stories from our Lorraine tales and similar narratives. Another Russian tale, Ralston, P. He brings both back home, but soon a lord steals the mill, which is eventually reclaimed by the cock in the following tales. The resemblance to the bean tin of Rome is complete. Here, to begin with, is a Flemish tale, Lutyens, no? And a man plants a marsh bean. The next day sees that it has grown and reached up to the door of heaven. He climbs up and gets a sheep from St. Peter, to whom he simply needs to say, "Little sheep, shake yourself," for coins to rain down. As in our No. 44, Tapalapoto, the man is caught by a hotelier who substitutes an ordinary sheep for the sheep with the coins. 12, a man is so poor that he has only 1p left. He plants it in his garden and tells it every morning to grow quickly so that he can go fetch his bread in paradise. After a few days, the P tells him that he can go up. St. Peter then gives him a table that is covered with food upon command, and finally a sack from which, when certain words are pronounced, emerge flails that beat people. Through these flails, the man regains his table and his sheep. In a tale from non-Brittany, Sir Billet, I know. He arrives at the gates of paradise, where he meets St. Peter. The objects given successively by St. Peter are a donkey that makes ecus, a dishcloth that covers itself with food when one says to it, bread and wine. And finally, both having been stolen by an innkeeper, a staff that reddens people. Same chain of events in one of the Pickard tales, 4, published in Volume V, 1879 of Romania. Here, it is by climbing the bean stalk to pick its pods that Jean arrives in paradise. 29, where St. Peter gives the little boy who planted the bean a table, a donkey, and a club. In a modern Greek tale, the objects given by the good God are the wonderful donkey, a table setting for dinner, and a frying pan sick that hits everyone who is pointed at. See also another Tuscan tale, Petra, popular novels of Tuscany. One in the appendix of Duce M.W. Urchin by Simrock, the same plot with some distinctive traits. An old man has only a carob tree to feed his family. They spot the man on his tree and take him as an arbitrator. He tells them that they are both so good that it is very hard to choose between them. The contestants, pleased with his answer, give him a small pot of earth. It will provide you with everything you need, but don't tell anyone. The man orders the pot to prepare him a good meal, and the same the next day. Yet this tree grows so tall that it eventually reaches almost the sky, and every day the good man climbs up to the carob tree to gather its pods. One day he hears winter and summer arguing in the air, each claiming to be better than the other. The king responds that he will agree, on condition that the young man and his parents build a palace more beautiful than his own in front of it the next day. What does the woman do? His wife presses him so much that he eventually reveals the secret. Some time later, their son, having seen a young princess, becomes hopelessly in love with her. He tells his mother to ask the king for her hand in marriage. She orders their small pot to procure them a palace, and then the wedding takes place. The king and his servants get the old man drunk and extract his secret from him. They steal his small pot and replace it with another that looks similar. So the man is forced to climb back up his tree. He sees winter and summer again, who take pity on him and give him a club and a ropey. You only have to order, and they will strangle and beat whoever you want. In this way, the man recovers possession of his small pot. In a Corsican tale, Ortoli, p. 171, a poor wretch chasing fortune one day arrives in a land where he finds a chestnut tree so vast it reaches the sky. He climbs it and arrives in paradise. The objects successively bestowed upon him by St. Peter are a marvelous towel, a donkey that turns gold, and a rod that beats people, especially the scoundrel innkeeper. In a Norman tale collected by Miss Eddie Leston do many real studies on certain points of archaeology and literary history, 1862, p. 474, there is a different theme. Goodfellow Misery encounters our Lord, and St. Peter, he asks them for alms. Our Lord gives him a bean and tells him to be content with it. Misery returns home, and since he has no garden, he plants the bean in his fireplace. The bean does not take long to grow. In the evening, it already pops out from the top of the chimney, and by the next morning, its tip is no longer visible. Misery clambers up the beanstalk, finding no pods. He keeps climbing and reaches paradise. St. Peter promises him, at his prayer, that he will always have enough to drink and eat in his house. Unfortunately for Misery, his wife makes him climb the beanstalk several more times in dress to a increasingly unreasonable request to St. Peter, and he eventually returns to being as poor as before. This last element combines with our theme, as developed in Grimm collection known. 19, The Fisherman and His Wife. We should also mention a Flemish tale, J. Wolf, German folk tales and legends? No. 16, which combines the story of the bean with the theme of no. 35 in Grimm's collection, The Tailor in Heaven, and then with the witch trials we just discussed. In an English tale, Grimm Aye, p. 321. Breuer, p. 35. Jack climbs a beanstalk that reaches up to the clouds. He arrives in a strange land where he meets a fairy, and later has adventures with a giant. Lovey the white butterfly there once was a man who was always drunk. One day, on his way back from the tavern, he passed through a cemetery and stumbled against a skull. His wife said to him as he came in, "It's quite surprising that you haven't had a drink today." Replied the man, "I'm perfectly sober. I've had a terrible adventure." When the woman knew what had happened, she ran to the priest for help. "You're not here for your merits," he shouted angrily. "Tomorrow," answered the skull. "Heart, this very hour you'll be there for yours." At that moment the drunkard was sobered up and returned home in great terror. Then the butterfly said to the man, "My dear godfather, I owed you a place in paradise, and I kept it for you. Now I'm leaving with you." Notes: we have only one legend to compare to this short story from Lower Brittany Lousel, Legends I.P. The priest told the drunkard, "Go to your godchild's grave, knock, and a small white butterfly will come out, which will fight for you." The next day, following the priest's advice, the man went to the cemetery and knocked on his godchild's grave. Immediately a white butterfly emerged and fought against death itself and won. 1 down hundreds at 26, etc. A young man who is about to get married, passing by on his way back from his fiancée's house, sees a gallows where one of his former rivals is hanged. Excited by cider, he invites the hanged man to his wedding. The hanged man indeed goes, but only becomes visible to the groom, and in turn invites him of dinner at his place that evening. As in the Lorraine tale, it is the soul of a young child, godchild of the groom, who saves him. It is quite remarkable that in our tale the godchild's soul appears in the form of a butterfly, as in Greek tradition. Elvia Jean Balzate, once upon a time, there was a young boy known as Jean B.A.T. She makes him invisible to the devils gathered around the gallows. Mr. Lousel gives up. Sit. P21, a second, almost identical version of this legend collected on the island of Bray Hatton. His mother one day said to him, "John, you will take my canvas to the market, but you shall not sell it to two talkative people." "No, mother, be quiet." So he went to the market, and soon a man approached him. "How much do you want for your canvas?" "A fair price." "How much is your canvas?" A fair price." "Answer me then." "You shall not have my canvas. You are too talkative." John went a little further. Seeing a stone saint at the door, he approached him and presented his merchandise, saying, "Do you want my canvas?" He found that at the same instant the wind made the head of the saint, which was not too solid, move. John thought he was signaling yes. There were only talkatives at the market. I saw a good man at the church door who wouldn't say a word, so I gave him the canvas. He didn't pay me for it, but there's nothing to worry about. Another man came up. "What a beautiful canvas you have." "A fair price." "How much do you sell it for?" "A fair price." "Will you speak?" "You shall not have my canvas. You are too talkative." "I am going to leave," thought John. "I see there are only talkatives here." As he was leaving the market, he had the idea to enter the church. "You will have my canvas," he said to her. "You're not talkative, are you?" He placed the canvas on her arm and turned back to his lodging. "Well, John," said his mother, "have you sold your canvas?" "Yes." "Mother, to whom did you sell it?" "Ah!" cried John. "You won't give it back to me. Wait a bit." He gave the saint a good hit with his stick, took back the canvas, and returned home happily. Notes here is the first part of a variant, also collected in Montier's, Sir Socks. Once upon a time there was a woman who had a son named Jean Beast. "Unassing," said the mother. "Run quickly and get back my canvas, Hans." John returned to the church. The canvas was still on the saint's arm. "Give me back my canvas," said John. At that moment, the wind made the saint's head sway back and forth. One day she said to him, "We are going to do the laundry. You will bring the water, and I will put the clothes in the wash tub. That way we'll get it done quickly." At that moment, someone came to tell the woman that someone was asking for her. "And what have you put in the potter's wheel?" "I've put everything we have that's black." "Ah," said the mother, "that's a fine job. Now my wheel is ruined." Then he climbed up to the attic. They made a hole in the floor and threw the laundry down into the tub. The mother returned while he was at his task. "You see, Mom," he cried, "I'm throwing it from above." "Poor thing!" "What are you doing?" "Jean," she said, "put all our black dirty things in the wash tub, then throw the laundry from above." "Wes, Mom." The mother having left, Jean gathered in the house the hats, Sunday clothes, everything he could find black, and piled them into the wash tub. "You'll take it to the fair for me, but don't sell it to chatterers. They would attract crowds, and one could see the stains." A similar story follows that we have related in our text. In another variant of Montier's, John goes to the fair to buy a pot. We'll see who gets there first. And he goes off down the other path. In a third variant, John's grandmother wants to marry him, but no one wants him. On his return, upon reaching a place where the path splits into two, he drops the pot at the entrance to one of the paths and says, "You have 3 legs. I only have 2 feet. You can walk just fine." She recommends that he post himself on a Sunday at the church gate after Mass and give looks to young girls passing by, hoping someone will find him appealing. John goes to the stable, tears out the eyes of all the sheep, and throws them at the young girl's 59. In a Burgundian tale beer voice, P23, Cadet is also sent by his mother to sell cloth at the market with the advice not to engage in conversations with chatty people. Just like our Gene Beast, he turns away anyone asking about the price of his cloth and eventually sells it to a statue of Saint. As the statue refuses to pay despite his complaints and he cannot retrieve his cloth which has disappeared, he beats the statue with a stick. It breaks, and Cadet Crouchon finds treasure in its base. This form is more complete. For the last trait, the discovery of the treasure, forms part of almost all the tales we have to cite 60 in a Tyrolean tale Schneller. No, 57 in a Tuscan tale Petra. Popular novels of Tuscany? No. 32 in a Roman-Italian tale Miss Busk, 371 in a Neapolitan tale P, 14 of the Revue Giambattista Basel, year 1884 in a Sicilian tale Pitra, vol. I, no, 191 in a Lower Austrian tale Zeitschrift für Deutsche Philologie, Vai, P, 94. It is as in our tale and the Burgundian tale, a piece of cloth that a mother sends her son to sell. In a German tale, Simrock, no. 18, the only one with our tale in the Austrian Breton and Basque tales we are about to discuss, where treasure is not mentioned. Instead of the son, it is a servant, and he is sent to sell butter. In a tale from Hort, Britainsiae Billot, IP, 95, where the fool also sells a cow to the statue, this very memory has completely vanished. 224. John the fool sells his mother's cow to a statue of Saint, which he subsequently breaks with a stick after unsuccessfully demanding his 20 acres from it. Then, seeing a handful of farthings and pennies in a small cup by the statue, he puts them in his pocket and goes home. This last detail is obviously a weakened memory of treasure. In a Basque tale, Vincent, P. Another Breton tale, this one from Breton and Lousel, third report, is heavily altered. John of Plabezre is sent by his mother to the town to sell a piece of cloth and buy a tripod. On the edge of the road he kneels down in a chapel of St. John, and it seems to him that his patron saint is shivering from the cold. He wraps his entire piece of cloth around the statue. Near the statue of Saint John stood the statue of another saint, who seemed to be offering a hand, an old woman, having dropped a coin. John thought that this saint would pay for the tripod. He took the coin, went to a hardware store, where he chose a tripod, then threw the coin on the counter, and ran away with the tripod at top speed. While climbing a hill, he said to himself, "How foolish of me to carry something with 3 legs while I only have 2. And he left his tripod in the middle of the road. Here, as we see, there is a combination of the episode of the statue with that of the pot from our second Lorraine variant. This second episode also appears in the Burgundy tailor Cadet Crouchon, bored of seeing a pot he had bought constantly rocking in his cart, puts it down on the ground, thinking that with its 3 legs the pot will always be able to catch up with him. In Picardy, a similar story is also told of Gribouille and his Cauldron Carnot PP, 179-80 in Upper Brittany Essay Billet, Oral Literature, P98, of Jean the Fool and his tripod. The episode of the statue appears in a slightly different form in a Russian tale Ralston, P. He imagines hearing the tree ask him to buy the cow. He leaves his beast there and says he will come back tomorrow to get the money. When he returns, the cow has disappeared. 49 tree. The youngest of 3 brothers, a boy more than simply, received only a cow as his share of the inheritance. On his way to sell it, he passes by an old tree, swayed by the wind. The young man demands his payment, and not receiving a response, he takes his axe and begins to cut down the tree, when suddenly from a hollow treasure escapes that thieves had hidden there. The same story is told in a Wendish tale of Lusatia Veckenstedt, p. 64, in a story from the Saxon country of Transylvania country, Sixvania Houtrich 1, in a Vlachin story shot, 2233, and all Siberia, in a story of the Ostiacs, all based on the language of the Northern Ostiacs, Helsingfors 1880 p15. In the 17th century, the Neapolitan Basile included in his Pentamerono. For a tale that should be compared to the previous, Vardiello sells his canvas to a statue. Then, upon breaking it, he discovers a treasure. His mother, fearing his indiscretion, devises a ruse. She tells him to sit down in front of the house door. Meanwhile, she lets rain figs and dried grapes from a window, which Vardiello quickly collects. Later, having imprudently spoken about the treasure, he is led before the judges. They ask him when he found the ducats, and he answers that it was on the day it rained figs and dried grapes. The judges believe him even more mad than he is, and the matter remains unresolved. Compare the modern Neapolitan tale already cited. In a Sicilian tale related to this family of tales gone back. 37. Jufa's mother employs a similar strategy to disprove her son's testimony about a treasure he found. There Jufa was sent by his mother to the dyer to deliver a piece of cloth to be dyed green. He leaves it with a small green lizard that he imagines is the dyer. When he returns to retrieve his cloth, he finds it missing, and he destroys the house of the supposed dyer, which is simply a pile of stones from which he discovers a pot filled with gold 61. We will encounter a similar ending in an Eastern tale whose first part has many similarities with the tales we are studying here, especially with the Sicilian tale. In this story from 1001 Nights, the Breslau translation, Vol. Xai P. 144, an opium eater believes he is selling his cow to a pie perched on a tree. When he returns to collect his payment, he thinks the pie refuses to pay. Furious, he throws his hoe at the bird, which flies away and lands some distance away on a pile of manure. The opium eater interprets as there's the pie signaling where to find his money. He digs and finds a jar filled with gold. He takes the value of his cow from it and returns the jar to the manure. His wife, having learned of the story, goes to dig up the jar and brings back the rest of the treasure. The opium eater threatens to report her to the police. The opium eater gets up, and seeing the cooked meat and fish scattered on the floor, he does not doubt the miracle. The next morning, he goes to denounce his wife, as he had previously expressed his intention to do. So the woman goes out at night and spreads cooked meat and fish in front of their house's door. Then she awakens her husband and tells him that he has just experienced a severe storm and it rained cooked meat and boiled fish. The woman is summoned before the police officer. She denies the theft and claims that her husband is insane. To be certain, she adds, just ask him when this supposed theft took place. The police officer puts this question to the opium eater, who answers, in the night it rained cooked meat and boiled fish. Upon hearing these words, the police officer no longer believes a single word the man says, and he releases the woman. On the said day he returns, furious against the cuckoo, who neither wants to pay nor return the goat. Wild beasts have eaten it. He cries out, pointing to an old shack nearby. Well, a Kabyle Tale River, p. 179, presents the same combination. In this tale, the fool sells his goat to a cuckoo who sings on an oak and leaves the goat tied to the tree, saying he will return on that day to get his money. I'm going to tear down your house. He indeed starts tearing down the shack and discovers a treasure there. He only takes the value of the goat. When he returns home and his mother hears about the treasure, she tells them they will go get it the next day. She prepares, without her son's knowledge, pancakes and fritters, and they set out together during the night. The mother walks behind the young man and throws pancakes into the air. The next day, the fool will tell the men gathered in the Thajmath, last night, we brought back a treasure from this very place. The land owned this will demand the treasure from the mother. Ooh, my mother, cries the fool. It's raining pancakes. Further on, he believes he sees a shower of dough-nuts falling from the sky. Finally, they reach the shack and take the treasure. Now let's come to the passage about Ayalads in our variant. This passage is virtually identical in a Pika Tale Kanoi, p. 185, in Basque Tales Webster, p. 69, Vincent p. Don't believe him, she says. That child is foolish. How so? Asks the young boy. It's true. While we were on our way, a shower of pancakes fell, then a shower of dough-nuts. Hearing him speak like this, the men are convinced he doesn't know what he's talking about and no longer care about the treasure. P5, Popular Tales of Tuscany, no 33. This same story is told in a German book from 1557, cited by William Grimm I, p. 62, and, according to Mr. Imbriani Locke's Cit, p. 596, in the Facetiarum Libri Troza 5006 by Henry Beble. In a Scottish tale, Campbell, 45, and in an Irish tale, Kennedy, I, p. 79, both relating to the theme of our known. 97, in the Burgundian tale, in one of the tales of Hout, Bretagne, say Billow, literature of the oral storyteller, p. 104, and also in a tale from the German Tyrol Zingel, I know, 40, and in 3 Tustales Imbriani, the Florentine novel, p. 595, Nerocci, no, 36, John and Peter, the servant fiends, out of malice, and to provoke his master, not understanding the order, he gave him to throw a beef glance, or a sheep glance, at a certain time as a sign, and he throws him real cow or sheep eyes. It is very likely that this episode of glances, like the others, must exist in the East. Mr. Thorburn, in his book Banu, or Our Afghan Frontier, already cited by us, makes allusion to various Afghan stories of the same type as John Fool, but he only tells one, which has its parallel in Europe, and where it is also about the strange gallantry of the Fool PP. 207-208. We will be permitted to summarize it in a few words. An old woman has a half-mad son. She wants to see him get married, and she employs him to try to win over some young village girl. For that, she says, it won't be amiss, on the contrary, to give her a little push. The young man goes to the village well, and when the girls come to draw water, he pushes so hard the first one that he knocks her into the well. Then he goes off proudly telling his mother about his deed. She, who is very shrewd, kills a goat and throws it into the well. Of course, thanks to his son's talk, everyone soon knows the story, and people come to the well to witness the crime. But when instead of a young girl they pull out a goat, everyone has nothing but pity for the poor madman. The collection of Indian tales from Kaman, published by Mr. Minafe, contains a tale very similar. No. 15. Here the fool asks his mother how to win the affection of young girls. Go sit on the edge of the pond, says the mother. When a young girl comes, throw her a small stone. If she smiles, you'll know she loves you. Otherwise, throw a slightly bigger stone on until she laughs. And the young boy follows this advice and eventually throws such a large stone, a young girl, that he kills her. With the girl lying their mouth agape, the fool imagines she is laughing and runs to tell his mother that the girl loves him. His mother disposes of the body. A dead goat is then substituted for the girl's body. The Indian tale from Ben Bengal cited above Miss Stokes, 7 contains a similar episode. Compare a Kabyle tale, Riviri, p. 43. The story of the laundry, our first variant, is roughly found in the Burgundian tale. The mother of the fool told him, "What you see black and filthy, put into the well." He puts in the kettles and pots. Notice 59. This last variant has a second part, which we will summarize here. Jean's grandmother, who wants to marry him, takes him to a neighboring village, to a man who has 3 daughters. They are invited to dinner. Grandmother said to John, "You are a big eater." The main idea of this episodia body through a well into a well, and replaced by a goat, thanks to the caution of the madman's mother, who was the author of the Murder Finds Its Way, as we have said, in Europe. Particularly in several of the tales cited above her, the Sicilian tale from Gonzenbach's collection, the modern Neapolitan tale, the Breton tale from Luzel's collection, and the Russian tale. At once he drops his spoon, and, despite all requests, he does not eat any more for the rest of the meal. After supper, grandmother asks him why he behaved that way. That could have a bad effect. "When I see that you have eaten enough, I will step on your foot." "Okay," said John. Just as supper begins, a dog under the table steps on John's foot. 52, and in a story from the Upper Harz region, Progol, 69. "But," he says, "you stepped on my foot." This story is found, in terms of its setting, not only in France, in Hain, Bredagn say Billat, 35 p. Picardy Canai p. Basque Country Vincent p. 96, but also in Germany in a Swabian fairy tale man. Without our notes to write this tale, we will simply say that it resembles extremely the Breton tale. In these tales, with the exception of the Picard and Basque stories, the character corresponding to John still has ridiculous adventures during the night after dinner, which we remember having also heard told in Montiers in another tale beginning with the episode of the dinner and the dog walking on the boy's foot. 60, there's some relationship of kinship between these tales and the Aesopian fable where a man, tired of vainly asking Mercury for wealth, breaks in anger the statue of the god and finds a treasure Babrius. One fine Tebner collection edition, Aesop, 66, same edition, La Fontaine, Fables I 861, compare for the ruse employed in these 3 tales, various tales not belonging to this family, a Danish tale, Grundtvig, IP 77, a Swedish tale translated by M. Axel Ram in Archivio per le Tradizioni Popolari, IP 477, a Wendish tale from Lusatia Weckenstedt, P 231, a tale from Little Russia, Alager, no, 20, etc. 62 compare the passage of the Sicilian tale in the Gonzenbach collection, where Juford destroys the house of the lizard. 63, the episode of the Rain of Sweets occurs in an Indian tale from Kaman Minaf. No. Phaitri, the foolish son of a very wise mother, comes into possession of a bag of gold that belongs to a rich man. He brings the bag to his mother. The young boy will say that the bag is with his mother. They arrive. Mother, where is the bag I gave you? When did you give me a bag? On the day it rained candies. She buys sweets and scatters them on the roof and veranda of her house. Look, my son, she says, what kind of rain has just fallen? The young boy eats the sweets. However, the bag is claimed by a beggar, and a reward is promised to whoever brings it back. The mother said to the people, when has it ever rained candies? People laughed and said, poor fool, and left. A similar tale in an Indian Bengali folk story, probably from Varanasi, Miss Stokes. No, 7. Licks the 3 carpenters there, once was a widow with 3 sons, all of them carpenters. Seeing they're not early, they did earn enough in their country to feed their mother. They said their goodbyes and went to a village 7 or 8 leagues away. One day, as they were crossing a wood, they met a man of extraordinary height. He was a genie who said to them, where are you heading, my friends? They entered as servants in a large inn where 3 boys were needed and where they stayed for a year. Their year was up. Not finding themselves adequately paid, they set out to seek their fortunes elsewhere. After sending 100 ikas to their mother, the 3 brothers thanked him and asked him to carry 1,000 ikas to their mother. After walking for another 2 days in the forest, they arrived at a king who was at war with his neighbor and offered their services. The eldest told him that he only had to touch the golden star on his belt to release pearls, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, gold and silver plates. The second said that by ringing his bell, he could raise the dead. We are on our way to earn a living for ourselves and our mother. The genius said to the eldest, here, take this belt with a golden star. When you touch this star, pearls, diamonds, emeralds, plates of gold and silver will come out of it. He then said to the younger one, take this bell. By ringing it, you will bring the dead back to life. And to the youngest, he said, take this sword, whose name is, whosoever bears me shall be victorious. He also gave each of them some green balm that healed all wounds, and after feasting them well, he let them go. The third spoke of his sword, whosoever bears me will be victorious. They did not forget the green balm that healed all wounds. Finally, the king promised his daughter to whoever distinguished themselves most in battle. The 3 brothers fought like Lionel raised the dead, the green balm healed the wounds, and the sword worked wonders. In short, the king they served won the victory. Peace was signed after 2 months, and the defeated king was forced to pay. The princess married the brother who had the bell. The other 2 married the king's nieces. Notes this tale introduces, in a very rudimentary way, the theme connected to our issue 42, the 3 brothers, and also our issue 11, the purse, the whistle, and the hat. See, regarding wonderful objects, our notes on these 2 stories. Also, compare our issue 71, The King and His Sons, the belt from which diamonds, pearls, etc. emerge is fundamentally the same as the purse one always finds filled with money. As for the sword, he who bears shall be victorious. If we find it identically in a Breton tale, not Dutton Breton Bildat IP 64, where a soldier discovers an old sword bearing these words written on the blade. He who uses me always has victory. In a German tale, Wolf, p. 393, the hero possesses a sword that makes him invincible. In the East, in an Arab tale, Unpublished Stories from the 1001 Nights, translated by, guess, Tributine 28, vol. I, 296, figure, among other wonderful objects, a sword that destroys an entire army in an instant. Finally, in an Indian tale from Bengal, analyzed in the notes of our No. 19, The Little Hunchback IP, 209, the god Siva presents his Autigi Siva Das with a sword that grants victory to its possessor, protects him from dangers, and transports him wherever he desires. The bell that brings the dead back to life resembles the wonderful violin of our No. 42, Iron Man, and a Flemish tale wolf, German sagas and fables, No. 26, as well as the guitar from Sicilian tale No. 45 in Gonzenbach's collection. Finally, in an Irish tale Kennedy, IP 24, the hero receives from 3 giants he has successively defeated an axe, with which, as long as he keeps himself free from sin, he will win all battles, a pipe that forces those who hear it to dance, and a flask of green ointment which prevents being burned, scalded, or wounded. Like the wizard in a village, there was a young man who said he was a wizard and wasn't. One day, the ring of the lady of the castle having disappeared, the supposed wizard was called to discover the thief. "How much do you ask for?" said the Lord. "3 good meals," replied the wizard. "You shall have them." The cook brought him the first meal. "There are already 2. He said so," replied the wizard. "There, already 1, said the wizard. The cook, who was one of the thieves, ran frightened to the kitchen and told his companions. He said, "There, already 1. Another cook brought the second meal. He thought, he will also say, "That's me." He then went to see the castle lady and told her, "It was your rooster who swallowed the ring." They killed the rooster and found the ring in its stomach. "That's good," said the Lord. Yet he was still not fully convinced of the wizard's knowledge. They called out to him, "Don't tell anyone it was us who took the ring, and you shall have half its value." The wizard inquired, "Is there a rooster in the courtyard?" "Yes," they answered. "Have him swallow the ring." The servants followed the wizard's advice. Immediately the other went to inform his companions. He said, "Already 2. A third having brought the last meal, the wizard exclaimed, "There are 3. For once, the servants were convinced that they had been caught. They thought the wizard wanted to speak of thieves. To ensure this, he placed a cricket on a plate and a bell above it. Then, having put the whole under the hearth's cover, he said to the sorcerer, You must guess what is in the plate. Otherwise, here is a pair of pistols. I'll burn your brains." The poor sorcerer didn't know what to do. He said, "There you are caught, cricket, in 64. You guessed it," said the Lord. "That's lucky for you." Notes 64 proverb from the country. You're caught like a cricket when you're in trouble. remarks this tale presents a nearly complete resemblance to a story already printed in 1680 in The Choice of Tales by Monsieur Auville and noted by Mr. Reinhold K. Haller in the Review Orient and Occident Vol. 1864 PA4. In this tale, a poor village man named Grillet tries at all costs to obtain 3 meals where he has nothing to desire, after which he doesn't much care if he dies. He goes around the world pretending to be a seer. He arrives in a country where a lady of high status has lost a diamond that 3 lackeys have stolen. She calls Grillet, who asks before anything else to have a meal that lasts from morning until night for 3 consecutive days. On the first evening, before going to bed, he says, God be thanked, here's already 1. The second evening, here's already 2, etc. The same advice as in our tale, given to the lackeys by the supposed seer to make a cockatiel swallow the ring. Delville's book. The supposed seer screams, poor Grillet, you're caught. The Lord, not knowing that Grillet is the name of a peasant, believes he has guessed correctly and gives him a good reward. We wondered if the tale collected in Montiers, Sir Sarks did not derive more or less directly from Missan. Meanwhile, the lady's husband returns, and suspecting a ruse, he puts a grillet, a small black animal, like a tiny cricket that cries at night in chimney chimneys, between 2 plates, and orders the peasant to guess what it is, otherwise he will beat him and cut off his ears. This is certainly possible, but when one sees with what tenacity a detail like that of the cricket has maintained itself unchanged from India to France, one will think that the similarities between the 2 French tales can perfectly come from them, having been drawn from the same oral source, 65. Mr. Theodore Benfey has studied this type of tale in the Review Orient and Occident Vol. I 1861, P374F. The recent discovery of several Eastern forms of this same theme will allow us to introduce into our work several important elements. A story that closely resembles the French tale of the 17th century, and which is certainly independent of it, is a Sicilian tale pictura. No, 167, published after Missa. Benfey's article in 1875, a poor peasant named Gridupintu has the idea one day to become a fortune teller. He sets off from his home carrying, according to the custom of Sicilian charlatans, a small box hanging around his neck that contains a serpent. Poor Gridupintu, into whose hands have you fallen? The captain, hearing them spiv cricket Griddu, is amazed, and he makes a generous gift to the peasant. A chance fortunate leads to it that Griddu seems to have predicted that the captain's wife would have a son and a daughter, which came to pass. Thus, the repute of the seer spreads throughout the country. A captain, out for a walk with his officers, seeing him approaching from afar, takes a cricket and hides it in his hand. Then when the fortune teller passes by, he tells him to guess what he is holding. Otherwise, beware. The peasant, extremely embarrassed, exclaims, "Ha!" Some time later, a ring of brilliants is stolen from the queen. The captain speaks of the seer to the king, and he is brought. While he is alone in a room, drying his wet clothes before the fire, he says, and repeats certain words that the palace servants who stole the ring hear passing near the door and believe said about them. The seer tells them to make the black goose in the courtyard swallow the ring, and he announces to the king that it is the goose who committed the theft. In a Norwegian tale from the collection SBG, Renson Tales of the Gjeld P. 139, the hero is a coal miner who buys the clothes of an old priest, a Lutheran pastor, puts them on, and then poses as the wise priest and the true prophet. The king having lost his most precious ring, the coal miner presents himself before him and claims to retrieve it. They come to find the seer, fall at his feet, and give him back the ring, imploring him not to denounce them. As he tries to buy time, the king tells him that if the ring is not found within 3 days, he will have him put to death. On the first evening, a servant, one of the thieves, brings the coal miner his dinner. As he retires, the coal miner says, "There goes one already," meaning the first day that has passed. The servant runs to tell his 2 accomplices. They are discovered. The next day, the coal miner says, "Here goes the second one." Then, here goes the third. Here the coalman makes the ring swallowed by the fattest of the king pigs. After incidents unrelated to our theme comes an episode that corresponds to that of the cricket. The king takes a silver pot with a lid, goes to the edge of the seer, and a little later calls the coalman. He tells him to guess what is inside the pot. 98 closely resembles our tale in one particular respect. The words that make the thieves believe they are recognized. The supposed doctor, dining with the lord whose stolen money he is to retrieve, says to his wife who accompanied him, as each course arrives, "Margaret, here is the first one. Here is the second one. Here is the third." And the servants think they are lost. "Poor crab," cries the coalman to himself. "Here you are after all your tricks and turns." Just then, it was a crab that the king had put in the pot. The Norwegian tale ends with an episode like in the Sicilian tale, where the supposed prophet appears to have predicted retrospectively that the queen would give birth to twin boys, a boy and a girl gone. The well-known Hessian tale from the Grimm collection, the Doctor Who knows it all known. The fourth dish that is brought is a covered dish in which the Lord has had crayfish put. He asks the doctor what is inside. Poor crayfish," says the doctor, who calls himself Crayfish Krebs. And the Lord is convinced that the money will be found. It indeed is, as the servants show the doctor where they hid it. One can particularly draw near to this Hessian tale, an Italian tale from Mantua Visentini, 41, altered in its 2 parts. King has lost a valuable ring. Hearing this voice, the servants are frightened and confess everything to Gambara, who tells them to make the turkey swallow the ring. And he announces to the king that it is the turkey who is the thief. He then tells his wife, who has come to find him, to hide under the bed, and when one of the servants enters the room, to say, "There goes one." Then, "There go 2." And so on. He publishes everywhere that if an astrologer tells him where the ring is, he will have a good reward. A poor peasant named Gambara presents himself at the palace as an astrologer. From certain clues, he suspects the king's servants are the thieves. The king invites Gambara to a feast at which all the greats of the kingdom attend. A dish of shrimp having been served, a plate of shrimp, the king said to the astrologer to guess the name of these little creatures. A Portuguese tale blogger, N17.2, has a similar beginning to a degree to the Hessian tale and our tale. The second part is very different, but as in a variant, the name of the Schresser, is Grillo, one can conclude that the story of the cricket must have existed and likely still exists in Portugal, as well as in France and Sicily. It seems that at that time only the king and very few others knew this name. The embarrassed astrologer cries out, Gambara, where have you come from? And everyone congratulates him on having guessed correctly. In an Irish tale, Royal Hibernian Tales, p. 57 Siku, the alleged guesser called to a gentleman whose valuable objects have been stolen, first asks for dinner and 3 quarts of strong ale. When one of the valets brings him the first quarter, the seer says, "There, sir." Later, a friend of the gentleman bets that the seer will never be able to guess, without tasting it, what a certain dish is. The dish is presented to the seer. We have another Spanish tale, Caballero, p. 68, John Cigarette, the seer, must have guessed after 3 days who had stolen some silverware from the king. Otherwise, he would be hanged. He, embarrassed, begins to say, speaking in proverbs, "Gentlemen, it's foolish to chat. The fox may run," but he ends up being caught. Just then, a fox was served up in the dish. Another Irish tale, Kennedy, p. Their 116 has the same final part. The beginning is rather confusing. On the evening of the first day, at the moment a page enters to serve in the room where the fortune teller has been placed, he says, speaking of the day that is ending, as in the Norwegian tale, Saint Lord Bruno, here comes one more, and so on. The 3 pages who had set up the trick think he is talking about thieves. Named Chief Fortune Teller to His Majesty, Jean Seguier is one day walking with the king when the latter presents his closed hand and asks him to guess what is inside. "For this try," exclaims the fortune teller. Jean Seguier is caught. Indeed, the king was holding a cigar in his hand. A Lithuanian tale, Schlichter, or 115 p. only has one part of our story. The peasant is called, as in the German tale, the doctor who knows and sees everything. By chance he first finds a stolen horse, then heals a princess. Called by a king whose money had been stolen, he declares that the money will be back in 3 days. During the night, as he is watching and reflecting, 3 palace servants, who are the culprits and have been very anxious since his arrival, come successively under his windows to listen to what he might say. An hour strikes. Already one. Understood hour, which is masculine in Lithuanian, says the doctor. At 2 o'clock. Already 2. At 3 o'clock. 3. The thieves, terrified, come to beg the doctor and return the money, which he gives back to the king. Mr. Benfey Locke, sit, found in the Facetarum Libritres of Henry Bebel, a book from 1506, a tale that resembles our studied stories perfectly. The treasure of a prince had been stolen. A poor charcoal burner, having learned of this and thinking that a good meal could not be too costly, even from the gallows, went to the castle and agreed to reel where the treasure was in 3 days' time. For 3 days he was locked in a room and well fed. One can still relate all these tales for the idea to story by Morlani 1520, which Mr. Benfey summarizes, and which Straparola 1550 reproduced in his Tradici Piacevoli Noti known. 16 in the German translation of the proper tales by Valentin Schmidt. A mother has a lazy son. She says to him, one wants to have a good day. One must get up early. The young boy stands up and goes out of the city. near the gate. At the end of the first day, after drinking and eating well, he said, there goes one already. One of the thieves was at the door listening, and he ran to tell his accomplices that everything was known, etc. The Latin narrative ends with this episode. 3 burgesses passed by who had dug up a treasure during the night and are taking it home. The first greets the young boy. "Here's one, a good day," says he. The burgess feels exposed. The same scene unfolds with the second and third.